What's going on, everybody? Welcome to day 3 of the Draft Network's coverage of the 2021 NFL Draft, broadcasted on Brinks.tv, here at Brinks HQ, and everywhere on TDN's social channels. I am Trevor Sikkema. Next to me, we got Jordan Reed, we got Kyle Krabs. We're here to talk about round 4, which is minutes away, fellas. I guess it's technically noon, so they're probably starting it at the beginning, but we know that the broadcast likes to fluff it up a little bit. So we'll get the Jaguars on the clock in a sec. But, boys, how you feeling? Day 3, you still got the energy?
Yeah, I do. You guys know this is me being an former FCS player. We're going to see a lot of small school and FCS players selected today, so this is one of my favorite parts of the draft.
Kyle, will the Miami Dolphins finally draft a running back here on day 3?
Today on As the World Turns, right? Like, you just keep waiting for it to happen. Whatever, man. I think Miami has a lot to be excited about with what their draft class is, and there's a number of different ways you can get the running game better, including adding 2 guys who run 4.3 and can take the top off and get that extra safety out of the box. So I think they're moving in the right direction. I'm sure they will draft a running back at some point today. Chris Greer said he would be aggressive on day 3 to move up as opportunities arose if they had players that they like. So they've only got 3 picks. I'll be interested to see how they manufacture the ammunition to go up and make some moves if they feel it's necessary.
Day 3 is always a good time, and we're a little bit more casual here today. We're kicking back. We're on the couch. Hopefully you guys are at home as well, drinking some Mighty Swells, enjoying it. We got a lot of picks. I mean, I want the energy to be high because it's still the NFL Draft. We're going to see teams get a lot better here on day 3, but it's a marathon here, if you say. You know, day 3, there's a lot of picks to get to, but it's kind of the same conversation that we had at the beginning of day 2 where you look at this list and you think, man, there's some really good football players that are still on the board. Kyle, I'm going to go to you because you got the big board up.
Yep.
When you look at the start of day 3, who are some players that you go, man, these guys are absolutely got to go off the board early?
Well, we have 5 guys that had second-round valuations off the TDN scouting staff's consensus rankings, those being Cam McGrone, Jabril Cox, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jamar Johnson. I think those guys are Tommy Togiai as well. So those 5 guys obviously stand out as the best of that last tier of guys that we evaluated as potential round 2 valuations for what they could develop into. But even in the 3rd round bucket, you got guys like Tylan Wallace and Brevin Jordan and Michael Carter. So there's going to be good players, and I'll be interested to see now that we've had the intermission, everybody a chance to reset the board last night.
Right.
Movers and shakers. We saw that yesterday when we kicked off day 2, a lot more aggressiveness to start going up and targeting guys with some trades there in the early portion of round 2. We'll probably see the same thing here today.
Yeah, we know that Sean Payton, at least, is going to be a guy who's going to be extremely aggressive in day 3 sometimes. Not in super logical ways, but I guess he's going up to get the players that he wants, which is the theme of day 3. Jordan, you talked about some small school guys.
Yeah.
Who are a couple players that you really love, that you have at the top of your brain, who, when you see their name come across the board, you're going to be super happy for them?
Yeah, I mean, there's 3 that I think we could see go off the board really early. And the first one is David Moore from Grambling State, an interior offensive lineman that went down to the Senior Bowl and had a really, really good performance. I think that really helped him a lot. The next one would be Ellerson Smith from Northern Iowa, edge rusher, 6'6", 252 pounds. So there's going to be a lot of intrigue with him, especially off of what he showed at his pro day. Jumped 41.5 in the vertical and ran 4.7. So whenever a player of that size and that stature performs well as far as the production and then matches that at the pro day, there's going to be a lot of intrigue with him. And then the last one is Cade Johnson, the wide receiver from South Dakota State, who was another Senior Bowl player as well. So those would be the 3 I have an eye on today.
As we kind of get things going, and this was the big conversation after yesterday, because round 1, right, you make 1, sometimes a couple of picks, but you know that day 2 and day 3 is when the halls really start to shape for these teams, right? So after day 2, I feel like that's when we can actually start to have the conversation, hey, this team's having a great draft weekend. They're really adding a lot of talent. They're hitting value hard. Kyle, when you look at this and when you think about the conversations that we had last night, who are some teams that you look at and you go, man, they are killing draft weekend right now?
I really like what the Washington football team has done thus far when you think about the talent that they've added. They won the division last year at 7-9, but being able to get like Diami Brown in the 2nd round or here on day 2 was a fantastic value for them. Just kind of looking at the entirety of their class, and they've got a bunch of guys that we had valued as top 50, top 60 prospects, and they made it higher than average number of picks. So Washington's a name that comes to the front of my mind. The New York Jets as well. They had Zach Wilson traded up for Elijah Vera Tucker, much to Joe Marino's dismay, and then they drafted Elijah Moore. So, like, those three, if you told me, hey, we made 3 picks in the first 3 rounds and we got Zach Wilson, Elijah Vera Tucker, and Elijah Moore, okay, like, you're cooking with gas now.
And they got 6 more picks here.
Right.
I believe they have 2 4th-round picks, 2 5th-round picks, 2 6th-round picks. So they have plenty of ammunition to still add a lot of bodies, you know. So we'll probably have to get Joe Marino on the show at some point to see if there's an update on what he thought of.
He's got steam pouring out of his ears.
I know, and it's great because he's not on camera right now, so he can't say anything about it. He's just sitting there at his computer shaking his head. Jordan, any other teams stood out, or maybe a couple of those teams that Kyle mentioned that you really liked this weekend?
Yeah, I agree with the Washington football team. I thought they did a phenomenal job, but the team that I'm going to pivot to is the Carolina Panthers. I think they've done a tremendous job getting J.C. Horn. A lot of people thought he was the best corner in this draft. They had a huge question mark at left tackle. They go out and get Brady Christensen, and then they get Terrace Marshall as well to really take over that Curtis Samuel role. And then Tommy Tremble, I thought, was a really underrated selection by them as well.
Scott Fitter, the new GM there, I mean, he's starting off hot with what he's been able to do there in Carolina. I want to go to the quarterbacks. I'm actually surprised it probably took us this long to talk about the quarterbacks, but I'm not going to talk about the top 5 guys because we've talked about QBs 1 through 5 plenty in this class. When that next tier came, the Kyle Trask, the Kellen Mond, the Davis Mills, we knew that was probably going to be the next bucket, but they all went boom, boom.
Yeah, I hope you
space,
didn't get up and go to the
boom.
bathroom.
It was
Otherwise
3
you missed
out of
it.
4 picks there,
Gone.
right in that fringe 2nd, 3rd round where they ended up getting selected. So what did you think about that, Jordan? As a former quarterback, that run came very quickly.
Yeah, and this is what we see every year, especially runs on quarterbacks specifically in day 2. We knew there was a big drop-off after those big 5 in a sense, but we really didn't know if we were going to see a quarterback selected or in the 2nd round. And Kyle Trask goes there at the end, and I think you saw a lot of teams itching to get up just because we didn't know where the pecking order was going to be after Kyle Trask. But Kellen Mond was the most intriguing to me of those guys that went yesterday, and I think he landed in a great spot being able to learn behind Kirk Cousins. But Davis Mills enters an intriguing spot as well just because, I mean, let's just be honest. The Texans have a lot of question marks under center. We don't know what's going to happen with Deshaun Watson going forward. So maybe he steps into a situation where Tyrod is the bridge, and maybe they see him as the long-term starter there.
Now, when you got all 3 of those quarterbacks that went that quickly, you talk about teams obviously having the itch, and those teams being in those spots certainly helped it to go that quick. But, Kyle, is this a sign that, man, it's just there's not a lot of quarterback after this? I mean, could you see us going round 4, round 5, maybe even all of round 6 without a quarterback selected?
I'd be stunned if we saw one in all of round 4 and probably the first half of round 5. I think there are some toolsy, traitsy guys, whether it's Felipe Franks, say what you will about his career at Florida, which, Trevor, I know you know very intimately the career of Felipe Franks at the University of Florida.
He's got a big arm.
And he transitioned to Arkansas and had some success there, right? And Sam Ehlinger, from an intangibles perspective, I'm sure it's going to move the needle for some teams, and just the value of the position. If Trace McSorley can get drafted in, I believe, the 6th round, you know, guys like Jamie Newman and Sam Ehlinger and potentially Felipe Franks, I think those guys will all have a market at some point in the draft. It's just a question of how long you got to wait. But I wouldn't be surprised to see another mini cluster of them go once that starts. It's just who's going to blink first.
Well, we have our first pick. We have our first pick of day 4, and it was a guy who I think had a lot of fans. We wondered if he would have got into the 3rd round. It is USC defensive lineman Jay Tufele.
Okay.
So, Jaguars, man, this is it's a high star kind of class here with all of the players that they brought in. Jay Tufele is the pick. What do you think about this?
I mean, it's very intriguing. I know they tried to bring over Tyson Alualu from Pittsburgh, and they ended up falling through. So they've been in search of that space eater along the interior, and that's what Jay Tufele is. I think he's an intriguing, penetrating 3 technique. We didn't get to see him last year just because he opted out of the season, and he was in that cluster of those players that opted out prior to the season. So he may be kicking himself a little bit for opting out last year. I know he's probably thinking I probably should have went a little bit earlier than this, considering my stature and where I stand in the pecking order. So maybe he comes in fired up.
I really liked him when I was doing summer scouting. I mean, it was clearly something that, he needs another year, and with him opting out, that didn't help his development because he didn't get those lives reps. But Kyle, I feel like there are those handful of snaps where you watch him and he just explodes when the ball is snapped.
Yeah, I think he's stout. I think he has some twitch to him, and from a toolsy perspective, that's what you're looking for somebody who's going to be a developmental interior guy. And I guess the biggest surprise with this pick is we all joked yesterday that, Urban's totally taking Tommy Togiai, right? But they end up going for a little bit more. I think Tufele has a little bit higher ceiling as far as potentially being a 3-down guy versus Togiai, who's a little bit more just an early down bowling ball, plays in the A-gap. So, but yeah, you knew and saw that interior defensive line was going to be an area that Jacksonville was probably going to address. And I think the bigger dynamic here is with the opt-out of Jay Tufele and some of these other players that did opt out, or the dynamics of this offseason. You could see some really big booms and some really big busts here on day 3. Based on what the narrative was with these players the last time we saw them play.
What do you guys think about Urban Meyer's first draft here? Okay, obviously he seems to be going in a certain direction when it comes to targeting high recruits. Basically, 5 stars or nothing, it feels. And the only other pick was Andre Cisco, who I don't believe was a 5-star. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong there. I don't think he was a 5-star, but he was also a player who had so much ball production. You could not ignore that kind of impact. So I'm curious, Jordan, looking at Urban Meyer's first draft, this is highly anticipated. We've talked about Urban Meyer making the jump to the NFL. Is it what you expected from a first draft, from a guy who had a lot of success in college, now taking the leap to the NFL?
Yeah, it is for me, just because he really wants to go with what he knows, in a sense. And I tweeted out yesterday that he's taking basically high-ranked recruits, just because that's what he's used to. That's really his bread and butter. That's what he was raised upon, in a sense. When he was at Ohio State, they're known for having top 5 recruiting classes every year. So what he wants to build his first draft class upon is big-time recruits. Trevor Lawrence, Travis Etienne, who was a 4-star, I believe he was. Walker Little, who was a big-time recruit coming out. I believe he was the number 1 offensive tackle coming out as well. So Andre Cisco was a little bit – he went against the grain of what he normally does as far as with the high-ranked recruits, but he played at a big-time program in Syracuse in the ACC, 13 interceptions in his career. So he's one of those safeties that can get the ball back for your offense.
What did Jamie say yesterday when he was coming out and making the picks when it came to teams who had new quarterbacks? What did he say, Kyle?
Always, it's the trend continues of surrounding him with protection or supporting cast.
Correct.
And we saw a ton of that.
New York Jets, right? Zach Wilson at number 2, trade up for Elijah Vera Tucker, draft Elijah Moore, and now here with their first pick in the 4th round, Michael Carter, the running back from UNC. Wow. So, Kyle,
they're crushing it.
They're hitting it out of the park. Look, I know that corner is a big need for them.
Yeah.
But it just feels as though the Jets are operating like they know they're not going to win the Super Bowl this year.
Right.
They've got some time. Is that just what it comes down to, Kyle?
Well, just be honest with yourself, right? And understand, and this is with Joe Douglas coming in and a new head coach and Robert Saleh, like, you have stability. And you need to take advantage of that to best position yourself to draft good football players. They have a very clear objective in investing in a quarterback, and investing in a quarterback extends just beyond using that first pick to get one, but also building up what is around him. And you think about who they have in the backfield. LaMichael Pirine was a draft pick for them last year in the middle rounds, an aggressive physical runner, but probably not a guy that's going to make an impact on the passing downs. Well, Michael Carter, really good as a pass catcher. So that back out of the backfield role on 3rd downs will be what they're probably going to groom him for and expect him to take over. And, this is just the latest from Joe Douglas of making the most out of valuable on the board, and they're a team that's drafting by volume. So this AFC arm race is going to get really interesting over the next couple of years if all of these players develop in the way that we assumed that they would based on their merits at the college level.
I feel like a lot of people really loved Michael Carter. Are you surprised that he's sitting here in the 4th round, Jordan?
Yeah, I am. And, Javonte Williams went around earlier. We saw him go yesterday. But a little bit smaller than what Javonte does bring to the table. I think Michael Carter is phenomenal as far as breaking tackles. That's a similarity as far as what 2 traits that they share together. But I think a lot of teams probably viewed him more as a 1B type of rusher in a committee as opposed to a 1A.
Sure.
So that's probably why he's here in the 4th round.
68th overall player on
I was just
TDN
about to ask
score.
how high was he on the board versus where he goes. I believe it's 107 was his selection.
Yes. Yeah, so he was 68th overall, and both of these first 2 picks in Tufele and Michael Carter were within the best 15 available players that we had left over at the end of day 2. So that value is really apparent. You got starting potential with both of these guys. And as I said, there's going to be good value here left over for these teams picking in the first 10, 15 picks here.
Falcons up, at least for now. Not sure if there's a trade that's going to happen, but Atlanta Falcons are on the board. What do we think about how their draft
teasing
class?
something?
No, I'm just saying. I just don't know.
I know how you are with your Twitter timeline.
We have a couple of, we've got a couple of teams that we know are going to get aggressive here at the beginning of the 4th round. Actually, before we get to the Falcons, I do want to get to Ben because Ben has some words that he wants to say on Michael Carter, the running back now for the New York Jets.
Michael Carter, thank you, Trev. I do have a word or two I'd like to say about him. I was hoping he was going to go round 2, round 3. I thought he'd be worth it, but early, round 4, I'll accept it. Gets me on camera pretty early for day 3. I like Michael Carter a lot, and there were 2 good backs for UNC. Javonte Williams goes 35 to the Denver Broncos. Michael Carter has to wait a little bit, and I think Jordan's right. It is a little bit of a 1B role for Carter, but 82 career catches over 4 seasons at UNC, that's what you want in a 1B player. Right now on that Jets depth chart, there really isn't a clear receiving back. Tevin Coleman, if he can be healthy, sure, but LaMichael Pirine, Ty Johnson, these guys don't have good receiving profiles. Carter does. He's a player I compared to Naeem Hines when he came out of NC State, in-state, a little different school, now plays for the Colts. He was also, if memory serves, a 4th-round pick, and he was a tremendous ball catcher, that little bowling ball frame, 5'8", 200 pounds. And critically, they're both quick as lightning. He ran a 6'8" three-cone, and then a 3'8" short shuttle Michael Carter did at the UNC Pro Day. In a wide zone offense like the one Mike LaFleur is bringing from San Francisco now to New York, that quickness is going to be very beneficial. On zone blocking, we need our running backs to be able to take a wide path to the outside, and then read and work back across gaps. So this might be a play that hits B gap to A gap to backside B gap to C gap. So if we're going to need to read all of those gaps and react to all of those blocks, we have to be able to have a low center of gravity, 5'8", 200, and we have to have foot speed. Michael Carter was the zone runner for UNC. Javonte Williams was the power back. He was the guy running on power blocking schemes. This was the zone runner. And so, well done by the New York Jets. You're going to get value out of a day 3 running back, which is the correct approach now in the modern NFL committee backfield. We're going to get value out of Michael Carter. He's a great scheme fit, and he brings the receiving ability that I think will have him seeing a ton of targets. We don't have long speed, but we've got that at Ty Johnson. Don't worry about it. Michael Carter's a great pick for New York, getting that new offense installed with some solid players. Trev, back to the couch now, not back to the bar, back to the couch.
Well, in the time that it took for Ben to talk about his love for Michael Carter, we do have a pick for the Atlanta Falcons. It is cornerback Darren Hall. What do you guys think about that move?
So Darren was one of those guys that went down to the Senior Bowl and tried to make the most of that advantage there and take advantage of that opportunity there. And I think this is probably an illustration of the value of what the Senior Bowl can bring with how little opportunities we had to have everybody on the same field at the same time and evaluate them all with the same testing, right? Is okay, here's the drill, do the drill. Here's the coverage, cover the guy. So Darren Hall making a lasting impression here, being one of the first few picks off the board for the Falcons. And Jordan, you think about what the Falcons have and do not have defensively. There should be an opportunity here for him to compete and step into a pretty prominent role in the secondary sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I think so, especially with them revamping their secondary as a whole. They have a big old opposite of A.J. Terrell, so I think with him stepping in, I think he has a chance to probably step into that nickel spot, very quick-footed, sticky corner, and they have a huge hole at their nickel spot right now, so this is a great landing spot for him.
I feel like when you look at the Atlanta Falcons, especially before the draft, you'd say, okay, quarterback is a beast of its own, right? If they need a quarterback, that's a different conversation. But you look at going best player available at number 4. They get Kyle Pitts. At a big safety need after losing KZ and Keanu Neal, they go get Richie Grant. They've got an offensive tackle need, or at least maybe an upgrade that they want to make. They get Jalen Mayfield, and now they go get a starting corner, which I feel like was their other need. Feels like the Falcons, all things considered, if you take quarterback off the table, they're doing a really nice job here.
Yeah, Terry Fontenot's done a really good job, and whenever you always want to make a lasting impression in your first draft, you get a playmaker like Kyle Pitts, a Jalen Mayfield, who's a little bit rough around the edges. He has some maturing to do as far as him only being an 18-game starter in his career. Is he a tackle or is he a guard? It's a good problem to have. He can step in and play either position, in my opinion. So I really like what Terry Fontenot has done.
Now we have a first trade
of
day 3. Carolina Panthers were on the clock. They're no longer on the clock. It's the Tennessee Titans and they take wide receiver Dez Fitzpatrick.
Okay.
Kyle, you smile a little bit. Are you surprised that Dez Fitzpatrick is the pick over maybe some of the other wide receivers that are available here?
Yeah, but we just got done talking about with Darren Hall how the Senior Bowl was a really good showcase to make yourself stand out. And lo and behold, Dez Fitzpatrick goes down the Mobile.
This feels like day 3 to me feels like it's going to be like All-Star Day. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, didn't know a ton about these guys during the season. It's a different draft process. When you actually got to see him in person, the Senior Bowl, that might help here.
If you didn't have the conviction to draft a guy in the top 100 or 105 picks here, which was the first 2 days, odds are you probably had some holes in your resume that teams weren't confident in. So now that we're here into the early portions of day 3, the players that you know the most about or feel the most confident and comfortable with who they are in their resume are the ones that are going to get prioritized. So I do think it is interesting that Tennessee, they lost Corey Davis, so go out and get another bigger body type guy to try and compete to fill that role. Amon-Ra St. Brown was still on the board, who's our top-rated wide receiver left on the board. Probably some questions about whether or not he's slot only. I know he didn't have the most explosive testing numbers. Fitzpatrick, though, is a big-body guy. He's been a productive receiver for Louisville for quite some time, Jordan.
Yeah, very underrated player. And, Tutu Atwell received all the love at Louisville, but I think Dez Fitzpatrick, he really hit his stride during this past 2 years. Very polished receiver, strong hands, a little bit of a smaller frame, but he plays much bigger than what his size does indicate. So I like this pick a lot.
I don't have all the wide receiver picks off the top of my head, but it does feel like for as much as we hyped up this wide receiver class, maybe not as much as last year, but we said that it was similarly deep. There were a lot of wide receivers to pick from. It feels like we haven't had that big run on wide receivers yet. We've had a handful of them go off the board because you could always use better pass catchers. But do we feel like there's just going to be this waterfall of wide receivers that come off the board at some point on day 3?
Probably not with all the depth. I mean, we had 5 in the first round, 5 in the second round, 5 in the third round. And now we have our first off the board here in the fourth round. So 16 wide receivers off the board.
So 4 more this round is what you're saying.
Yeah, law of averages says here we come, right? Like, But no, I mean, Jordan had mentioned Kay Johnson, who was another guy who went down to the Senior Bowl, and I had put out a clip watching the 101s, and like every third route that he ran, the guy who was covering him was like face planting or planking. Remember that old trend, planking, where you just lay flat down, face down on the ground? Yeah, like they were doing that, trying to cover him at the top of the route. So like Kay Johnson's still out there,
visual,
St. Brown.
But, I follow you.
Tylan Wallace. It was like Rob Gronkowski there. We're trying to tackle Kenyon Drake, the Miami Miracle, with just a face mask dug right down into the South Florida turf. Heels
I love
up
the
over
visuals.
his head.
Anytime you get one of these that pops in your head, please throw it out there.
We're on the couch. It's casual today.
Right.
So,
No,
yeah.
you can say it anywhere. You give people a great visual. That's what they love. They got to connect the game of football to other things that they might know really well. It might help them out with the evaluation standpoint. I got another pick for the Cleveland Browns.
Okay.
We got offensive tackle James Hudson going to Cleveland. Cleveland now, Greg Newsome, Owusu Koromoa, James Hudson. I think I'm forgetting one, but I'm going to keep my voice like this, so it seems like we're still in stride. What do you think about this pick here with James Hudson, though?
You want to take it?
Yeah, I like it. He's another player, and once again, was at the Senior Bowl. And the interesting thing about Hudson was that he started his career as a defensive lineman at Michigan.
Right.
He made the transition over, came to Cincinnati, and really only had 1 year of starting there. And I thought he was fantastic against Azeez Ojulari in that last game before he got kicked out for targeting. So I could see why the Browns would really appeal to him, very youthful, which is age comes into a factor into the equation a lot with the Browns. We know they value youth. He's only going to be a 22-year-old guy at the beginning of the year. So I like this selection a lot as far as a depth piece. Maybe they can try to develop for later on down the road.
What do you think about it, Kyle?
I think this is the ideal type of landing spot / situation for James Hudson, a guy that's not going to be pressed into action right away. Jordan had mentioned the transition from the defensive side of the ball, and you watch him, and it's clear he's a phenomenal athlete. He didn't test particularly well, if I remember correctly, but his actual functional athleticism really pops on tape. So for James Hudson, going to a place in which you're not in a rush to get on the field and play, they got the tackle situation figured out there. You can bring him along. He has that kind of nasty demeanor to him. He just needs to put, I think, maybe a little bit more mass on, play with a little bit better size so that he can have a more firm anchor and pass protection, and then just really work on his technique, which is still a big work in progress for him. But he won it at tackle at Cincinnati just by being a really good athlete for the position.
Got another pick here for you boys. Cincinnati Bengals, Cam Sample, defensive end from Tulane. Going to Cincinnati? What do you think about the fit?
No Senior Bowl guy, first of all.
Jim Nagy's having a great early day 3 here with a lot of these guys. And like we just said, this might be the case. This run might continue throughout the 4th round because day 3, you know a lot more about these players, right? These are the guys that you might have been able to see in person finally if you were some scouts, because we know the travel was really limited in the fall. And so we think about Sample going to the Cincinnati Bengals here to start day 3.
And I'll just touch on the Senior Bowl factor. It's kind of like having the answers to a final exam before you have it, if that makes sense. I would rather take the final that I have the answers to as opposed to one.
It's
I
a
have
year
no
with
idea
a lot
going
of
into
projection for guys, and you got to see them with the helmet and pads on, so no doubt.
And Sample, he's played inside and outside. I thought his production came a little bit better when he was playing 3 technique. They kind of played him, cross-trained him as far as a 3 technique and a 5 technique. But very disruptive. He had a lot of plays of where he was able to finish as well. So I could see why Cincinnati was appealing to him.
Well, they lost Carl Lawson, right? So that's a big loss in free agency. And they did bring Trey Hendrickson in from New Orleans in free agency. But Hendrickson really seemed like he feasted in New Orleans just by being the second pass rusher. And nobody's going to expect Cameron Sample to be the top pass rusher in Cincinnati, but
maybe he is.
Maybe he will be. But his versatility, I think, was what really stood out. And both him and Patrick Johnson, the other edge rusher there at Tulane, they moved both of those guys around a ton. It was a headache trying to keep up with, okay, who's in the 2-point stance with outside alignment, who's the base end, who's down inside at 3 technique. They really mixed and matched. And for that was a big trend that I noticed on day 2 was a lot of the interior or defensive linemen who got their names called had the versatility to be able to line up in multiple positions as compared to just strictly being a speedy outside guy, for example. So I think Sample, there's an untapped ceiling to play into here. Coming out of Tulane, it's a smaller school. I think he can benefit from NFL coaching. And I thought this was the most promising thing for me with Cam Sample. I thought he looked better at the Senior Bowl than he did on tape at Tulane. And that could be
what Jordan just said. That's great.
That could be concerning because you say, okay, why did he thrive in that setting? But for a smaller school guy like that, it's like, okay, did he get different instruction here this week than what he was coached to do at Tulane that kind of showed, okay, this is what he can do if you put him in a different situation, you coach him up.
Okay, so the Detroit Lions on the clock right now, and I have the pick. The pick is in.
Is it a good pick?
Well, we're going to set it up. I'll let you guys decide that before I tell you, okay? When you look at the Lions draft haul so far, Penei Sewell in the first round, then they go Levi Onwuzurike, Aleem McNeil, and Ifeatu Melifonwu, right? What would you say that they need the most? What was the biggest complaint that Lions fans had with getting good players but not at a certain position?
Wide receiver.
Yeah, without question.
Amon-Ra St. Brown is the pick now. So when you look at that whole haul, when you look at all of those guys there, there might have been a little bit of frustration from Lions fans saying, why aren't you getting wide receiver? They need wide receiver. What are you doing? Getting Amon-Ra St. Brown, does this make up for it, Jordan, when you get to now look at the 5 guys that they have drafted?
I'm hoping he chooses number 15 because, interestingly enough, my comparison for him was Golden Tate.
Golden Tate.
I think he's a player that's going to thrive in this system just because we know Jared Goff, he thrives with those run-after-catch type of receivers. It was the same way with the Rams for him. But I think the reason why he slipped was that there was a lot of people probably viewing him as a slot-only type of player. He's not a super lengthy wide receiver, so maybe they're saying he struggles getting off press just because he plays strong, but he does have some struggles on the outside as far as detaching from some longer or lengthier type of corner. So I think this is a home run pick for Detroit.
What do you think, Hal?
Physical, right? You think about Dan Campbell and all the things he preached. Kneecaps, baby. Paige, can you bring him out here? Bring him out here.
There he is.
We've got the giant card from Amon-Ra St. Brown here from Panini. Wow. All right.
So
that was good.
Physical is the name of the game with his, and it stood out in the run game. The effort that he had trying to block, what he does with the ball in his hands as a playmaker for after the catch. I think that's the big thing that does not surprise me. That this Amon-Ra, take a seat, man.
Yeah, we are. We're getting him comfy on the couch here.
What do you think about going to Detroit?
I love kneecaps. So, I like this as a value pick for Detroit. He was our 52nd rated player in this year's draft on the consensus board. So concerns about some explosiveness, and as Jordan said, stacking on the outside, getting off press coverage. Those are the concerns, but at this juncture in the draft, this is excellent value for Detroit.
All right, here we go. Beginning of day 3. It's already been exciting. We've had a lot of good Senior Bowl players go off the board, a lot of players that you mentioned as kind of the top of our board now coming off already. That's Kyle Krabs. That's Jordan Reed. This is the newest Detroit Lion. I'm on Ross St. Brown. We're going to take a little break. We'll be right back.
Stop TV, where winning is like a wiener. The bigger, the better.
Oh yeah. From Kill Cliff, the #1 clean energy drink in the mind of Joe Rogan, comes the Flamin' Joe. Sugar-free, B vitamins, electrolytes, all them good drink things. An epic spicy pineapple fusion from out of this world, straight into your drink hole. Own it. KillCliff.com.
Just show off the swag, man. You're rocking some serious chain, and I have seen some epic outfits for this NFL draft, but I got to see what you're rocking.
Right now?
Yeah, we got to see the chains, man. Show them off.
Okay, I'm gonna turn the camera around right quick.
Yeah, turn the camera around, show the whole thing. Oh yeah. Oh, the shoes are epic, dude. We love the shoes. Oh, yep. Got to see the whole thing. Got to see the whole fit. We got 1 and 2 chains. Okay. Yep, we're doing it. And a nice drippy watch.
Cartier.
Cartier. Yes, that's Cartier for everybody that's watching. It's definitely, he's swagged out. I was going to show you the swag that I brought, but now that I saw your outfit, I feel embarrassed to just show this rated rookie. This is dope though. I got this
like
nice
that.
rated rookie chain. Panini hooked me up. We got a nice rated rookie chain going, but you're pretty swagged out. So tell me about tonight. Tell me about getting drafted. How you feeling?
Man, it's been a dream come true, to just finally be able to say, I made it to the NFL. It's been a lifelong dream of mine. So, all glory to God, man. I wouldn't be in this position without him.
Okay, I got something to show you. It's this very big Terrence Marshall Jr. Panini card, okay?
Oh, yeah.
So this is a pretty cool card, man. So tell me about when you saw your card for the first time, because I have to tell you, I'm pretty sure that everybody that works for me wishes that they had a card like this, like you have.
Man, when I saw the card, I immediately said that we got to hang this up. So my mama, she put it up in the Airbnb. She put it on top of the fireplace so everybody can see it when they walk in. I love the picture. It's a great picture, great love for me.
I love that it is up on your family's mantle. You just basically took over what should be like a painting, and they chose to put your rookie card up there. So that's a pretty good spot to put that. So tell me about being reunited with Joe Brady, man. This has got to be pretty exciting for you.
Yeah, man, it's really exciting. I just got off FaceTime with him actually, and he talking good stuff. I'm glad. I asked him. I was like, why he took so long? But I'm just happy, to be reunited with him, and we about to get to work, man. I'm really excited.
Did he have a good answer for why it took so long? I wish I would have been privy to that conversation.
Basically, he was just like, man, you know how the draft go. We was trying. I've been pushing for you the whole time, so. I'm just grateful, to be selected by him.
What are you most excited about this upcoming season now that you're officially in the NFL?
I'm just excited to go ball, just go and show the world. I want to go make every team that passed up on me regret their decision.
Well, you can always pull a Tom Brady, right? And you can name off all the players that went ahead of you, right? That's the ultimate petty move. So I'm all about it. I think if you want to rock that, we're cool with it. But the last question I have for you, you got to tell the fans, what can they look forward to while watching you play in Carolina?
Man, you can look forward to touchdowns. We're going to put points on the board. We definitely going to run the score up, so get ready.
We're going to run the score up. You can look forward to touchdowns. You're going to be seeing a whole lot of touchdown celebrations in the end zone. I got to throw this one your way because you set me up for it. Touchdown celebration dance. What are you going to do? First one.
I don't dance, but I got to hit up my meant to be. That's my trademark. So my meant to be, you'll see it. You can go look at my college film. It'll pop up. Me throwing up the beat, but I'm ready to bring it to the NFL.
Love it. I love it. I can't wait to see it in the NFL. We're very excited that you're going to be a Carolina Panther, and congrats on this night, and go enjoy it with your family.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Terrence.
Brewers TV. Play, win, repeat.
Oh my,
Play, win, repeat.
oh my,
Play, win, repeat.
oh my.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back to day 3 of the 2021 NFL Draft, covered here by the Draft Network on Brinks.tv. I'm Trevor Sikkema. That's Jordan Reed. That's Kyle Krabs. We got a couple of picks to update for you as we were in the break. The Lions, they had back-to-back picks. They went Amon-Ra St. Brown before we went to break. Now they add Derek Barnes, the linebacker from Purdue. The Atlanta Falcons got Drew Dahlman, the interior offensive lineman from Stanford. And then we had, finally, Kyle, Jabril Cox come off the board. The linebacker from LSU, he goes to the Dallas Cowboys. So I'll open up the floor to you guys. Start with any of those three that you want.
Well, let's do Jabril Cox. He was the highest rated player that just got drafted.
What was he?
He was 47th overall in the TDN consensus poll.
Wow. So I'm curious. Now that he's off the board, who's the next highest?
Cam McGrone, linebacker from Michigan.
Who is ranked what?
He was 41st. So
Okay.
Jabril Cox, I was just saying, was the highest of the players that just got drafted.
Gotcha.
But one of those few remaining, like, really high-prized coverage linebacker types. I don't know about you, but, like, imagine you're Jabril Cox and you play at North Dakota State. Teams lost, twice in 10 years? Like, they're constantly a juggernaut. And then you go to LSU, who's the reigning national champions.
Uh-huh.
And they have the seasons that they did
Right.
after leaving North Dakota State.
Right.
It's like, what is this? So, but Jabril Cox was one of the
wrong way. You're going the wrong way.
That was one of the few bright spots defensively for LSU this past year was Jabril Cox and his ability to play in space and be a coverage linebacker. That's kind of the way the league is trending now. So I'm a little surprised that he lasted as long as he did. But the fact that you can get him here in the early third round going to Dallas, you think about Dallas and what they have from linebackers and their ability to play in space. I think there's a very clear niche for Jabril Cox to potentially step into in this Dallas defense.
All right, before we get to some more analysis, we got the last 10 picks up on the screen for you there. Handful of players that we said were in the Senior Bowl, now going early here on day 3. Derek Barnes to the Lions. Which one of you guys wants to talk about this? Because I felt like Derek Barnes was a big-time playmaker that came on late in the process. People just noticed him late in the process, and he's kind of a hybrid linebacker there. What do you guys think about this one?
So Barnes played both edge rusher and stack linebacker at Purdue, and when I studied him at first, it was like, okay, he flashes, but there wasn't a lot of consistency, and I think it's one of those things where you think about players who are asked to fill a number of different roles and don't really have a chance to hit their stride going into something. And Barnes put his best tape on display in 2020. But if you go back and you watch his 2019 stuff, it's like, yeah, there's something here. He's versatile, but I just don't know how well he's going to master any of those roles. And then he goes down to the Senior Bowl, and he really pops in coverage. The coverage reps in one-on-ones was where Derek Barnes on the first day, we said, who the hell's 56? And it was Derek Barnes, and it's like, oh, okay, like he's got a little something to him. And then his pro day showed that he had really dynamic testing numbers as well. So maybe a little bit of a diamond in the rough and a late bloomer, but put his best foot forward in 2020. And he's one of those guys who really stands to benefit from college football managing to get this season through and boosting his draft stock.
We're going to get to analysis on Dahlman and more on Cox. We actually have another pick that's also in the tank, but we got to get to Ben because he's got some words that he wants to get about Derek Barnes. Ben, what do you know about him?
This has been one of my guys. This is Derek Barnes. I got a little bit excited about a Boilermaker yesterday with Rondale Moore. I'm going to try to keep it locked down, but Derek Barnes, like Kyle said, greatly benefited from this season of Big Ten football. And it's so weird to have a 4-year starter be classified as a late bloomer, but he was, and it was because of the position switch. So Derek Barnes is a on-ball linebacker. We like to talk about on-ball linebackers and then stack linebackers who line up in the second level of the defense. He was an on-ball linebacker. He was a rush linebacker. So I was down. I was going to come after the quarterback. He led the team in sacks in 2019. That was just 2 seasons ago. But at 6'3", 240, 245, he was still a little bit of a tweener. We talked about this with Baron Brown in the Ohio State linebacker yesterday. So a little bit of a tweener. And in 2020, they spent more time with Derek Brown's off the ball in a traditional stack linebacker alignment. So I'm reading, reacting to the run. And sure, I can come down the line of scrimmage and blitz. That versatility might help me in the league. So he moves to an off-ball role. And we saw at the Senior Bowl some of the exciting coverage stuff that he could do. Kyle brought it up, the pro day, where he was 6'3.5", 240 pounds, running in the 4.5s. He had a 37-inch vertical jump. He had a 10-foot broad jump. These are dynamic explosiveness numbers. 4.3 short shuttle also with 33-inch arms. This is the ideal on-ball Sam linebacker role. Now that's not a role that's there for every single team, but it is an important role. So for the Detroit Lions, where Jabril Cox on-ball Sam is going to be able to be a 7 technique. He's going to be able to be on the line of scrimmage in a 2-point stance. There's going to be a tight end in front of him and he can cover that guy or he can rush. He's still a part of the linebacking core, but he's up on the line of scrimmage. Sam means our strong side linebacker. S for Sam, S for strong side. So he's going to be up there in that role, and then in the event that he needs to drop back because of defensive alignment, or excuse me, because of offensive alignment, he can do that. So this is a versatile but important role. When we look at the Lions defense, we see a lot of hybrid linebacker types. You have Jelani Tavai, who's another big and long linebacker. We have Jamie Collins, another big and long linebacker. Derek Barnes fits right into this group. And so you should be excited about the idea of him being able to play on ball and off ball, bringing more versatility to the Lions defense. Barnes, great pick. Jabril Cox is a great pick. I'm excited we got some of these linebackers finally coming off the board.
We got 2 picks that came down the pipe when Ben was talking that I want to get to. Ellerson Smith, edge rusher out of Northern Iowa. He went to the New York Giants. And we also had Bobby Brown, the interior defensive lineman from Texas A&M, going to the Los Angeles Rams. Quick thoughts? Any quick reaction on either of those guys coming off the board here? Because I got another topic that I want to get to.
Yeah, Ellerson Smith, a player that we touched on a little bit prior to the draft starting. That super long edge rusher, 6'6", 252 pounds. So as far as the measurables and then the production that he had, one of the best edge rushers in the FCS ranks, was phenomenal prior to their season being canceled a year ago. Dave Gettleman talked adamantly about just needing help off of the edge. We knew that's something that they definitely needed. But I really like this selection. Already having, I believe they selected Azeez Ojulari yesterday. So
yes, they did.
That was another selection of where they needed help off of the edge. So Dave Gettleman is just doubling down on that.
Kyle?
Tools, man. You watch him on tape, and it's very clear he's the best athlete on the field. And the big challenge is, okay, you think about probably not going to take that Lorenzo Carter type role, so he's going to be an outside pass rusher, and they like having a little bit more beef up front. So can you stack a little bit of weight on him? If you do, how much of his explosiveness can he retain, or is he just going to be a designated pass rusher for you? And if that's the direction that they choose to go, so be it. You know, and there's plenty of value in being a guy who comes on the field in third downs and wins with speed off the edge.
I feel like we say tools so much for prospects, we need to start ranking them. Like a wrench, like other handheld tools, power tools, straight buzzsaw, chainsaw. You know, like we need a tools ranking.
Okay, so give me your top of the first round, big board. What tool is at the top of the board?
Oh, Husqvarna chainsaw, without a doubt. He cut down a whole tree with that bad boy.
I don't see Husqvarna back here on the board. Very oddly specific.
Sorry, I just, it's the old tried and true. It's what I go to every time, for all the tree cutting down that I have to do. Of course, yeah, because when you look at me, you see just an absolute lumberjack on the weekend. So, all right, I want to talk about the Dallas Cowboys. You mentioned Jabril Cox, and I agree with you. We like the player. But what are the Cowboys doing? They have Jalen Smith. They have Leighton Vander Esch. They just drafted Micah Parsons and Jabril Cox. They've got big needs elsewhere on the roster. This was not a very good team last year. Granted, of course, Dak Prescott went down, but we saw there were a lot of struggles even with Dak Prescott there. So you figured they would have gone throughout the roster, and instead they're looking to replace guys that they already have there. I understand maybe you don't believe in him, but it just feels like a very redundant Dallas Cowboys draft, and I don't know if I'm going to come away from draft weekend. And look, I think that Philadelphia Eagles got some good players. I think the New York Giants have navigated the draft very well. I think the Washington football team is having a heck of a draft. Cowboys are falling flat on their face, I think. Am I wrong here?
Yeah, I mean, we won't know how this class turns out 3-4 years down the road. But as far as just
comes out with the draft grades, Jordan, that's when we'll know. The second we
Right.
publish.
Right. I would have liked to see him take a safety. Jamar Johnson from Indiana. I thought that would have been a really good selection for them.
Right.
They doubled down on corner yesterday. Those were two questionable picks as well as far as the players they selected. No Sean Wright being one of them, but and then Kendall Joseph being the other. So I would have liked to see a safety here, but you've created now a log jam on the second level.
Right.
Do you play Micah Parsons off of the edge? Is he going to predominantly play linebacker? But if you do that, what does that mean for Leighton Vander Esch and then also Jalen Smith now? So, and then we haven't even factored into the equation Jabril Cox, who probably can only be a weak side linebacker just because of his finesse type of style. He's not really attacking a linebacker that really attacks the first level urgently. So that was one of the other big reasons why he probably slipped to this point. So I think they've created more of a log jam at the position.
Kyle, what do you think?
Obviously, Sean Lee retires
Right.
finally.
Right.
You know, but you also have Leighton Vander Esch, who they declined their 5th-year option on.
Sure.
It's not looking promising for him being a long-term fixture for the team. And Jalen Smith, they give the contract extension to, and it felt like from the first snap he played on the extension, they probably regretted giving him the extension. And so that's the challenge, and that I think that was the biggest criticism that you had with Dallas and how they chose a lot of their contract extensions and the handling of Dak Prescott is it's like you signed all these other guys, including guys at perceived low-value positions, linebacker with Jalen Smith, Ezekiel Elliott, and given like big-time money to those guys before you had Dak Prescott settle. Well, now they figured that out, and the writing on the wall is now that you've got the Dak contract figured out, you're going to have to strip down some of those other big contracts. Like Jalen Smith, whenever the dead cap situation clears to the point in which it's easier pill to swallow, like I'd expect them to be gone. And Leighton Vander Esch with the injury issues that he's had and the regression from a phenomenal rookie season, would not be surprised if after this year he's gone. So, like, I guess they're kind of drafting for not just year one, but, you know, looking forward to 2022. And Jordan, you talked about Jabril Cox and being a finesse-style player and winning in coverage and on the second level, and Micah Parsons being somebody who's probably his worst asset or worst trait at this point is his pass coverage skills. You know, maybe this is a platoon between those two guys to kind of play off of each other so that they can complement each other with one specific role. Just trying to piece things together.
Sure, yeah. I got a handful of picks I want to get to, but I just wanted to say, because we've talked about the Jalen Smith contract, it's got a big out after this year.
There you go.
After this year, they can save about $5 million on the cap, and it's only about a $6 million dead cap hit. So this might be Jalen Smith's last year on the Cowboys. It might be Leighton Vander Esch's as well. So getting ahead of maybe that problem, I can see it, but you just gave him all this money not too long ago.
I would not be surprised if either one of these dudes ends up playing a significant amount of snaps because, like, Jalen Smith is not effective in coverage at all. And Leighton Vander Esch cannot stay healthy and stay on the field.
All right. We got 3 picks to rattle off here. Los Angeles Chargers, Chris Rump, edge rusher out of Duke.
Wow.
Vikings, Kini Ogane, is that how you say his name?
The Buffalo tackle?
Running back, Iowa State.
Oh, okay.
Love it.
Okay, so you love it right off the
Love
bat. I
it.
probably butchered his name terribly, but you love this pick here.
Yes.
This is for
So,
your Vikings.
It's Kene Nwangwu.
Okay.
So he's a player
That was
that
kind of close.
So
Not really, actually, but I'm going to give myself a pass. It's fine.
So a lot of people thought that he was going to go late, and he's a 6-foot back. He runs 4.32 at the pro day, and he was stuck behind Breece Hall, who's a player we'll be talking about a lot next year,
Right, yeah.
most likely, and then also David Montgomery as well when he was at Iowa State. Never had over 350 yards in his career, but he's an explosive type of option, big-time track athlete coming out of high school. I think he ran 10.5 in the 100 and like 21.9 in the 200. So I am a huge fan of Nwangwu. He was one of the late-round guys that I had a star beside as far as somebody that they could get maybe an undrafted free agency. So I'm surprised they took him this early. But with them having a huge question mark behind Dalvin Cook, I don't think they have a good number 2 running back. Right now they lost Mike Boone to Denver, so this is their guy that could come in and return kickoffs as well, which is something that they need.
Explosive,
so I'm a big fan.
man. Home run hitter. It's just a question of,
that's why you take the chance on him.
Right. That's a total roll of the dice as far as projecting him. But we talk about running backs and tread on the tires. And the silver lining with a guy like this, he's not overly productive, but the traits are really apparent. Doesn't have a lot of tread on the tires, doesn't have a lot of wear and tear. So he's somebody who you can potentially see step into a nice long-term type role for Minnesota.
I got another running back name for you.
Okay.
New England Patriots, Ramondre Stevenson. So
course.
now their draft haul is, I believe, Mac Jones, Christian Barmore, Ronnie Perkins, and Ramondre Stevenson. I feel like these are some big names here. Kyle, you said the words "of course."
Makes sense.
The name that Stevenson reminded me of when I watched him
Say
was LeGarrette Blount.
There it is.
And he is a heavy hitter with his pads. He's a big body guy, 240 pounds. But the most surprising thing about him, he loves the circle button. He loves the spin move. He breaks it out once a drive, it feels like, the spin move for a 240-pound guy. And,
yeah, he's a Madden guy. He's a video game guy for sure.
So he has, over the course of 2 seasons of play at Oklahoma, I think almost over 1,100 rushing yards, and he had 28 receptions. So there's enough of peaking at potential to be not just a heavy down, heavy personnel, 22 short yardage. I think he can play more and in more phases. And Sony Michel, I believe, is an expiring contract for them, and that's not been a selection that's materialized. And obviously they have Damian Harris, so they have another guy who could step into that early down role. But Stevenson, I think, is a great stylistic fit for what the Patriots appear to be doing with the tight ends that they bring into the picture and how much they like to run the football. So, yeah, I'm a fan of this pick for the Pats.
For more on Ramondre Stevenson, we're going to kick it over to Ben. Ben, what do you think about this guy?
Kyle's right, baby. It's the spin move. Absolutely. Ramondre is a heck of a good time to watch. And that bowling ball frame, right, 5'11", 230, 235, does give him good power when he gets into space. But it's interesting. That LeGarrette Blount comparison is really, really cool because you do wish at times that Stevenson just did more trucking. You just wish he would just initiate contact and be the aggressor, especially when he gets into his explosive runs in the second and the third level. At times, he chooses not to. And it's because his feet are actually a lot better than a lot of bigger backs' feet are. It's not like we see a lot of 230-plus pound backs anyway, but for the guys that we see, he's got really, really nice footwork, and that is reminiscent of LeGarrette Blount. Listen, the New England Patriots run power blocking, and you might think to yourself, okay, power blocking, powerful runner, that's all you need. It makes sense. Not really, right? And so when we look at power blocking schemes, they got Justin Herron and Michael Onwenu and Trent Brown, these big bodies. These are runs that are designed to hit a particular gap. And so you think about Le'Veon Bell and what he was as a bigger back, 225 plus pounds. The patience in his feet, the timing and the cadence of his path, it gives him the ability to hit that alley that's opened up by power blocking. With Michael Carter, we talked zone blocking. That's I could hit this gap, this gap, this gap, this gap, and I have to be able to read and react. In power blocking, I know I'm hitting the B gap rail. And so it's important that I have good timing, I have good balance, and then when I get that open crease, I can explode through it. And so when Ramondre Stevenson is able to keep his feet underneath him and play with balance, it gives him the ability, we saw this at Oklahoma, power blocking, to work patiently behind those pullers, to stay behind those big offensive linemen, and once he got a crease, then you explode through. And so while I wish he did spam the circle button a little bit less, just like Kyle does, that first level work is going to appeal to Bill Belichick, who absolutely loved LeGarrette Blount as a short yardage back because he always hit the right crease on time. And so Ramondre Stevenson going to be a big part of that rotation. And don't be surprised, I know they took a first-round quarterback in Mac Jones, but don't be surprised with Cam Newton already on that roster if we see Cam, Damian Harris, and Ramondre Stevenson. Heck, they got a fullback there. They got Jonnu Smith, who's a little bit of a backfield guy as well. We're going to see multiple bodies, 21 and 22 personnel used in the backfield in short yardage and goal line situations. Ton of guys who can carry the ball, go pick up 3 yards, keep drives going. That's Bill Belichick to a T. Ramondre. It's a good name for a good player.
Ben bringing up LeGarrette Blount. Get your own comp, Ben. Don't copy off Kyle. No,
Lazy.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Lazy.
It's obviously something that people have been able to link to his playing style for a long time, and it makes a lot of sense, like Ben said there. Okay, we got a couple of picks. You guys ready for it? I told you one when we were in the break, but now I got a surprise.
Withholding information. That's terrific.
That's what a good host does. Jacksonville Jaguars are first. Told you about this one. Jordan Smith, the edge rusher out of UAB. The other one, Tyler Shelvin, the interior defensive lineman from LSU, going to the Cincinnati Bengals.
Brick house. Tyler Shelvin. If you have an appreciation for 2 gapping nose tackles You're going to love Tyler Shelvin. And if you don't have an appreciation for Tyler Shelvin, you need to get one. I'm telling you right now, he is so fun to watch stack up opposing offensive linemen. He throws them around. Him and Landon Dickerson from the 2019 game was like I actually thought we just saw the rematch on HBO Max with Godzilla versus Kong.
Okay.
With those two guys
Okay,
throwing it
all
down
right.
like a heavyweight monster
Don't tell me the
match.
end. I haven't seen it yet.
I would never withhold information from you,
Trevor.
Trevor.
I want to be able to see who wins live.
So Tyler Shelvin going to Cincinnati, you think about they had Andrew Billings in that nose tackle role, and then they brought in DJ Reader, correct?
Yeah.
Joe
Yeah,
says yes.
yeah.
Joe
So
says yes.
They brought in
Off camera.
DJ Reader, and now you have Tyler Shelvin here who's in the mix. And, man, I guess this is trying to combat the running games of the Baltimore Ravens, the Cleveland Browns, and presumably the Pittsburgh Steelers, who drafted a running back in the first round. So you'd assume there's going to be an investment there, even though the offensive line is still a bit of a work in progress for them. So this is just understanding, what the landscape of your division looks like, and you got to have guys that can win up front.
We got a little time in between here because there hasn't been a pick that's been announced yet. And so, I mean, look, I just got to rope you into a conversation that Ben and I have been having on the Locked On NFL Draft podcast. You brought up Kong versus Godzilla. Who wins in an Oklahoma drill? I need a vote from both of you guys, Kong or Godzilla. If they're going head up, we're talking just Oklahoma drill style. Who's winning?
Kong, without question. To me.
It's the quickness of Kong that's
Yeah.
got, like, he's going to get up off the ground before Godzilla. But if it's
What if
it's
it's straight up? Just like your head up against him. Like you don't have to like be on your back and turn around and get up and then hit him.
I'm still going with Kong.
Probably Kong. I apologize.
I have
Still
Godzilla.
going
You
with
see the leg? You see
You didn't have to
the
tell us.
size
You-
he's got in the trunk.
But he can't get started.
Yeah, dude, he's just
Come
getting
here.
down on
Come
all
here.
fours. He's
Come
got
here.
those
Short
little
arms.
It's not. Get out of here. Go
Short
back
arms.
to your set.
Short arms.
Come on, guys.
Can't wrap up, right?
Right.
All right, Jordan Smith going to the Jaguars. Fine. Well, that's how we'll transition this. Kyle, you talked about him being a former high-star recruit. Jordan, I'll go to you for this analysis. Guy from UAB, now
Yeah.
going to the Jacksonville Jaguars, kind of staying in the area. What do you think about this pick?
Yeah, I mean, he had the off-the-field troubles at Florida. He had the off-the-field hiccup there. Ended up going to UAB where he dominated, was atop, I think, the ranks as far as pressures generated. That long, lanky build at about 6'6", 250 pounds, but is a bit raw. I think that's something that he needs to develop as far as his hand usage. He has the ankle flexion that you're looking for as far as shaving the apex of the pocket, turning and getting to the quarterback. So I think that's an area that he already has. But as far as a go-to move and really those reactionary moves or those secondary moves, that's something that he needs to develop.
Timeout.
Yes.
We've had these scouting meetings all year long. And this is the first time you break out the shaving the apex of the pocket phrasing, which is phenomenal. And I'm totally going to steal it. But I want to know why this is the first. Like, that's a tremendous visual. And that's one of the big things in scouting. And right, is like how to paint a picture in as few words as possible that's going to effectively give whoever you're communicating to a clear understanding of what you're trying to communicate. Shaving the apex of the pocket, meaning just whittling down that angle so that's not such a steep, hard turn and not getting too much depth. And they say the most useless position in the field on defense is when you're behind the quarterback, right? So that's a really good visualization. So I just wanted to call that out and give you credit for that. And
I appreciate it.
Apologies for not paying you $5 in royalties every time I use it from here on out.
Yeah, we always have these funky scouting terms that we hear over time. That's something that just immediately came to my head, just trying to paint a picture, in a sense, with these prospects.
That's how I feel about Hear Me Out. Ever since we started that series, anytime somebody just starts a sentence with Hear Me Out, I'm like, you owe me $5. Like, you just that's basically what it is. I feel like we've got some copyright there. All right, we're going to get to a quick break before we get to some more picks here on day 3 of the Draft Network's draft coverage here at Brinks HQ.
Brinks TV. Play, win, repeat.
Oh my,
Play, win, repeat.
oh my,
Play, win, repeat.
oh my.
Best ball season is here, and it's bigger than ever. With no waivers, trades, or setting lineups, it has never been easier to have a shot at the $1 million grand prize. Underdog Fantasy lets you draft a season-long league in seconds, thanks to their slick mobile app and state-of-the-art website. And best of all, if you don't love it, there's a $100 money-back guarantee. So what are you waiting for? Draft for the 2021 season today.
First and foremost, just show off the swag, man. You're rocking some serious chain, and I have seen some epic outfits for this NFL draft, but I got to see what you're rocking.
Right now,
Yeah, we got to see the chains, man. Show them off.
okay, I'm gonna turn the camera around right quick.
Yeah, turn the camera around, show the whole thing. Oh yeah. Oh, the shoes are epic, dude. We love the shoes. Oh, yep. Got to see the whole thing. Got to see the whole fit. We got 1 and 2 chains. Okay. Yep, we're doing it. And a nice drippy watch.
Cartier.
Cartier. Yes, that's Cartier for everybody that's watching. It's definitely, he's swagged out. I was going to show you the swag that I brought, but now that I saw your outfit, I feel embarrassed to just show this rated rookie. This is dope though. I got this
like
nice
that.
rated rookie chain. Panini hooked me up. We got a nice rated rookie chain going, but you're pretty swagged out. So tell me about tonight. Tell me about getting drafted. How you feeling?
Man, it's been a dream come true, to just finally be able to say, I made it to the NFL. It's been a lifelong dream of mine. So, all glory to God, man. I wouldn't be in this position without him.
Okay, I got something to show you. It's this very big Terrence Marshall Jr. Panini card, okay?
Oh, yeah.
So this is a pretty cool card, man. So tell me about when you saw your card for the first time, because I have to tell you, I'm pretty sure that everybody that works for me wishes that they had a card like this, like you have.
Man, when I saw the card, I immediately said that we got to hang this up. So my mama, she put it up in the Airbnb. She put it on top of the fireplace so everybody can see it when they walk in. I love the picture. It's a great picture, great love for me.
I love that it is up on your family's mantle. You just basically took over what should be like a painting, and they chose to put your rookie card up there. So that's a pretty good spot to put that. So tell me about being reunited with Joe Brady, man. This has got to be pretty exciting for you.
Yeah, man, it's really exciting. I just got off FaceTime with him actually, and he talking good stuff. I'm glad. I asked him. I was like, why he took so long? But I'm just happy, to be reunited with him, and we about to get to work, man. I'm really excited.
Did he have a good answer for why it took so long? I wish I would have been privy to that conversation.
Basically, he was just like, man, you know how the draft go. We was trying. I've been pushing for you the whole time, so I'm just grateful, to be selected by him.
What are you most excited about this upcoming season now that you're officially in the NFL?
I'm just excited to go ball, just go and show the world. I want to go make every team that passed up on me regret their decision.
Well, you can always pull a Tom Brady, right? And you can name off all the players that went ahead of you, right? That's the ultimate petty move. So I'm all about it. I think if you want to rock that, we're cool with it. But the last question I have for you, you got to tell the fans, what can they look forward to while watching you play in Carolina?
Man, you can look forward to touchdowns. We're going to put points on the board. We definitely going to run the score up, so get ready.
We're going to run the score up. You can look forward to touchdowns. You're going to be seeing a whole lot of touchdown celebrations in the end zone. I got to throw this one your way because you set me up for it. Touchdown celebration dance. What are you going to do? First one.
I don't dance, but I got to hit up my meant to be. That's my trademark. So my meant to be, you'll see it. You can go look at my college film. It'll pop up. Me throwing up the MTV, but I'm ready to bring it to the NFL.
Love it. I love it. I can't wait to see it in the NFL. We're very excited that you're going to be a Carolina Panther, and congrats on this night, and go enjoy it with your family.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Terrence.
Oh yeah. From Kill Cliff, the #1 clean energy drink in the mind of Joe Rogan, comes the Flamin' Joe. Sugar-free, B vitamins, electrolytes, all them good drink things. An epic spicy pineapple fusion from out of this world, straight into your drink hole. Own it. KillCliff.com.
Brewings TV. Play.
Oh,
Win.
Tyler Shelvin, thank you so much for coming back to our Day 3 coverage here at the Draft Network with Brings.tv. The most recent pick for the Cincinnati Bengals, that fella right there, big fella, Tyler Shelvin. The Bengals lost 100 defensive tackles last year to injury. It was like 3 or 4. The big one was DJ Reader, who they signed to a massive deal, free agent from the Houston Texans. He is a nose tackle. We call them space gobblers. They want to eat. And Tyler Shelvin at 360 pounds for the LSU Tigers, he is a space gobbler. Why are these players important? Because they don't really play on third downs, and they don't really have pass rush value. And it's a passing league. I hear you saying it. We need to get after the passer, pass rush. Tyler Shelvin's a matter. And it's because they can do something we call two-gapping on the defensive line. If you're just lining up between a center and a guard, you're in one gap. You're responsible for that one gap in run defense, which means for however many gaps the offense has, we need defensive players to fill them. So if everybody's just a one-gapper, we need numbers in the box to defend the run. Well, if we can steal gaps by having a player two-gap, that allows us to take one player out of the box and put him in coverage, and it's a passing league. And so that extra number in coverage helps us. Tyler Shelvin, with his length and with his anchoring ability, can two-gap, line up head up on a center. And wherever that center goes, we're going to take him, we're going to take his body and bench press him. We're going to put him away. And now we can play the A-gap on this side, or we can fall back and play the A-gap on that side. We can play two gaps. And so with DJ Reader and with Tyler Shelvin, the Bengals are ensuring that they have the defensive tackles necessary to two-gap on the interior. And when you two-gap, you can take a number out of the box and put it in coverage. And that is how you win against passing offenses in the NFL. It's by changing the numbers so you have an advantage down the field. Tyler Shelvin represents an important player, even if it's only on first downs, even if it's only first and second down, those running downs. He's an important player because he helps you with your pass coverage on early downs. Shelvin was one of the best players left. However, he is off the board. For our 5 best players remaining, we toss it back to Trev in the main studio.
All right, everybody. Welcome back to the Draft Network's coverage of Day 3 of the 2021 NFL Draft. We're going to give you our 5 best players available before we get to some selections that happened over the break. Number 1 is Cameron McGrone, the linebacker from Michigan. 2, Jamar Johnson, the safety from Indiana. Tommy Togiai, the interior defensive lineman from Ohio State. Davian Nixon, the interior defensive lineman from Iowa. And then Brevin Jordan, the tight end from Miami. We're going to get into a lot of talk about each one of those prospects, specifically Brevin Jordan, because of some of the players that were just selected. And if you'll notice, this is not Jordan. That's not Kyle. What I have here with me now is Joe Marino and Brentley Wiseman. So we're switching it out. We're doing a little hockey change of lines here in the break, right? So we're getting fresh legs out here. Thank you for joining me, boys. I've got 6 picks, actually.
Let's do it.
To just rapid fire throw at you that we got during the break. Eagles, Zach McPherson, the cornerback out of Texas Tech. Washington football team, we got John Bates, the tight end out of Boise State. Minnesota Vikings, Cam Bynum, the corner from Cal. Okay. Carolina Panthers, Chuba Hubbard, the running back from Oklahoma State. Indianapolis Colts, Kylan Grayson, the tight end from SMU. And then the Steelers went with David Moore Jr., the offensive tackle from Texas A&M. So all of those names off the board. Does something stick out to you? Is there a player that you want to get to real quick, Joe? You seem to be nodding your head.
Yeah,
really
there's a couple that I like, but the one that I like the most is Zach McPherson, the Texas Tech corner.
That'll make Ben happy hearing that.
Eagles. I told Ben, I said, brother, you got to watch this guy. And he didn't do it. And so now he's clueless on the Eagles pick. But I'm here to tell you.
Calling Ben out.
Listen, Ben tweeted it out. So we definitely have a receipt that I'm not just calling him out. He called himself out. Zach McPherson, one of my favorite day 3 cornerbacks. And he's a guy that I got to a little bit later in the process. And I'm glad I did because I saw a good football player. In the Big 12, all they do is throw the football around the yard. And it's hard to stop it. But Zach McPherson was a guy that it was difficult for other teams to really go after and find success. I think he's scheme versatile. He's aggressive as a tackler. He has good ball skills. And I think this is one of those guys that I look at and say, he could probably deliver higher than where he was taken. I think this is a great pick for the Eagles.
Yeah, to me, I mean, when you think about what was the most commonly mocked position to the Eagles, right, all throughout the process.
Corner.
Corner.
For sure.
Either
Yeah.
Surtain or Horn. Unfortunately for the Eagles, both are off the board. And so it's a bit surprising to wait to the 4th round to address arguably your biggest need. But as Joe mentioned, McPherson's a heck of a player, and I think it's a great fit.
All right, let's talk about these 2 tight ends that went off the board. We got John Bates. We got Kylan Grayson. Neither of them are named Brevin Jordan. Yeah. Brevin Jordan sitting here in the 4th round, which, Joe, you and I have talked about before. We were just talking about a few minutes ago. That part might not be shocking that Brevin Jordan's here.
Yeah.
But the fact that we're now getting multiple tight ends, even guys of the same archetype with him, getting picked over Brevin Jordan, that's a shock, is it not?
Absolutely. So Brevin Jordan, I think, has always been a player that's a little overrated. You saw some of those big-time plays at Miami, yards after the catch, but when you really dig into the tape and you see how he was used, a very elementary approach to the position, and there's just a lot of work, and tight ends are a very slow-developing position as is, and I thought that Brevin Jordan was always one of those guys that had a long curve against him. The surprise, like you said, Trev, is that we're seeing a blocking tight end out of Boise State, really doesn't profile as anything dynamic in the passing game, going ahead of him. And then Kylan Granson from SMU, who I thought was the discount version in a lot of ways of Brevin Jordan, even later in the draft. So I think you're exactly right. You hit the nail on the head. Not surprised that he's still available now, but to see some of these other names come off the board, maybe there's something about Brevin Jordan that we don't know.
Brentley, I want to talk about the Steelers finally drafting an offensive tackle. It's Dan Moore Jr. from Texas A&M, but what do you think about them waiting this long to address the position?
Yeah, and Dan Moore, he's a player with good size, really good length. He's competitive in run blocking, and he's smooth in pass protection. But to me, it says they have a lot of faith in their young guys, and Zach Banner coming off of a torn ACL.
They better.
To be their left tackle, and then Chooks a core 4, at right tackle. He played a lot last year, and I thought he was pretty good. He's solid, and so I do think it's a risk waiting this long and not necessarily drafting a guy you feel great about starting a day one. But, apparently they don't really care about protecting Big Ben Roethlisberger.
But if you're going to wait, I love the guys that they've come away with. And I was very critical of the Najee Harris pick. I was critical of the Pat Fryermuth pick. But then they bounce back and get a couple of my favorite mid-round offensive linemen, and Kendrick Green out of Illinois, a versatile guy that I think could play guard or center for them. And one of my favorite offensive tackles in this range, more from Texas A&M, an experienced starter. And I think he's been slept on. You watch his tape, and he's handling these really dynamic pass rushers in the SEC. So that's why, as Kyle Krabs tells us all the time, the draft is longer than 7 rounds. And you got to let that whole body of work unfold and be critical after the fact, because in the moment, you have to remind yourself there's more picks coming. And I think that the Steelers have done a nice job bouncing back and addressing that critical need that is the offensive line.
I can't remember which one of you were saying it. I believe it was on day 1. Maybe it was day 2. It was after the Fryermuth pick. Somebody said, hey, you know what? Mike Tomlin has earned the right for us to just let him. All right, I'm going to give Dre a shout out there. He knows it. Mike Tomlin has earned the right for us to just trust him a little bit.
Yeah.
And you know what? He's right. We're sitting here, and it's our job to talk about the picks that are made, what we see as the outlook, and it feels like the valuation of the offensive line and the running backs and the tight ends probably should have been flipped a little. You emphasize the offensive line with the earlier picks, and you go running back, tight end later, but now it looks like a more all-around haul here for the Pittsburgh
Don't be a
Steelers.
victim of the moment. And you saw that with me with the Steelers. You're seeing that with the Miami Dolphins fans and running backs. You're seeing it with the Bills fans and cornerbacks. Don't be a victim of the moment. There's more ways than just the pick that we're responding to in that moment to help your football team in those areas. There's more picks coming. There's free agency. Right after the draft, we're going to see a little wave of free agency for guys, veterans that have been holding out for the right opportunity. And as teams aren't able to fill needs, they could still get to them after the draft. So I think that's a good learning lesson for us as we continue to respond to these picks.
What do you guys think about Chuba Hubbard going to the Carolina Panthers?
Yeah, I think it's a great fit, right? They lost Mike Davis in free agency, and C-Mac, Christian McCaffrey, he has tended to been a little injury prone so far in his career. And so Chuba Hubbard is a guy to me that has gone a little disrespected a little bit in this process. He's a guy who back in 2019 was ultra productive, ran for over 2,000 yards, really just a home run, dynamic running back, outstanding speed, outstanding burst, really good vision. And he's a guy I think, there's some room for him to improve in the passing game, but I love his fit with the Carolina offense as a backup to C-Mac, and I really like this pick.
Yeah, so you have to think Matt Rule and Phil Snow know something about Chuba Hubbard and how good he was back in 2019 in the Big 12, right?
I mean, the dude was racking up
He
stats
was
all
extremely
over the place.
productive, and my question was, hey man, why didn't you come out? Like, you got to strike when the iron's hot. I thought about Bryce Love and how he went back, and things kind of fell off the rails for him. Here's what I like about the pick is when I think about Carolina and some of the backup running backs that they've acquired throughout the years, you think about Mike Davis, and they had the Florida running back that they recently drafted. They never really got a guy that's anything like Christian McCaffrey, right? So this offense is built around Christian McCaffrey and everything that he brings to the table, but your backup running backs are downhill power backs. And so when you lose Christian McCaffrey, your offense has to be completely reimagined because you don't have that skill set. I'm not saying that Chuba Hubbard is Christian McCaffrey, but at least there's some elements there in terms of speed, ability to catch the football out of the backfield and be a threat in the flats that allows them to continue replicating some of those ingredients. I'm not super high on Chuba Hubbard. I wish he had more vision, wish he had more contact balance, but I'm not going to argue with the explosiveness and what he can bring to the Carolina offense.
Sure. All right, we got 4 picks because I just got another one that came in, and it's 4 names that I think you guys know really well. Tampa Bay Buccaneers traded up with the Seattle Seahawks to go get Jalen Darden, the wide receiver from North Texas. The Los Angeles Rams got Robert Rochelle, the cornerback from Central Arkansas. The Baltimore Ravens got Tylan Wallace, wide receiver from Oklahoma State.
Love it.
You love to see it.
Pick.
And then the Cleveland Browns, Tommy Togiai, the interior defensive
Browns.
lineman from Ohio State. We got some big names there. Where
do we start?
They're all good picks. I feel like I want to start with Tommy Togiai, the defensive tackle from Ohio State.
One of the highest guys left on our board.
Yes, I had him graded pretty highly. And when I thought about this Cleveland Browns team going into this draft, my biggest questions were defensive line and depth on the defensive line. And they did a good job addressing needs at cornerback and even linebacker so far. But the defensive line was something I was waiting to see. And so to be able to be patient, let the board fall to you and get what I think is going to be a quality rotational defensive lineman in Togiai right away is really good work by Andrew Berry and this Brown staff.
Cleveland's killing it.
Yep.
They're having a great draft.
To think they were able to be patient, get Greg Newsome at corner, get Jeremiah Usu-Koramoah in the second round, that's someone I mocked them in the first round, for God's sake. And then Anthony Schwartz from Auburn, who has that 4.25 speed to be that vertical threat. And then, as Joe mentioned, to be patient and get Tommy Togiai, a really physical, really stout run defender, to be in this defensive line rotation. Man, hats off to the Cleveland Browns.
Cleveland Browns already one of the stronger rosters in the NFL, I think. Honestly, according to what we think here at TDN, got a lot better this weekend. I know where we're going next. We're going to Tylan Wallace next because Ben's got to have the first word on it. He's in my ear and he's like, "Bring it over. I got to talk about Tylan Wallace." Ben, take it away.
I gotta talk about Tylan, baby! Tylan Wallace. This is such an interesting player to talk about. And I'll tell you why. It's because when we talk about, in scouting, we talk about skills and we talk about traits. Now, skills, ball tracking, right? Making catches through contact, the ability to elevate on time for a ball that's up in the air. These are just things you need to be able to do to play the wide receiver position. They're skills. Traits are more so our athletic ideas, right? So do you have long arms? Gives you a larger catch radius. Do you have quickness? Do you have flexibility in your ankles and your knees that allows you to separate on the line of scrimmage? So we have skills and we have traits. Tylan Wallace is a difficult evaluation because the skills don't match the traits. He's 5'11", $190, and he has pretty short arms for the wide receiver position. Look at it here, 30 and 3/8 inch arms, and yet he's one of the best contested catch receivers we've had over recent years. Only a 33-inch vertical jump as well. These are fine numbers, but usually we expect our outside 9-ball contested catch guys to have length and have explosiveness and to be really well built with physicality to win on that sideline. Tylan doesn't have those traits, but he has those skills. That timing to go up in the air, the concentration to catch through contact is tremendous. And then when you see him with the opportunity to run some more diverse routes in this Oklahoma State offense, you see some really nice timing and some nice rhythm, some good separation ability, and yet he doesn't really have elite quickness. And so he is a player who is very, very skilled. but the athletic traits aren't exactly what you like to see for a early bet. So take him in round 4. And when you're the Baltimore Ravens with Rashad Bateman in hand, tremendous possession receiver, tough over the middle of the field, good and contested catch, you repeat that. You bring in a lot of the same skills with Tylan Wallace, who may not be athletically the same, but has that ability. I love the Ravens. Bateman and Tylan Wallace, 2 of my receivers in this class, getting possession guys to get this passing game a little more consistent instead of just being focused on these deep vertical speed players. This is Lamar Jackson's best friend. Oh, I love the Tylan Wallace pick. I love the player. Thank you, Trev, for giving him to me. I appreciate it.
Oh, I love listening to how excited Ben was with Tylan Wallace because me and him have loved Tylan for so long now. It seems like he's been putting on a show at Oklahoma State. He had the injury. He bounced back. Now he goes to the perfect spot with the Baltimore Ravens. What do you guys think about this one?
Yeah, it really is the perfect spot. When you think about what Baltimore has needed really for the entire length of Lamar Jackson's career, it's someone who can win in contested situations, someone who has strong hands over the middle, someone who, on third down, Lamar Jackson's going to feel comfortable with a security blanket and a chain mover. That's exactly what Tylan Wallace is. He runs excellent routes, outstanding technician in terms of leverage and setting up defenders, and then again, just really strong, consistent, reliable hands. And when you think about Rashad Bateman, who they got in the first round, right? The days of Lamar Jackson having to rely on Marquise Hollywood Brown on third down are over. He has now 2 consistent players who can be chain movers where Lamar's not going to feel, oh, if Marquise Brown's covered, take it and run. No, we have guys who can separate and make contested catches over the field.
Not to mention Mark Andrews in that offense as well. So I think you look at this Ravens draft class as it's starting to come together, and obviously I think we all love the Rashad Bateman pick and Ofada Owe in the first round. Ben Cleveland, definitely a brand type guy that's going to get downhill and move bodies out of the way. I think they had an opportunity to upgrade at one of those guard spots. Now we're talking about Tylan Wallace and what he can mean to this wide receiver core. And I just think that this is typical Eric DeCosta, Baltimore Ravens, boards falling to them, getting guys where you can immediately envision the role.
Yep.
And that's why the Ravens are always good.
Yep. I remember Daniel Jeremiah talking about this before when it came to the Baltimore Ravens. It's just like they identify those Ravens kind of players, and they draft them. And that's the 100%. Reason why we have this conversation. This comes up every single year. A guy gets drafted to Baltimore, and we go,
yep,
of course, right? Yep. You can already picture them in the Ravens uniform.
Was there a better stylistic fit in terms of Ben Cleveland going to the Ravens?
No.
No. I mean, it was perfect.
How did we not mock that? Like, I'm ashamed of myself.
All right, so we get 2 other guys that we haven't talked about yet. Jalen Darden, the wide receiver from North Texas, going to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and then Robert Rochelle, the cornerback from Central Arkansas, going to the Rams. Where do you guys want to open this one up?
Well, let's start with the Super Bowl champion Buccaneers and Jalen Darden. And, I mean, what does Bruce Arians like to do? Throw the football down the field, no risk it, no biscuit. He's got a vertical guy here in Darden that at North Texas, man, nobody can run with this guy, right? Yeah. He was just a better athlete than everyone else out there. And so as you think about the Buccaneers, a stacked team, they're not really missing anything from last year's roster. You start to think, what can we add? What dynamics can we add? And I'm not saying that they didn't have good vertical receivers, but as you start to imagine, like, these draft picks and how we can get them to the roster and how they can help us, I think it's pretty clear with Jalen Darden as that vertical receiver, and he's also good in the return game.
For me, it's the fact that Jalen Darden is coming from a small school. Mm-hmm. He's a little slight build, but the speed is undeniable. The playmaking ability is undeniable. And for a team like Tampa that has very little needs, why not shoot your shot here in the 4th round? This could be a high upside pick, right? And so to me, I love this fit. He has the ability to kind of learn under another smaller guy, Antonio Brown, maybe learn some of those nuances that Brown has.
Right.
I mean, to me, this could be a home run in a couple of years.
All of a sudden, this room is super deep, right? I mean, you look at, of course, Mike Evans, Chris Godwin at the top. You have Scotty Miller, who could be the vertical threat. They drafted Tyler Johnson in the 5th round last year. Now they add Jalen Darden to the mix. And, yeah, I mean, this is what Tampa wanted to do. They wanted to get their roster even stronger for a rebuild to go for 2, as they would say. Hold on, I have another pick that I have to get to. And I have to get to this one because we thought Kyle was on here, but 10 minutes ago, and said I would not be shocked if we did not see a quarterback get selected.
Oh boy, did we get one
until the back of the 5th round or the 6th round. It is the New Orleans Saints It is Sean Payton, and it is Ian Book. Here in the fourth round.
Wow, the over-under on the betting odds there was
like 207.
207, and he's off the board.
I'm
now.
glad I didn't touch
33.
it. I'm glad
I was
going to
take the under because I watched the tape on Ian Book, and I knew that he wasn't that good. I mean, this is really...
So wait, hold on. So you're saying you were going to take the over on it?
Yeah, I butchered that, but you know what I meant to say there.
Yeah, I did. I undermeant what you stood.
We've watched a lot of Ian Book, and he's been surrounded by good players at Notre Dame, and I think he's been able to overachieve, but he's just not a guy that's very good at keeping the offense on schedule with his decision making, and he's a better athlete than I think we get him credit for, but I just don't know that he has a very high ceiling. But we're not talking about, this is the fourth round. This isn't drafting guys that you think are going to be a starter. It's definitely a dart throw, and I mean, I guess it's funny because I think you watch some of those national broadcasts and you see the comparisons that these analysts like to bring into the table, and it wasn't uncommon to see that name Drew Brees, but let's temper our expectations. I don't think that he has that type of talent.
I actually got to go. We're going to keep talking about Ian Book, I guarantee you, but we got to go to a top five because we got to update TDN's top five, their best available here right now. After that Ian Book selection, I'm just kidding, Ian Book wasn't on there with the top five, but to update it here, we got one name off. Tommy Togiai is off the list, and so it's Cam McGrone, it's Jamar Johnson, it's Davian Nixon, it's Brevin Jordan, and Janarius Robinson, the edge rusher from Florida State, now sneaks in there. Joe, I remember you talked quite a bit about that Florida State defensive line going into the season. Janarius Robinson is one of those guys. So he sneaks in here as this new name for our top five best available. What do you know about him?
Oh, I know a lot. I've been working on this Florida State defense for a while, and Robinson's a guy that I don't think he reached his ceiling in college. Obviously, Florida State has had a ton of struggles with their coaching staff and a lot of very underdeveloped football players in that program. But Janarius Robinson has every tool in the box that you're looking for. Length, size, explosiveness. He's loose. He's powerful at the point of attack. He's just underdeveloped. And I think for a team that's in this range looking for an edge, you're going to be well served by targeting Janarius Robinson and all the tools that he brings to the table.
Well, I'm glad that you introed him that way because he just got picked.
Oh, wow. This is a good
timing, baby.
So
beautiful
we're going
timing.
to get another one. Jordan Reed is pumped up behind the
the
camera
Vikings?
right now. The Minnesota.
Oh,
nice.
Oh,
nice.
boy.
What about the fit here?
For me, this is a great fit, right? They think about they drafted Patrick Jones in the third round, and Patrick Jones, he's more of a linear, right? Just doesn't have the overall kind of power that Janarius Robinson has, and so I think Joe said it best. This is a guy who has all the physical attributes to be a really good player in the NFL. He only had 8 sacks at his time during Florida State. I think we're going to see him be a much better pro than he was a college player. But real quick, going back to Ian Book, we just showed our top 5, right, on the board. Cam McGrone, Hamster Darshall-Dean, Davion Nixon, Brevin Jordan. And the New Orleans Saints took Ian Book in the 4th round where there's legit potential day one starter still available for a team that's in cap hell still, and you're going to take potentially a 3rd string quarterback.
Bradley,
I don't get it.
How
I genuinely don't
you?
get this.
How dare you criticize the scouting department that delivered Alvin Kamara and Marcus Williams and
Marcus
and
Davenport.
Ryan
Oh,
Ramczyk
yeah,
in the
Marcus
same
Davenport.
draft? I'm with you. Bad pick. Yeah, but this is a better pick than Patrick Jones for the Minnesota Vikings in
no
my
question.
mind. And I would have taken Janarius Robinson middle of day 2 without hesitation. And so I like the idea here for Rick Spielman to invest in premium positions with toolsy guys. And I think this is a really nice swing for them to continue rebuilding this edge room. And, it's not Daniil Hunter and the guy who's the guy that they lost. And the name is escaped. Not Yannick Ngakoue, the long-term guy, Everson Griffin. It's not vintage Everson Griffin and Daniil Hunter anymore, right? Daniil Hunter's coming off of this back thing. He's a little unhappy with the situation there. Great swing of the bat here for Rick Spielman.
Yeah, there's some rumors that Hunter's trying to demand a trade out of there.
Yeah.
So
that would be an absolute nightmare.
Yeah.
Well, he's got that back
would.
thing, right? So he's missed all of last year with a back injury, and that's concerning. Obviously, the value wouldn't be there for Minnesota to really get a good return on Hunter, and there's plenty of questions about what he can be. And now we've seen them double down on edge rushers. I think it's fair to start asking some questions.
Joe, who are some other guys that now that Robinson's off the board that you would consider some of the best available? It does not have to be the very next guy.
Yeah.
We can leave that to the graphic to show the people in a minute. But who are just a handful of players that even you yourself are maybe higher on than the overall consensus staff that you'd like to see get off the board here in the 4th round?
And Quincy Roche, the edge from Miami, I think he's a very detailed pass rusher. I'm a big fan of Trill Williams, the other cornerback at Syracuse is a player that I think would be a steal at this point in the draft. And Kenneth Gainwell from Memphis is a fun football player. You're always looking for X factors on offense. Gainwell will be a great pick for somebody in this range.
All right, so that's a handful of guys. We could see their names come off the board very soon. Apparently, if we throw up the graphic, that means that they're going to get drafted like 60 seconds later. So for more on Day 3's draft coverage, stay tuned. We'll be back after the break.
Brings TV. Play, win, repeat. Oh my. Play, win, repeat. Oh my. Play, win, repeat. Oh my.
This is where it starts, where your story begins. This is the trail you blaze yourself. And step by step, you get stronger, faster, better. This is where it starts. How will you finish? Ingles, we're with you every step of the way.
As a reward for making Gilcliff the undisputed clean energy drink of America and beyond, we've packed in more B vitamins, electrolytes, and killer taste than ever. And as a bonus, we've made the ultimate loyalty program. It's not a cult, it's not a club, it's the Gilcliff Cult Club. Tap into special offers like flash sales and exclusive merch, deep discounts, and eternal awesomeness. Go to Gilcliff.com to get your discounts on.
Tonight was obviously a big night for you. So tell me, how does it feel? You're officially a New England Patriot.
Honestly, it feels amazing. Just the whole experience from finishing the national championship game to all the way through. So I'm just really blessed to be a part of a great organization with great coaches and great players. So honestly, couldn't ask for a better situation, and I'm just really fired up to get up there and kind of learn the new system.
It's one of the more storied systems and a good system for quarterbacks to go into. So when you get the initial reaction, right, when you hear that you're going to New England, you're going to be playing for Coach Belichick, what's the first thing that's running through your mind? Because I think Nick Saban and Bill Belichick, there's a lot that goes in there that are very similar.
Yeah, there are a lot of similarities. I mean, the two programs our program at Alabama was awesome, and there's a lot of similarities with the culture and doing your job correctly and being a good teammate and, caring a lot about the team. So I'm looking forward to kind of seeing the differences and learning how to adjust, because that's all part of it. You're coming from one system, but it's going to be a little bit different, and then just buy into the principles and values of what they're trying to get us to do. And then from there, like I said, just be a really good teammate like I was at Alabama, and then it'll all work out in my favor, hopefully.
I think it'll work out in your favor because Nick Saban's about the best testament or best way you could get set up to get ready to go play in the NFL. So tell me about your first look with your card, right? So we're here with Panini. They send you got this trading card, you look at it and you're on there, right? So what was it like to see the first look?
Yeah, it's pretty wild. I mean, I'm familiar with the trading card business growing up and stuff, and didn't trade cards crazy, but I always remember my friends and classmates and stuff had them. And, once you kind of look at it and you're like, okay, that's me. It really is pretty cool. And, a lot of my teammates probably say the same thing at Alabama when they saw their first card. You're kind of like, whoa, that's pretty cool. But it's really cool that, to be able to be a part of what you guys do and how it enhances the fan experience. It just makes it a lot more cool. I mean, when you can get a card of your favorite player, or even if it's not your favorite player, just to have it. I know it means a lot to the fans and a lot to people who enjoy trading cards.
It was a big night for your teammates, right? Big night for Alabama. So how excited are you for your other guys? Because I talked to
Yeah.
Jalen Waddle earlier. He showed off his chain. He was
Oh, yeah.
he was really swagged out. So how are you feeling for your boys?
Well, I feel great. I mean, just sitting there with them and seeing their families for kind of like the last time as an Alabama team or group. It was awesome just to see them around the hotel and stuff like that. And then, people start getting picked and then they're on their way. So you kind of have to, I'm asking questions. I'm like, hey, did this guy get picked yet? Or did he get picked? In regards to my teammates, just checking in. And I was all out there running around doing media stuff. So at the end of the day, I think the guys that didn't get picked tonight, I don't think they should feel, ashamed or anything like that. I mean, it's no big deal. That's what I told them. I mean, you got to keep your head up, and tomorrow's a new day, and hopefully, a team takes a chance on those guys, and we'll have a lot of guys drafted. So I'm really looking forward to seeing the other guys tomorrow as well.
Yeah, you guys are what we'd call an NFL pipeline, right?
Yeah.
I think there's going to be quite a few more Alabama prospects that make their way to the NFL tomorrow. I'll leave you with this. And the NFL has a lot of rabid fan bases, but there are very few that are as rabid as Boston sports fans and the New England Patriots fan base. So what do you want them to know about you? Because, man, if you show out for them, they will love you forever. Even if you're Tom Brady and you leave, they still love him, right? Yeah. So it's like, how do you go into this situation knowing that Boston sports fans, man, that's a crazy bunch.
Yeah, Boston is one of the best sports cities in the whole world. So to be able to go there, I mean, there's pressure, but it's good. I mean, pressure, makes it more fun, and they want you to win. And if you don't win, they're not going to like you as much. But that's just kind of how it was at Alabama, and that's how it will be at the Patriots. And I'm just looking forward to kind of learning from the guys that are already on the team and learn how to win in the NFL and do whatever I can do to help Cam and Jarrett Stidham kind of progress as quarterbacks as well.
Well, I think you're going to be set up for success. As I said, Nick Saban's about the best opportunity you could have to set yourself up for the NFL. So we're over at Panini and Draft Network. We wish you well. Good luck with your first season, and thanks for joining us.
Awesome. Thank you.
Brinks TV.
Welcome back to our wall-to-wall coverage here with the Draft Network and Brinks.TV of Day 3, the final day of the 2021 NFL Draft. We are so proud to be partnered with Panini, who you just saw there, Mac Jones, and of course the Panini cards, Amon-Ra St. Brown and Tylan Wallace. We are giving away Panini prize packs all day today, which have merch, shirts, and hats, as well as cards, including some early access rookie cards. But you can only get those by joining in with our draft poll question on Brinks.TV. This one, who will win the Offensive Rookie of the Year? Of course, we have newly minted Jaguars quarterback Trevor Lawrence, newly minted Bears quarterback Justin Fields, and Trey Lance, who ended up the 3rd overall pick to the San Francisco 49ers. Hop on Brinks.TV to answer this question and have your chance to win a Panini prize pack. And of course, we're going to be answering fan questions live on the air on the virtual studio next time we throw back to break. So make sure you stay on the stream and ask your questions on YouTube, on Twitter, or with the Draft Network Premium to have a chance to have it answered on screen. We're going to go back to Trev, the couch, and all the picks right over there.
All right, boys. Got a couple more picks for you.
Let's hear 'em.
You ready for it?
Yeah.
Going rapid fire. We got 4. Tennessee Titans, Rashad Weaver, edge rusher from Pittsburgh. Arizona Cardinals, Marco Wilson, cornerback from Florida.
Oh, boy.
Seattle, I know where we're going first. Seattle Seahawks, Trey Brown, the corner from Oklahoma.
I like that.
Then with the Dallas Cowboys up again, Josh Ball, the offensive tackle from Marshall. We're starting with the pick. They got the oh boy reaction from Joe. Marco Wilson going to the Arizona Cardinals here in the 4th round.
Now, you might want to take your shoes off for this analysis. Look, Marco Wilson, at this point in the draft, I don't think there's too much to be critical of. The Cardinals needed cornerback, right? It's a big-time need for this football team. And Marco Wilson had really good testing, but I thought his tape was very much up and down. And at this point, it just feels like Arizona said, we got to get a corner. They're running thin. They went up and got a guy that at least gave them some athleticism at the position.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, as Joe mentioned, it fills a need. And that's, again, corner is a position that a lot of us had mocked to them in the 1st round. And so I'm not going to be overly critical. I do think there's better corners available that they could have taken. I think Keith Taylor from Washington would have made a little more sense. But at the end of the day, it does feel a need.
What about Rashad Weaver?
Yeah.
I'd like to hear your
Tennessee.
thoughts here because you were the Patrick Jones guy yesterday, so you know Rashad Weaver pretty well.
Yeah, so this is an interesting fit in this hybrid front that Mike Vrabel likes to run for the Tennessee Titans. And one of my concerns with Rashad Weaver is that he's kind of a loopy pass rusher, a guy that really has to take some extra steps at the top of his rush to work back underneath the quarterback. And so I think in this defense, they're going to be able to get him in some wider alignments and set himself up to be a little bit more of a linear pass rusher, which I think can help. And I know it sounds weird because you may look at the testing, right? The agility testing with Rashad Weaver and see that he has unbelievable 3-cone and short shuttle, but I didn't necessarily see that on tape. So I like the idea here. And obviously Harold Landry is a free agent after this season, and Bud Dupree, a big free agent signing of theirs, is coming off of an injury. So I think this is a good insurance pick. I'm interested to see how he fits into this defense and if this is the right spot for him to reach his ceiling.
Yeah, I like Weaver. You know, he's a guy who came off an injury back in 2019. I think it was a knee ACL injury, and he's a guy who came back in 2020 and he had a good year. Back in his best year in 2019 before the injury, he's a guy who showed me a wide variety of pass rush moves. He's a technician in my opinion, and his pro day numbers were surprising because I definitely didn't see a good athlete on tape. But I appreciate his motor. I appreciate his versatility. I think he's a guy who can play on the edge but also kick inside. And so as Joe mentioned, Tennessee's kind of hybrid defense that really likes to value versatility. This is a good value here.
I want to get to the Seahawks pick. They get Trey Brown, the corner from Oklahoma. We're now 2 picks into the Seahawks' big draft haul of having 3 total picks, okay? Dwayne Eskridge with their first selection in the second round. Now Trey Brown here, the corner from Oklahoma. It's hard to do a lot with 3 picks, but were these the right directions for the Seahawks?
Oh, boy, I didn't love the Eskridge pick. I think they definitely had a need at wide receiver, so I don't necessarily hate the position that they went after. But Eskridge, a converted cornerback, and I thought he was raw, right? He's an older prospect, converted player, didn't necessarily show much as a route technician, inconsistent ball skills. At Western Michigan, this guy was able to attack space. Nobody can run with him, throw him the football, and he beats a couple pursuit angles and he scores a touchdown. Be a little bit more difficult in the NFL. The more recent pick, Trey Brown, I think is a bit of a late bloomer. He's a guy that, the Big 12 wasn't shy about going after this guy, and he gave up his share of completions, but he's competitive, and I mean, I think there's a ceiling for him to develop into, but I'm not sure that I'm expecting much right away out of Trey Brown.
Well, Ben's got some words that he wants to say about this Trey Brown pick. Ben, take it away.
Trey Brown, the corner out of Oklahoma, here to the Seattle Seahawks. I got to tell you, I like Trey Brown. I wasn't so sure about what's going to be happening in Seattle with the Seahawks. So we look at a Seahawks prototypical corner. They signed Ahkello Witherspoon in free agency. They had Shaquille Griffin, who they drafted a couple years ago. Trey Flowers. We're looking at 6'1 plus. We're looking at 33-inch arms. That is decisively not Trey. And I love Trey Brown. And in Oklahoma, listen, they had him multiple-year starter playing up at the line of scrimmage, both in the nickel and on the outside. They had him playing press, and they had him playing aggressive. You saw me go bananas on Tylan Wallace, the Oklahoma State wide receiver. He struggled when he went up against Trey Brown this past year. Tylan doesn't like physicality. Trey Brown loves him a little contact, Petey. But he is not the size that we typically see for Seattle corners. So we're expecting 6'1", 33-inch arms. Trey Brown is sub 5'10". His arms are significantly shorter than 33 inches. And so this might represent a little bit of a philosophy shift. That corner size, those benchmarks, those were established during the mid-2010s when Seattle was in the Legion of Boom, 5th-round pick. Richard Sherman, undrafted free agent, Byron Maxwell. We're going to have big, long, strong. We're going to put him up on the line of scrimmage, press cover 3, and we're going to try to take away vertical routes. Well, we see right now in Seattle, they tried it with Quentin Dunbar, Trey Flowers, Shaquille Griffin. They haven't had the same amount of success. So, yes, Ahkello Witherspoon's there, but DJ Reed right now projects to be their other starting outside corner. While he has good length, he's not very tall. Ugo Amadi is the guy they project to play in their nickel. He's a converted safety out of Oregon. 5'8". Trey Brown is another shorter player. And so what's interesting to watch in the NFL draft is the way that positional archetypes and threshold measurements change. I was asked to make a list of Seattle corners, and I did not have Trey Brown on the list because I didn't think he was big and long enough. However, the physicality and the demeanor is indicative of a player who can play on the line of scrimmage, whether on the outside or preferably in the league in the slot. And so Seattle's corner room over the last 8-9 years shrinking. I don't think I'm going to qualify for their height anytime soon. 5'7", maybe still a little low, but this is how we see NFL draft philosophies change. Even when front offices and general defensive schemes remain, you start experimenting with different body types and trying to find new exploitable edges. So Trey Brown, a very likable player and now a very interesting spot in Seattle. Trev and the couch, it's all yours.
Thanks, Ben. Got 3 more picks for you boys. You ready for it? Dante Smith, the offensive tackle from East Carolina.
Okay.
He goes to the Cincinnati Bengals.
Okay.
Pittsburgh Steelers. Now, you took a guess because we saw what the pick was beforehand. You said Cam McGrone, who was the number 1 linebacker that we have left on the board. It is a linebacker, but it's Buddy Johnson, the linebacker from Texas A&M. Okay. Then our final pick that we're talking about, Los Angeles Rams, Jacob Harris, the wide receiver / tight end hybrid player from UCF.
Wow. Yeah. Where do you want to start?
Harris is interesting.
Yeah.
Soccer player, recently became a football player, and he made some big-time plays down the field for UCF, but there's obviously a lot of work ahead for him as he learns the nuances of playing football, and I'm not sure if he's going to be a receiver or a tight end for them, but a big height, weight, speed guy that made some big-time plays. I mean, these are the types of swings I love to see on day 3.
To me, Sean McVay, he's throwing that ball deep.
Yeah.
I mean, think about Tutu Atwell in the second round. We can hate on the pick all we want. At the end of the day, Matt Stafford is going to enjoy chucking bombs to him. And Jacob Harris is a guy not many people knew about until UCF's pro day where he completely lit it up. And so he's more of a projection. As Joe mentioned, he's a little raw. The one knock on him to me is his age. He is 24 years old. And so for a projection, a little older than you want, but the upside here is phenomenal.
Man, they're going to be able to space the field.
Yeah.
You've got those 2 guys that are down the field guys, and you have really good route runners in Van Jefferson, Bobby Woods, and Cooper Kupp. And then you think about what they like to do with the wide zone rushing attack, getting the quarterback on the bootleg, and you got an arm now in Matthew Stafford. I think Matt Stafford's going to have some fun in this offense.
I'm drafting Los Angeles Rams offensive players early and often in fantasy.
Well,
you got
to pick the right one.
Right, that's true.
You got to pick the right one. You can't pick the wrong one because it feels like they might be able to spread it out a little bit here. Buddy Johnson, Dante Smith. Any words on those guys before we move on?
Dante Smith is interesting. You know, he's a guy with outstanding length, outstanding mobility. Technique is a little raw coming out of East Carolina, and you know, his fit with the Bengals to me is interesting, right? Because we talk about how Jonah Williams, he's still a development player at left tackle. He had an okay year, not great, and so his future there is still a lot to be determined. And Riley Reef over on the right side, I think he's only on a 1-year deal, and ultimately the goal is to protect Joe Burrow. And here in the 4th round, I think Dante Smith is a nice flyer to have. I don't think he'll start year 1, but come year 2, year 3, could be a nice player.
We had questions about the Bengals' starting offensive line, and they've started to answer some of those questions. But now you start to think you need backups, right? Mm-hmm. You can't go into the season just barely satisfied with your starting 5. You need to make sure that you have depth because it's hard to keep the same group together for now 17 games. Deontay Smith, I think, is a really good idea for a developmental backup that can play, multiple positions. He spent some time at guard. He can play both tackle spots. They need to develop these offensive linemen to make sure that the depth is always taken care of for the Bengals and making sure that Joe Burrow is always protected.
We got another offensive lineman on the board with this next pick. It's the Green Bay Packers. It's Royce Newman, the offensive tackle from Ole Miss. Not sure if you guys think that this is the right kind of offensive tackle pick. I mean, we obviously heard a lot of the Aaron Rodgers buzz before the draft began of him not being happy in Green Bay. I don't know if that's offensive line related, pass catcher related, contract related, but does this offensive line selection move the needle at all for the Green Bay Packers?
Well, I think it's a lot like the conversation we just had about the Bengals. And, there were some questionable spots on the starting Packers offensive line, and now you need to continue to make sure that you have depth. And, you're going to dress 8 or 9 of these offensive linemen every single week. And so having guys that you're comfortable coming into a football game, taking snaps and protecting whoever's playing quarterback for the Green Bay Packers, I think is smart. So developmental offensive linemen in this juncture, I think is a good way to use these resources.
What do we think about the Aaron Rodgers conversation? We can open that up a little bit. We're waiting for a pick to come in, but is there going to be anything to mend this relationship? Because it doesn't seem like that's the case, but we know that, when these demands are made, it's an emotional time. Tensions can calm down a little bit, but it's not like this is out of nowhere. We've talked about Aaron being disgruntled in Green Bay for a while. Do you think this is the final straw here?
It could be. It really could be. You think about, you draft Jordan Love in the first round last year. You have what happened in the playoffs against Tampa Bay this year, where they were clearly outmatched along the offensive line. Didn't have enough playmakers for Aaron Rodgers to move the ball to, and he's fed up. He clearly has issues with the front office, and Aaron Rodgers is known to be petty. He's known to kind of not forgive and forget. He's the guy who's going to hold on to things. And so, while I personally don't think he has a lot of leverage in this situation, reports are out. He said, "Hey, if you don't trade me, I'm going to retire."
Right.
He has a jeopardy gig to go back to. I mean, it's going to get interesting. I have a hard time seeing him get dealt. To me, it'd be the biggest storyline in NFL history if he does get traded. But we're still early in the offseason and a long time until opening day.
If he does, give me some targets. What teams would you want to see Aaron Rodgers go to if he's not in Green Bay anymore?
Denver. That's the team
that's the one that everybody
they've got
keeps
everything.
Going back to. Yeah.
I mean, we're not talking enough about this being a loaded roster everywhere but quarterback. And Teddy Bridgewater doesn't change that for me. I mean, Drew Lock is definitely a more risk-willing quarterback, but Teddy Bridgewater's not the guy that's going to maximize Noah Fant and Cortland Sutton and Jerry Jeudy and KJ Hamler. He's just not going to do that. You've got a great offensive line in place. You've got really dynamic young weapons. You've now doubled down at running back. You have a really good defense under the direction of Vic Fangio with some star talent at all levels of the field. You're Aaron Rodgers away. And that's, to me, when you go in, is when you have everything in place. And the one guy that can take you over the hump is the quarterback. You saw it with Tampa Bay getting Tom Brady. That was a good football team. They were just strapped because of Jameis Winston.
Right.
Now, it's a different situation slightly with the Denver Broncos, but this is legitimately one player away from me thinking that you are a contender to win the AFC.
Well, they were making a push for Matthew Stafford, and that's even
Yeah.
before a lot of the things they were able to do in free agency, obviously having the draft that they have now. And so, I mean, it feels like a spot where if he just goes to Denver, they're immediately one of the biggest contenders in the AFC, if not for the Super Bowl.
What about another AFC West team?
The
Raiders.
That was
John
good.
Gruden.
That was good there, Joe.
John Gruden, he's been wanting to take a big swing at quarterback. I know he wanted Tom Brady last offseason, and unfortunately they couldn't get him. But to me,
well, unfortunately for who?
For me and my mom, we got season
Unfortunately
tickets,
for
Trev.
who?
I'm trying to watch Tom Brady.
So was I, and I did.
No, but seriously though, I feel like John Gruden has undercover been trying to get rid of Derek Carr, and to me, I'm really on the Derek Carr fan bus. I'm a fan of him. I think he's a solid player, but in a division that has Patrick Mahomes, has Justin Herbert, Derek Carr isn't going to move the needle and really kind of push for that division championship. You get Aaron Rodgers with a Henry Ruggs, a John Brown, Brian Edwards, and yes, it's not Denver. I recognize that. Darren Waller, yes. And again, it's not Denver, right? But John Gruden has been looking for this big move, this big splash, and so I expect them to be in this market.
Well, speaking of the Raiders, we have their next pick here. And I don't know how much you would have said safety was a big need for the Raiders, but now they've drafted 3. They've drafted Trayvon Merrick, they've drafted Divine Diablo, and now they've drafted Tyree Gillespie with this latest pick.
Interesting.
3 different tight ends. Joe, it's a Raiders draft, so I feel like nothing is ever off the table. It can't surprise you anymore. I believe a report came out and said Mike Mayock believed that Alex Leatherwood, who they selected at 17, was their number 1 offensive tackle in this class. So the Raiders just seem to do things differently, but now seeing 3 safeties on the draft board, what do you think?
It's interesting. If you want to love Tyree Gillespie, watch him play against Alabama this past year. I mean, this guy was unbelievable. And then watch some of the other tape, and you fall out of love with that a little bit. I think this is them definitely identifying an area of their roster that they wanted to infuse with young talent. You know, Abrams been injured. LaMarcus Joyner's no longer here. And teams are going to more 3 safety sets, right? Like this is becoming more of a trend. Like how are you going to counter the way Kansas City can attack you, the way that Arizona, the way Buffalo can attack you with spreading out the field? I think you need to be able to have 3 good safeties, and it sounds like the Raiders are definitely buying into that, and they've stocked the cupboard full of guys that can deliver 3 safety sets.
To me, yeah, they might have drafted 3 safeties technically, but I do think the Divine Diablo will be a will linebacker for them, so you kind of take him out the mix. Trayvon Moorick is a guy who has versatility. He can be their nickel. And again, you got to think about who they lost in free agency. They lost Eric Harris. They lost Marcus Joyner. Jeff Heath is in a contract expiring year. And so it makes sense, especially with Gus Bradley's history. He values safeties a lot. With the Chargers, he did a lot of dime personnel, having Adrian Phillips, having Derwin James, Jaleel Adai. So I'm not totally surprised by the pick. I actually think it's a good pick.
We've got our final selection here in the 4th round. It's Kansas City Chiefs at number 144. They select Joshua Kano, the edge rusher from Florida State. So we get both of the Florida State edge rushers off the board in the 4th round. I'll go back to you, Joe.
Kano, 5-star recruit, did not reach his ceiling at Florida State like all their really good talented players because their coaching has been bad for a while. But you watch him play, and it's easy to see the traits. Like he's definitely been manufactured body type-wise to play on the edge in the NFL. He's got great length, pretty powerful at the point of attack. I think it's just learning how to unleash those physical traits to make plays. I think that's the big challenge ahead for Kano, in addition to staying healthy. That's kind of been the bigger storyline with his career, not necessarily living up to his recruiting status, is he couldn't stay healthy, bad coaching. But I think this is a guy that could wind up being a better pro than he was a college player.
Jets are on the clock here to start the 5th round of the 2021 NFL Draft. They've gone with Zach Wilson at the top, Elijah Vera Tucker, Elijah Moore, and then Michael Carter in the 4th round. Are they finally going to go defense here?
They have to. I think corner is a huge, huge need. You got some good corners on the board still. You got Trill Williams from Syracuse. I know Joe likes a lot. Keith Taylor, to me, is a perfect fit for this cover 3 Seattle type style defense. I wouldn't be shocked to see either of those 2 guys come off the board here.
All right, a lot of good defensive players still left for the Jets to get here at the start of round 5. We'll be back after the break.
Brinks.tv, where winning is like a wiener. The bigger, the better.
What's going on, man? Yes?
What up? How you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm good. You know what I'm saying? Feel lucky right now.
Dude, you gotta feel good, man. Show me that chain. Show off. Everybody is showing off the swag tonight. I gotta see what's going on. Show it to me. Wow.
Yeah, the Joker chain. That's you see.
I think you might be winning so far for the swag game. I think you might be showing out the most.
Appreciate
I don't know. I don't know. I've already talked to Kyle Pitts and Jalen Waddle, but I think you might be winning in that battle. So I don't know if they're gonna be mad at me or not.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I got all I. Yeah.
Oh, we're looking real fresh. You got to talk to your boy Kyle Pitts at Florida. You got to let him know. You got to suit him up the same way you are. You got to. He's got to come correct. Yeah, he's got to come correct. That's for sure. Well, tell me about seeing your first look at your Panini card, because I'll tell you this: the guys at Panini sent me a trading card of myself. Okay. You're a way better athlete.
Yeah.
We know that, but it's still, I saw it. I looked at it and I was like, oh my God, I have a trading card. So it's still, it freaked me out, right? I was like, this is so cool. So how does it feel to have your own trading card?
Man, that shit really, not my bad. It's really, my bad. It's really amazing though, you know what I'm saying? Just to really like get recognized for the, you know what I'm saying, work and, you know what I'm saying, hard, like the time that I put in, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Of course. And you get to be a rated rookie. So I asked everybody, I said, what do you think it means to be a rated rookie? Because obviously everybody's trying to be the top dog, right? Everybody is trying to be the top dog. So what does it mean to you to be a rated rookie?
Honestly, it just goes to show that, you know what I'm saying, anything is really pretty much possible out here. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just like the dedication that I, you know what I'm saying, the dedication, the motivation that I had like over the years, it's just like it's just all showing, you know what I'm saying, it's all coming to light now. So you know what I'm saying, it feels special, I ain't gonna lie.
Show me the hat. Show me the draft hat. Get up close and personal.
Yeah.
I gotta see
Yeah,
it.
you know, New York.
The New York Giants.
Yeah. I'm a
That's
Giant.
that's a pretty nice hat, dude. That's a pretty
Appreciate
nice New York Giants hat, and you're going to play for that's a storied franchise. It's New York City. What does it mean to be a New York Giant?
Ain't gonna lie, I mean everything to me right now, because I mean they was able to take a risk on me, you know what I'm saying? Like in return, I just want to give them my all, you know what I'm saying? Like it mean a lot for me to, you know what I'm saying, be a part of something special, you know what I'm saying? Like I just hope New York got open arms for me, you know what I'm saying?
Listen, there is no way that a kid with that smile is not going to be loved in New York. You got an infectious personality. You got to bring that to the field. And everybody's got to know what in New York, what they're going to get in you. So you're talking to New York Giants fans. They're a crazy, loving bunch. What do you want New York Giants fans to know about you?
I want them to know through thick and thin, I'm always giving my all, like 100%. You know what I'm saying? Like nothing less. So, you know what I'm saying? I expect nothing more than 100% of y'all support, you know what I'm saying? Like,
absolutely. Absolutely. Well, you better show out in New York. You better be a top dog.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
There's a lot of guys that work for me. Okay. I told Kyle Pitts, I said, there's a lot of dudes that work for me that are Gators, right? A lot of them. So you got to give them a chomp chomp. You got to give it to them because they're going to lose their minds. There it is. Show us. There it is. Give them the chomp chomp. That was, oh man, that's top tier. That's top tier. This is my guy, Kadarius Toney. Thank you so much for joining us. You're going to be a rock star. Good luck in New York.
appreciate you, no problem.
Thank you for joining us back for our Day 3 coverage here at Brinks.tv. It is the Draft Network. Wall to walls, we get into round 5. Only 3 rounds left. We'll get through it all on Saturday, but at this time we'd like to bring in some of our fan questions from those who are watching the stream and answer those live on air. So our first question, Henry, please. Who are the biggest steals of the draft? From Daniel, certified grilled cheese expert. Well, if you are a certified grilled cheese expert, you know mayonnaise on the outside of the bread gives you the nice crust in the pan. I know you know, I'm just telling the people. Biggest steals of the draft, Asante Samuel Jr., the corner out of Florida State. I thought he could have been a late round 1 player, goes 46 to Los Angeles Chargers. They're in need of corner help. I think he's a perfect scheme fit. I talked about Elijah Molden yesterday, another good corner to me, more so of a nickel safety type, but he went 100 to the Tennessee Titans. Really good underneath zone defender in a team that needs a lot of those underneath zone defenders. And finally today, at 132, Tommy Tungiai, the defensive tackle out of Ohio State, goes to the Cleveland Browns. They needed some defensive tackle depth. Tungiai is a really good run defender at this stage, a 2-gap player who has the ability, I think, to improve his pass rush. And so those right now are my 3 biggest steals, but we're getting into day 3, and those are where the biggest steals usually come. If I can get my next question, please. Adam wants to know, how do I feel about the Detroit Lions, who took back-to-back interior defensive linemen and then now have only taken a wide receiver in round 4. They did get on Amon-Ra St. Brown out of USC, and I really like that value. When you have a thin wide receiver room, Tyrell Williams, Brashad Perriman, not necessarily clear starters, a player like Amon-Ra St. Brown is extremely helpful because he can play a bunch of different roles. Amon-Ra has experience playing outside and in the slot. He can run routes to all 3 levels, and he's got some toughness to him. And so in that you don't know who's going to go where right now in your wide receiver room, everything's up in the air, Amon-Ra St. Brown going to be able to bring value no matter how the rest of that room shakes out. And in terms of their defensive tackles, listen, They were lacking for depth. They got a very high ceiling in Levi Muzarike at good value, and they got a ready-made run defender with some more pass rush juice, like Tommy Tungiai and Aleem McNeil, again, at good value. And so this is a multi-year rebuild for Detroit. So it's okay to not get early receivers right away. I think those defensive tackles will be helpful. And our last question, will the Eagles do anything decent at cornerback today? A good question, Neil McBeal, the Navy SEAL. I think you're just saying that because it rhymes, but if not, thank you for your service. Zach McPherson of Texas Tech. He was a 2-year starter, and the concern here is that he's slight. And you need to be a good tackler in this Jonathan Gannon defense if they're going to play heavy zone. With that said, he is scheme diverse. So you like his movement skills and his ability to play from a variety of alignments, which is going to be important because I think the Eagles are going to have some experimentation as they figure out with Darius Slay and Avonte Maddox incumbent what the best system is for them. I would have expected them to go corner a little bit earlier, but McPherson is a nice, solid gamble. And I think the inside-out versatility, the scheme diversion helps because this, again, is a multi-year project rebuilding the Eagles secondary. So thank you so much for your questions. We will take more of them as we go along. I think I'm answering the next ones. Maybe Trevor is. Regardless, YouTube, Twitter, the Draft Network Premium. Submit your questions and have a chance to get them answered here. We throw it back to the couch for the first few picks of round 5.
All right, thanks, Ben. Welcome back to TDN's Day 3 coverage of the 2021 NFL Draft. We are beginning round 5 with the Jacksonville Jaguars. I was mistaken. I was hoodwinked. I was led astray. I was bamboozled before we went to break. But it's not just the Jaguars. We're going to rattle off a couple of picks here because I got one at the very end that you guys are going to like that I think is going to get a reaction out of you. To start the 5th round, though.
Cool.
Jacksonville Jaguars, Urban Meyer. Maybe a couple Ohio State connections, right? Goes with tight end Luke Farrell. So he goes right at that spot. The Jets, which I said were on the clock initially, but they had to wait one pick. Jamien Sherwood, the safety from Auburn.
Oh, boy.
The slide for Brevin Jordan stops with the Houston Texans here.
Okay.
I like that.
The 3rd pick in the 5th round. Then the other picks, we have Taquan Graham, the interior defensive lineman from Texas, going to the Falcons. And then this is the final one, the Cincinnati Bengals. They start the run on kickers. Evan McPherson from Florida, baby. 5th round, first kicker off the board.
Tamara owes me $2 because
she $2 bet.
She told me that the Miami kicker was going to be the first one off the board, and the Florida kicker, chomp, the first guy off the board.
Well, Cincinnati did lose Randy Bullock, and so the kicker was actually a pretty pressing need. But to draft one in the 5th round, this kicker must be pretty good.
Nah, I'm all for it. It's from UF. All right, so let's get to a recap of some of the top 5 that we still have available here at TDN before we get into discussion of a couple of these players who just went to start the 5th round. Cameron McGrone is still sitting there at the very top. His slide is big time now here in the 5th round. We got Jamar Johnson, Davian Nixon, Quincy Roche. And then the 5th name that we are adding, Hamsah Nasir-Eldin. So one Florida State player out with Janarius Robinson, and we're now bringing in Hamsah Nasir-Eldin, the safety from Florida State. Those are the 5 best guys available. But before we get into the rest of the big board, I want to give you guys some time to talk about those couple of picks. We got Farrell, we got Sherwood, we got Jordan, we got McPherson. Where do you want to start here?
I want to go with Jordan. He goes to the Houston Texans, and this feels weird, but Tyrod Taylor probably going to be the quarterback for the Houston Texans this coming year. And as a Bills fan, I watched a lot of Tyrod Taylor, and he found a lot of success throwing the football to Charles Clay at tight end and was a very highly targeted guy and led the Bills in receiving one year with Tyrod Taylor as a quarterback. So you know he likes to get tight ends involved. And so I think for both that offense and Tyrod Taylor being comfortable having a tight end that he trusts and an opportunity for Brevin Jordan to find some production, I think he should be happy. Like, I'm sure that Brevin Jordan feels some type of way about the slide that he's had, but if there's a spot where I think there is a path to production for him, it's definitely the Houston Texans with Tyrod Taylor.
I'm going to take a different angle here, and I like Brevin Jordan. I think he's a good player. He's a good athlete. But as Joe mentioned it earlier, I think he's a bit raw, right? He's more athlete than he is football player. His routes are very not nuanced, right? They're more rounded and not necessarily crisp. To me, Brevin Jordan's biggest kind of attraction is upside and potential. Let's face it, Joe. The Texans are going to stink next year.
Right.
They're going to be terrible.
Updated odds for the Super Bowl. I just checked yesterday. Houston, dead last.
It makes sense.
They're last.
It absolutely
Keep your
makes
money.
sense. And so for me, Brevin Jordan is a guy they can draft. And while, yes, the opportunity for year one production is there, I think the only names ahead of him is Pharaoh Brown or Jordan Ankins. And so in terms of Brevin Jordan's receiving ability and his ability as a natural hands, has a large catch radius, I do think there's a scenario in which they can get year one production out of him. But to me, being able to develop him on a probably what's going to be a losing team, look for him in 2022. Once he gets some NFL coaching and really kind of find his nuance in the NFL route tree, this is a really good landing spot for him, and I'm happy for him.
Well, the comp for Brevin Jordan for a lot of people has been Jonnu Smith.
Yeah.
And if you look
Raw.
at Jonnu Smith's first 2 years in the NFL, the guy didn't do a thing.
Exactly.
And so he developed into a very productive player for Tennessee and, parlayed that into getting a ton of money from the New England Patriots. But I think it is important to be mindful of playing the long game with him.
Yes.
And even if he's not productive year one, year two, if his arc is Jonnu Smith, that's not blossoming until year three.
We have a new pick. Philadelphia Eagles, 150. Memphis running back Kenneth.
Oh.
Well, this one is special to me because Ben and I had a big back and forth on the Locked On NFL Draft podcast, and I loved Kenneth Gainwell, and he loved Jamar Jefferson,
Oregon State.
the Oregon State running back. And
Yeah.
I was like, I'm telling you, Kenneth Gainwell is getting drafted ahead of Jefferson. And this ends up happening, and it's funny that it actually goes to his team with the Philadelphia Eagles.
To me,
I would love to hear what you guys think
Yeah,
about
this is
Gainwell
interesting,
pick.
right? Because when you think about Nick Sirianni and who he's coached over the past couple of years, right? Naeem Hines.
Yes.
A running back who can be a receiver out of the backfield, can do a lot for you. Austin Eckler from the Chargers, a guy who can split out wide and catch some passes. And so Kenneth Gainwell, his what makes him a really good player is his versatility. He can catch the ball. He can run the ball out of the backfield. He's fast. He's quick. He has really good vision. The size and strength is an issue. It is a concern, not necessarily the biggest, strongest back out there. Not going to break a lot of tackles. Contact balance is iffy, but just in terms of the fit and versatility, I think this is a really good pick.
He's a narrow build guy. I mean,
Yeah.
you look at him, you say, this is probably a wide receiver. And he does play a lot of receiver
you think
for
he's
them.
a slot guy.
And so that versatility for Nick Sirianni, like you mentioned, is really interesting to me. I think they can play him in the slot. They can use him in two-back sets. He could play just regular running back. And so that versatility for an Eagles team, I know that we can't really bring in some of the dynamics under Doug Peterson because he's not there. But Sirianni, and you look at that history from the Chargers and in the Colts, I think that there's a clear vision and role that I can see him fulfilling, and I think this is the type of weapon that can be of major benefit to Jalen Hurts.
I want to get back to the prospects that are still available here, and Cameron McGrone's at the top. And I want to ask you guys about Cameron McGrone because I like McGrone as well. I didn't end up being as high on him as I think a lot of you guys on the scouting staff were, but I just saw that there was a ways to go. Still, that being said, you had to love what you saw from him, especially in 2019. And so for him to be available in the 5th round and for some of the other linebackers to go ahead of him, I'm pretty shocked there.
I'm surprised, to be quite frank. And yes, 2019 was better for him than 2020, but when you just talk about a physical tool perspective, he's 6'2", I believe, and he's 4'5", 40. He's outstanding in space, outstanding range. The instincts are a question, in my opinion. I think he's a little slow to see it sometimes, but when he does, he can trigger, make a lot of plays in the backfield, and so he's a guy I thought would have went much higher just in terms of the physical upside in him, and to me, he's going to be an absolute steal in the 5th round and a guy I think is going to way outproduce his draft slot.
We definitely took a swing on McGrone as we collectively watched his tape and discussed the player. Felt pretty comfortable, especially after 2019, what he showed on tape. 2020, I think he took a bit of a step back, but he's young. He is explosive. He has great physicality, and I think that's a nice foundation to develop from. And so, probably not drafted at this point to be a player that a team looks at and says, okay, this is my starting Michael linebacker from day one, but the developmental appeal is still there, and I think he'll be a great pick for whoever gets him.
Man, really, I remember going back to when we were down in Miami for the HOA Combine, and we were sitting with Andrew Dow. He was watching some tape with us. We were watching some linebackers. You guys were watching Baron Browning, but we were also watching Cameron McGrone when he was there. And I was asking him about Cameron McGrone because I liked him, but I couldn't see why he was so polarizing amongst a lot of players. And we looked at him and I was like, tell me about break this down for me. why he kind of it just seems like I love the fast feet, but sometimes it gets him in trouble. And Andrew said, something that you are taught and something that you really learn in the NFL with feet is you got to be slow until you know. That's the coaching phrase that he gave, and that's the biggest thing for McGrone that I was seeing is that, man, it just seems like the feet are active. He's on the toes. He wants to go where he needs to be. He's flowing. He's trying to get the ball as fast as possible, but sometimes those pulling guards or some split zones, it gets him a little confused. He overcommits one way or the other. But, man, I feel like if you get him with a good linebacker coach, good defense, good system, this is, like you said, a really nice player to put in the center of your defense. I feel like he could do a lot, especially when he was commanding a lot as a sophomore.
Slow until you know. It's a great way to put it. And Andrew obviously delivered that talking point. But just think about the way offenses attack defenses, and so much of it is putting that linebacker in conflict, right? Yep. So no matter what you do, you're wrong. And I think having that mentality is what you need to have. And so for Cam, I do think he's going to have to embrace that a little bit more, because you love the full speed that he plays at, but he makes a lot of mistakes full speed.
The one thing I'll say is, Joe, as you mentioned, you're wrong. What was the phrase you said?
No matter what you
know.
Yeah, but
no matter what you do, you're wrong.
Right? Because you're in conflict and they read off of you.
The one thing about McGrone, he has the athleticism to make him right.
Yep, good point.
That's the thing. Even if he's wrong, even if he takes a misstep, he has that speed and explosiveness to get himself back into position to make the play. And so, again, I'm not sure why he's still on the board. At the end of the day, he has all the tools to be a developmental pick. And, again, I think he's going to make a team that takes him really happy.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I got two more picks for you here. Chicago Bears, Larry Borum, the offensive lineman from Missouri, and then the Broncos, Caden Stearns, the safety from Texas.
Interesting.
Thoughts on either of those prospects? Yep.
So Broom, is it Borum? Yeah, Borum from Missouri. He goes to the Bears. Is this their first pick since Jenkins in the second round?
It might be. I
think it is.
2 seconds.
So I love those first two picks. And we're in the fifth round. That's fine. They needed some developmental offensive linemen. I think he was a player that some are higher on. I think as a staff, he wasn't our favorite watch. And Kyle Krabs handles Missouri for us as part of his assignments within our scouting department. And the reviews weren't glowing, but for a team that needs some developmental depth on the offensive line, I think he's a perfectly fine swing at this point in the draft.
Stearns is interesting. This is a former 5-star kid. Had his best year, ironically, as a freshman. He has range. He has ball skills. Could be a good center fielder. The only thing you don't like with Stearns is he's an ankle biter. He is not a physical tackler. He's not a guy you want as the last line of your defense. He's not necessarily the most physical player. And, for a Vic Fangio style defense, I'm kind of surprised about the fit. I know Vic Fangio values toughness, values physicality. Now, there is the question, was Stearns kind of mailing it in to get to the pros?
It felt like that.
It felt like it, and maybe he wasn't trying to put his body on the line, but that ain't going to fly with Vic Fangio. And so this is an interesting fit. I like the player. I think this is good value. It's just an interesting fit.
Let's chat about the Bears a little bit, because they're 3 picks in. Joe, you were right. They had 2 selections, and then this is their third. All things considered, they had to give up some draft capital to go get those 2 guys, Justin Fields, Tevin Jenkins, but then they go and they get another offensive lineman with their next pick. This really feels like the Bears are doing as good of a job as possible. To me, when you look at their situation, starting at number 20 overall, having no prayer to get a real franchise quarterback, you thought, knowing that you had to upgrade the offensive line, here they are, they come away with Justin Fields, which some people had him QB2 in this class.
I think TDN all did.
They get him at 11. They trade up in the second round to get an offensive lineman that almost everybody exclusively mocked in the first round. I mean, Ryan Pace, the general manager for Chicago, he catches a lot of slack.
Yep.
I feel like he killed it here in this draft.
Make or break year for Ryan Pace and Matt Nagy, and so you don't want to go down by not going all in, and so I give them a lot of credit for being aggressive, and I just didn't think Fields was going to be in play for them. Not picking 20, not with the quarterback needy teams ahead of them, and so great job trusting your process and I mean, it's almost like maybe he was surprised that he was available, and they saw the opportunity, they pounced, and my perception of the direction of the team has changed. And I think that's really exciting because I thought they were kind of stale. I didn't like the direction under Andy Dalton. I felt like it was a get-by year, go win your 6, 7, maybe 8 games, and and that's it. Now, maybe they still have that type of a ceiling, but if they win 7 or 8 games with Justin Fields showing that he has the makings of a franchise quarterback, it's going to buy their year. You can't just go win 7 games with Andy Dalton and be a boring football team. So I like what they did. I think they elongated their opportunity to stay there, and they got 2 really good football players in Fields and Jenkins.
It's a great way to put it. Riley, do you agree?
I think, yeah. I mean, I tweeted out last night. I still think at the end of the day, they've done the best in this entire draft. Look, they got themselves a franchise quarterback when, for the past 4 years, we've been making fun of them. Oh, Mitch Trubisky, you took Mitch Trubisky over Deshaun Watson, you took Mitch Trubisky over Patrick Mahomes. Well, guess what? Now they're going to be like, hey, you took Zach Wilson over Justin Fields. You took Trey Lance potentially over Justin Fields. And so I think Justin Fields is going to make a lot of other GMs look foolish. I think he's going to make Ryan Pace look smart. The meme days are over for Ryan Pace. I do think he's going to have a lot of motivation to play him early because, as Joe said, they were going into a make-or-break year. What's the quickest way to save your job? Hitting on a franchise young rookie quarterback. I would be shocked if we don't see Justin Fields starting by week 1, week 2 at the latest. Similar situation to Tyrod Taylor and Justin Herbert with the Chargers. I think the Bears are in a great position. They were a playoff team last year with Mitch Trubisky and a little bit of Nick Foles. They returned a lot on offense. They lost some talent on defense. Kyle Fuller, that is a big hole at corner, and they haven't done enough, in my opinion, to address that. Now, there's still some free agent corners available to get them by, Casey Hayward, Richard Sherman potentially. But I think ultimately, at the end of the day, the Bears did a great job. Tevin Jenkins can step in day one and be a right tackle. I think they hit it out of the park.
Man, I think that saying, that phrase, that situation that you posed to us, that got a reaction out of Joe too, where, hey, they were the team that passed on Patrick Mahomes. They passed on Deshaun Watson. Now they might be the team to say to the rest of the NFL, you passed on Justin Fields. So I feel like that's the one that's got to be the most memorable. We got another pick here. Just kidding. We've got 2 more picks here because I just got another one. Let's go. Cleveland Browns. Tony Fields, linebacker from West Virginia, a little bit of a hybrid player there. And then we have for the Jets, Michael Carter, the cornerback from Duke.
All right, so you had a response here to that Fields pick.
I can do Fields, and Fields is a guy, he's transferred from West Virginia from Arizona State. He's more of a coverage player, in my opinion. He has some range, he has some athleticism, but his instincts and kind of processing to me left a lot to be desired. Not necessarily the most physical players, but in terms of taking on linemen and stacking and shedding. But to me, we're in the 5th round, right? You got to be able to fill the back end of your roster. Special teams is when this is when coaches start thinking, okay, who's covering kicks for us? The Browns roster is stacked, folks. Like, let's be real. There's very little holes in this roster at this point in time, and so here in the 5th round, adding a potentially core force teamer just makes a lot of sense.
I would agree with you on that. And so the Jets picked the corner, Michael Carter from Duke, and I'm sure there's a great joke about Michael Carter that I'm not the guy to deliver. But
how about the fact that they have 2 of them now?
Yeah, but there's a better way to do it. I'm not the guy to deliver that.
Where's Ben?
Right.
Low-hanging fruit. It was right there for you.
So you definitely had a need here at corner. So I'm excited to see Joe Douglas take a swing here. He tested really, really well for Duke. He's been a fixture in that secondary. It's interesting. The other guy in that secondary, Mark Gilbert, I'm not sure when he'll go, if he goes at all, but there'll be a fun conversation to have there. But this is an example of Joe Douglas kind of looking at his roster, assessing where he needs some talent, and taking a worthwhile swing on a guy with good speed from Duke.
Well, you said, where's Ben? We're going to go right to Ben. And I knew we were going to because he loves Tony Fields. So, Ben, tell us all why we should love Tony Fields as well.
There it is, baby. That's why we like him. It's Tony Fields, baby. All right, so the Browns took Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah in the 2nd round. He was a safety linebacker out of Notre Dame. And Benjamin Solak on Twitter, hit the follow button, said, Tony Fields, I don't want him as a linebacker replacement. Add him to your safety room. You want him playing outside of the tackle box with quickness, aggressiveness in space, and play recognition. Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah consolation prize. So, Andrew Barry clearly following. They take Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. He falls a little bit in the 2nd round. Owusu-Koramoah was an overhang player at Notre Dame, playing in space, aggressive down half of the field. Tony Fields 6'1", 222, was playing Mike linebacker in the Big 12. 222, 225 pounds playing Mike linebacker, but it was the Big 12. And so this Washington State front, this West Virginia front loved to slant 3 down, 4 down. They throw guys all over the gaps, total mess, total chaos. And Fields is just playing 5 yards behind it, just trying to sift through the garbage. He was constantly given complex ideas, having to deal with pullers. You turn on that Oklahoma State film. Tevin Jenkins, drafted round 2, one of the best run blockers. Tony Fields is slipping, ducking, and dodging around him. Really, really fluid and clean player at the second level. And yet he's willing to be physical. When they brought him on blitzes, he was willing to hit. He has a little bit of a pass rush ability with that shorter frame. And so again, I don't want him as a stack linebacker. And this is what the Browns are doing. They brought in Ronnie Harrison in a trade from the Jaguars. Actually a safety, but 210 plus pounds. He can play down into the box. They draft Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. Do we know exactly how we're going to use him yet? No, it's a little tricky, but 215, 220, plays with speed. Tony Fields is a quick, 215 to 225 player who has coverage ability and blitz ability from the outside. So all of a sudden, with the investments we've had in corner as well, Denzel Ward, first round pick Greg Newsome, Greedy Williams, Troy Hill, we're going to put bodies in the secondary. We're going to have 7 guys who can realistically cover, who can blitz, who can drop in zone, who can do all sorts of mess. And you know what? If we give up a few extra yards in the running game, that's fine. It's exactly what the Los Angeles Rams did last year, number 1 in DVOA on defense. And so the Browns are getting smart. Andrew Berry, analytics says coverage more important than pass rush. This is coverage right here. Tony Fields going to be a lot of fun learning behind Owusu-Koramoah. Talented player, baby, Tony Fields.
I actually couldn't hear what Ben was saying that time. I just saw a lot of hand movement because we're watching on the screen. So I know that he was still very excited because I know that he loves Tony Fields as well. So I knew that was going to be the case. We got a pick here. San Francisco 49ers. Jalen Moore, the offensive tackle from Western Michigan. And then the Dolphins were supposed to be on the clock. But now I believe the Pittsburgh Steelers are on the clock. They traded out, and they traded a 2022 4th-round pick to move up with the Dolphins.
I love the Jalen Moore pick. You said the 49ers were the team
49ers,
yep. Yeah, I like that a ton. A guy that has a ton of starting experience, length, athleticism. I thought he was really good at the Senior Bowl. And a player that I wish I got to earlier in the process so I can hype him up a bit more. I think he's a player that I valued earlier in the draft. And so we've seen a lot of offensive linemen start to come off the board here, developmental type players. I think that, Moore is the guy that I can pound the table and say, this is a guy that developmentally has a ceiling of a starter, and I'm not sure I felt that way about some of the other offensive linemen that have been picked.
To me, this makes a lot of sense. You think about Mike McGlinchey at right tackle. He kind of struggled a little bit last year. We're not sure if he's going to be the long-term answer there. And then Trent Williams, he got a big-time contract, but he's still, he's 32 years old? I mean, he's getting up there in age, and so it makes a lot of sense to get that swing tackle that Moore could potentially be. But going to the trade, right? You said the Steelers trade up with the Dolphins.
With the Dolphins,
for a 22 4th, right?
Yeah, all they had to give up was the 2022 4th.
That makes a lot of sense for Miami and teams that have a lot of depth to go and get a pick next year. Because what have we heard all offseason? Next year's picks are more valuable because the process is going to be a lot less, a lot less question marks, right? We still had COVID, the pandemic that we dealt with in this evaluation cycle. And so next year, we're going to have access to a lot more information. Hopefully, scouts are going to be able to go on the road, actually have interaction in person with these kids.
Right.
And so to me, getting picks next year, especially in the mid-rounds, makes a lot of sense.
It's a testament to where the Miami Dolphins are now, right? This is no longer the laughing roster that we saw 2 years ago. They've added to it. They've had a lot of draft picks. They've made a lot of free agent acquisitions, and they're at the point now where they can say, yeah, we don't like anybody here in the 5th round, but if you want to give us a higher pick next year, we'll be willing to wait on that. You can pick a player here, and we'll get a much higher graded player potentially next season. So I think this says a lot about where Miami is now, and I think that's a smart move by general manager Chris Grier.
Still no running back, though.
And that might be part of it. I think Chris Grier's getting a little annoyed by the conversation.
Is he just trolling the fan base
it could be.
For no running back?
It could be, yeah. And I respect it. I mean, probably.
You respect trolling the fan base?
I respect the decision to not panic for a running back because they do have Myles Gaskin, who was a good player for them last year, was very productive every time he was on the field and healthy. I'm not sure he has a high ceiling as a long-term foundational lead back for your football team, but it's running back. We're not talking about corner, offensive tackle, or wide receiver. It's the least valuable position on the field. If there's something that everyone's clamoring for and you're willing to ignore, it's running back, and I think it's good on him to not panic here.
We have the Steelers selection. It's Isaiah Loudermilk, the defensive lineman from Wisconsin. Either you study him. I'm not sure if anybody was here with the Big Ten. Kyle's laughing, though, so I don't know. I don't know if that's a good laugh or a bad laugh, but Steelers moved up for him. They moved the 2022 fourth for him.
I think that's the funny layer to this. This isn't a player that we valued anywhere near this range, and they gave up a 4th-round pick next year to get him. So
in the 5th round.
The Steelers reeled me back in with the Kendrick Green and the was the other offensive
David Moore.
David Moore from Texas
A&M.
And now we're back on wondering what's going on here
but
in Pittsburgh.
I will just say, yes, none of us with TDN valued him high, right? But it just goes to show 368. Well,
368.
Here we go.
He was rated 368
on our board, yeah.
But it just goes to show how objective, right?
Yeah.
The process is. I could value a player one way, and you could value a player completely 180. And so, at the end of the day, the evaluation process is imperfect, right? You know, we're all humans, and there's human error here, and I guess we'll just have to see.
Guys, this is 200 spots.
I would call that a reach. It's in the business, that's what we call that.
Oh, my goodness. All right. Well, I mean, look, Dre said that we've got to give Mike Tomlin time.
Jordan's celebrating.
Jordan is super celebrating, but we actually have to go to a break. So this is a fantastic teaser. We're going to figure out what Jordan is fist pumping about, what the pick is coming up next.
It's going to be Brian.
Rings TV. Play, win, repeat. Oh, my. Play, win, repeat. Oh, my. Play, win, repeat. Oh, my.
In terms of youth sports, so getting away from the pro angle, but how do you feel about tackle football and youth sports currently? And how, do you think that Odyssey may change that view?
Well, remember that the younger brain is at more risk because it's still maturing. Remember, when we're talking about high school or even Pop Warner, we're talking about kids that still have to go to school. So their job isn't football. Their job is going to school. And when they get hit, the concussion lasts longer. It takes more time. The younger brain is just not prepared for that. So you have to address the issue of whether or not it's healthy I love the game of football. Whether or not it's healthy, though, for young people to play it, and maybe there's a certain age after which it becomes better. But again, having some hope, because that young brain can be stultified or completely impacted. And so anything like this, which is a breakthrough, can help to bring relief to younger players. I mean, we saw high school players who on the baseline testing, where they take a cognitive look at where someone is, then they get concussed, they take a second cognitive look. We had young football players who would take the test in the first place and dummy up their results so it wouldn't look different, so they wouldn't get taken out of the lineup. And so it's very helpful. And remember, we're not just talking about football. We're talking about hockey and field hockey and anything that involves collision. So if you think about the application, it could be for people who fall off horses or motorcycles or hit their head in any way. This can, if you can do it for pro football players, you can do it for anyone.
Once it's made available, it surely will be a great resource for people in contact and non-contact, and people get hurt in sports that there's not supposed to be any contact at all. So it's definitely not exclusive to football or anything like that at all. It's a huge problem. So, and we've mentioned a lot as well that it's a great resource for people who are in service, people in the military. Of course, they deal with a lot of different traumas as well. So I think
the two groups that are the closest in terms of culture are soldiers and athletes.
Trevor Lawrence,
Zach Wilson,
Justin Fields,
Trey Lance, Kwity Paye,
Jamar Chase, J.C. Horn.
This is a prime draft.
You can't fall into the trap of recognizing the two letters in front of his name.
You're not afraid of some of that press coverage. You know, you're not afraid of getting in guys' face, playing man, putting your back to the ball.
Would that not be amazing, though?
Is the defense for real? There's a lot of question marks here.
In the game of the draft, yeah, you want to get the most value out of guys, but it's also about going up to get your guy.
I'm here for it, but it's not going to happen.
Look, this is an all-in move. Go do it.
Where do we want to go from here, gentlemen?
But hey, crazy things have happened in the draft.
Brinks TV, loving on you with lots of cash and prizes.
We are back. It is day 3 of the 2021 NFL Draft. We're going to pick like 110 bajillion or something. These always go long, but they are fun. And of course, we do have draft polls to share with you with our partnership for Brinks.tv. If you sign up with a free account and answer any of our draft polls, you have the opportunity to win a Panini prize pack, which includes merch like shirts and caps, as well as cards and some early rookie access cards. Our question here is, which of the round 2 wide receivers will have the most fantasy impact in year 1? Elijah Moore at 34 to the Jets, Rondale Moore at 49 to the Cardinals, or Terrace Marshall at 59 to the Panthers. And for the amount that they throw the football, plus his electric ability, I think it's Rondale Moore, the wide receiver out of Arizona. Elijah is probably more talented, drafted a little bit higher, but that's going to be a run-first offense. We know that they're going to air the football out in Arizona, and there are a ton of vacated Larry Fitzgerald targets. I don't trust A.J. Green to stay healthy, so realistically, Rondale Moore could be wide receiver 2 in there for a majority of the season. I would like him as the best wide receiver option. Do you agree? Disagree? Brinks.tv, make your selection, and enter your chance to win some Panini prize packs. Another wide receiver went off the board while we were at break, and it's my boy, Amir Smith-Marset, wide receiver out of Iowa. Henry, what is it this? That's what I got? There it is. Amir Smith-Marset goes to Minnesota, a team that heavily uses 12 personnel. That's 1 running back, 2 tight ends, 12 personnel, which means only 2 wide receivers are on the field. And with Adam Thielen on one side and Justin Jefferson, he's kind of good on the other side. Why a wide receiver? Well, their depth was challenged last year. Chad Beebe, Olabisi Johnson don't really have a clear wide receiver 3 yet, and Amir Smith-Marset represents a delightful developmental option in that regard. Number 1, the special teams value. Averaged over 26 yards per kick return in his career, became the first Hawkeye with multiple kick return touchdowns when in the Holiday Bowl against USC in 2019, he housed his second one for the season. He had 3 touchdowns in that game, a kick return touchdown, a receiving touchdown, and a rushing touchdown. That's the sort of player we're looking at. 37-inch vertical, 10-4 broad, explosive player with true 4.4 speed. Now, what is he as a true wide receiver? Improving. The Iowa offense, I mean, he led it in receiving yards for multiple seasons, but they don't really throw the ball too much there, Kirk Ferentz offense. And so he's got nice routes, but he didn't see a ton of volume, and he does have some drops problems. So he will see the field as wide receiver 3 because he's a field stretcher. Adam Thielen's getting to the wrong side of 30, so if you develop Smith-Marset appropriately, he has the size and speed to be a true Z receiver in the league. We're just probably a couple years away, but he's going to be excellent on those returns for Minnesota. Stick on the roster for his rookie contract, and I would not be surprised if he wins a starting job by the time, I'm a year older or 2, but that's okay. That's the sort of picks we make in day 3 of the NFL Draft. And speaking of which, we've got more picks day 3. I think we had a host change. Tamara, welcome to the show. It's a lovely Saturday.
Thank you, Ben, for the warm welcome. I'm Tamara Brown. We've got Jordan Reed here and Joe. Still here. Brentley left us. We traded out for Jordan, who was really excited about the Vikings selection amidst Smith-Marset. Let's start there.
Yeah, I'm really excited about the selection just because the Vikings have not been very aggressive with addressing their wide receiver 3 spot. They filled it with players like Chad Beebe, B.C. Johnson, some of these late-round or undrafted free agents. But they spent a 5th-round pick on Amir Smith-Marset, who was a very talented player, had the off-the-field hiccup in 2020. But outside of that, he's been a very clean prospect. depth of target was outstanding last year, and I think they need this guy that can take the top off the roof of a defense, which is something that they have been lacking for a very long time.
And we also have Davion Nixon, same school, come out of Iowa. This one to the Carolina Panthers. What can the Panthers fans be excited about with this one?
Explosive. That's something that you immediately think of with Davion Nixon. Outstanding at the point of attack as far as penetrating, but he needs to get better as far as his stoutness against the run. Got pushed around a little bit. That's probably one of the reasons why he did slip a little bit. More of a flash in the pan type of defensive tackle as opposed to somebody that's stout and reliable against the run, but he's going to give you that penetrating factor that from the forefront from day one.
And I think for this Carolina Panthers defensive line, which has, Derek Brown on it, getting a guy that has some more penetration ability, and I think Derek Brown is a good penetration style player, but it's not necessarily what he's known for. He wants to kind of own that space, dominate at the point of attack, reset the line of scrimmage. Nixon, if you take those high-level moments where he kind of dials it up and rushes the passer and get him in a situational role, I think you can really get an intriguing guy that can create some interior pressure on the quarterback.
We've got 2 more picks off the board with Brendan Jamies, O-tackle from Nebraska, that's going to the Chargers. And then also Shaun Wade is going to the Ravens. When you look at those 2 picks, which one are you most excited about here?
I'll start with Jamies on this. We've talked about a lot of these teams that had a lot of offensive line questions now investing in developmental depth as they start to work down the board. You saw the Chargers. They picked Rashawn Slater to be their left tackle. They signed, Oday Abushi and Corey Lindsley and Matt Filer in free agency. And so you like how the starting 5 has come together, but the depth concerns remain. And I think Brendan Jamies is a guy that gives them that versatility to be the swing tackle. Obviously, they lost Sam Tevy. They have Trey Pipkins there. They lost Forrest Lamp. Dan Feeney's no longer there. So they needed to refuel and retool this offensive line depth. And Jamies is a guy that I think can give that to them right now and maybe be a developmental type starter player for them.
Jordan?
Yeah, I mean, Shaun Wade for me, I think this is a great fit for him as far as going to a secondary that has an outstanding culture.
Yep.
And I think they can really cross-train him as opposed to playing cornerback specifically or playing safety specifically. There's some people that like Shaun Wade as a safety. There's some people that like him more as a corner. Outside corner is just not going to be in his future. We all saw that last year. That was one of the biggest reasons why he went from opting out and potentially being a first-round prospect to now being a fifth-rounder. So he goes to a great situation in Baltimore.
Ben, you've got more in the green room.
All right, I don't really have a pose for Shaun Wade. He's got to kind of look angry. But Shaun Wade, this is one of the more interesting evaluations that we've had. All right, so he joins an Ohio State defense as a highly touted recruit out of the state of Florida, and they've got Jeffrey Okudah on one side and Damon Arnett on the other. You may remember those fellas. First-round picks, as outside corner. So Shaun Wade was playing in the nickel and playing in the slot, and he played there pretty well. In this past season, he was expected to opt out, and then the Big Ten was going to bring football back, and maybe he was going to stay opted out, and then he decides to return, and he's going to play press man coverage on the outside, a role he had not yet filled in a new Kerry Coombs approach, because Jeff Hafley, their old DB coach, had gone to Boston College. So a lot of new stuff. So he lines up the outside corner, and it's just bad. It just wasn't. It was bad film in 2020. And Shaun Wade would be the first to tell you that he struggled transitioning to that outside press corner role. And so he got beat up a little bit. Now he enters the draft prospect. He's still got all the athleticism in the world, but what is going to be his deployment? He's going to be a nickel player. He needs to be protected by safety help behind him. And so if he feels threatened vertically, he's going to be playing in that bail, and he's going to be needing to bail back, and it's not going to be pretty. So he needs to play with his hips in the line of scrimmage and have safety help behind him. In Baltimore, we play man coverage and we man blitz, and we like to have safeties we can bring down. Chuck Clark, Tony Jefferson, who was a safety slot, Shaun Wade now. We like to have guys we can bring down into the box and can realistically come and be aggressive. They can play at the second level, or they're going to bail out and then play man coverage. This is a man blitz defense under Wink Martindale. So this is good news, because Shaun Wade's going to be able to play in the slot in this system. He's going to be that threat to rush, that threat to be a run defender, something he was good when he was in the nickel at Ohio State. The question will be, does Baltimore have a good enough post safety, a good enough deep safety to protect Shaun Wade when he actually is assigned in man coverage? And that's going to be the deciding factor for him. But I think when you look at a player with this athleticism and this recruiting profile and see that the position switch was difficult in a very weird year for college football, I think you can get better coverage than you did get out of Shaun Wade. So I was very high on him coming into the year. Now I would classify myself as a little bit more cautiously optimistic. We're going to be just a little bit more on the safer side with Shaun Wade. For a Ravens team that loves secondary players and develops them well, and for a round 5 selection, I do think this is appropriate. So wishing the best for Shaun Wade, who struggled this season, saw his draft stock fall. It's an unfortunate part of the process, but opportunity to be a good pro now that you're in the building. Shaun Wade with the Ravens, it's a good fit.
Thanks, Ben. Joe, I know you wanted the Bills' next pick to be a corner, but the newest Bill is now Tommy Doyle. How do you feel about this pick?
Still got 3 more chances after this one at a cornerback. Brandon Beane, the general manager, has made it clear he wants to draft and develop football players. And Tommy Doyle, an offensive tackle from Miami of Ohio, is definitely another one of those developmental type players. He comes in 6'8", 320 pounds, over 35-inch arms, and a really good tester across the board. I mean, rare athleticism for his size. And you think about them picking Spencer Brown at the end of day 2, and you could see that they're valuing length and they're valuing tools to develop. And so the Bills' offensive line, the starting 5 are intact, and those are the only 5 that are under contract beyond this season. Now you have a draft pick in Spencer Brown, you have a draft pick in Tommy Doyle to make sure that you are keeping the cupboard full when it comes to offensive line depth and guys that have starter traits. So you trust your ability to develop these guys. Bobby Johnson, a good offensive line coach, and we could look back in a few years and say the Bills got themselves some real steals in the mid-round because they invested in traits and trusted in their program to develop these guys.
You mentioned some steals in the late round. Day 3 has actually developed a lot of Pro Bowl players when you look at Dak Prescott, even Eddie Jones, and Tyreek Hill. Do you see any of those guys today so far becoming one of those guys down the road?
Well, it's tough to make that kind of an assessment, right? Those guys are outliers. But, I think you're seeing teams fill out their roster. You're at the point now where you're trying to fill out a 90-man roster, and you look at numbers, right? You say, okay, we normally like to have 14 cornerbacks or 10 linebackers or something going into camp. So where can we invest this draft capital on players that we think have a realistic chance to make our roster? And so I think you certainly love to strike gold and find, a Tom Brady or a Kyle Williams or something like that on day 3. But I think this becomes a lot more about filling out your roster, developmental type guys, and giving yourself players that have at least starter traits so you can develop them.
The Jets have just made a trade, and they are now picking at 162 instead of the Chiefs. Where do you see them going with this move here?
Maybe in the secondary. I think edge rusher is something else that they could look to address. They haven't addressed that quite yet. I thought the Chiefs have done an outstanding job as far as addressing offensive line. They've already addressed some other positions too, so maybe secondary or edge rusher.
I'm really looking forward to this too because, obviously we saw them make a lot of offensive moves in the beginning. Where do you see them hopefully, taking some defensive picks here with the best guys that are available?
Me and Joe have talked about Mark Gilbert from Duke. He's a player that could go maybe in the later round somewhere, especially considering the talent that he did have. There's a bunch of durability concerns there with him, but we're on day 3. You take chances on players like that, especially in this area.
So the Jets actually traded down. The Chiefs traded up, and they just made a pick. They went with Noah Gray, the tight end from Duke. You said, ooh, what do you like about this guy?
Interesting player. I handle the ACC for us, so I'm familiar with Noah Gray out of Duke, and high school quarterback, comes to Duke and makes a switch over to tight end. Now, this isn't a classic, inline tight end that's going to block people and give you those throwback qualities. This is a move piece and almost like an H-back type player. And so I like him flexed out wide. I like him in the backfield. And he's very consistent with his hands. He's not overly dynamic in terms of the route running and his ability to separate, but I liked him after the catch. He's competitive and he has really good hands. And so for a team in Kansas City that's loaded, right? You think about your depth players and how they can help your roster. If you want to have a big slot type player and maybe stress the defense with some spacing and different matchups, I think Noah Gray's a guy that you can get on the field. I trust that he'll be a good teams player, and I like this as a depth player for Kansas City.
When you look at your best available, Joe, who are some guys that are still there that you thought would have been gone by now?
Trill Williams, cornerback from Syracuse. I know the bigger name with the Syracuse DBs have been Andre Sisco and Ifeatu Melifonwu, but as we've seen the cornerbacks really get drafted early, often, consistently throughout the draft, I think even as we've gotten into day 3, you saw quite the run on corners. I'm surprised that Trill's still on the board. He was really good as an outside corner for Syracuse as a redshirt freshman, and then he kicked inside and played nickel the last couple of years, and he's been good in both spots. And so you got a guy with versatility, size, he's physical. You see him make plays on the ball. And, I mean, I could be convinced that he's a safety as well. And so the physical skill set, the production's there, the athleticism, I'm not sure what's missing. I think that whoever picks him, I promise you I'll like the pick.
Jordan, you were doing your big board over there when we were sitting on the side. You said we're getting down to very slim pickings here, but who are your best available that you were surprised are still here?
Well, the one for me is Trey Smith, just from an ability standpoint, a former highly touted recruit, former 5-star player, of course, went into Tennessee, started off at guard, then transitioned to tackle, and then back to guard, but he did miss a handful of games just because of medical. He had a blood clot situation that was happening with him, so I think teams may be a little bit hesitant to take the risk on with that. But if we're just talking about the player, I'm really surprised that he's still here.
The regimen for him is interesting. I really appreciate Trey Smith and everything he's done to be on the field, whether it was like a heavy dose of different aspirins to thin out his blood, to help him with some of the blood clots in his lungs. And, you know, his mother passed at an early age due to some congestive heart failure. Football matters to Trey Smith, and he's battled it out. There were times even in 2019 where you just felt like early in the season he wasn't the same type of player. But as it went along, as he got his body more ready to play, I thought he played some good football. And so he's definitely a player I think everyone's rooting for. But I guess I understand the slide because of those medical concerns. But for a power run team, you think about Baltimore. I know they picked Ben Cleveland, but at this point, I mean, just get good players. Think about the Miami Dolphins. I think he'd be a nice fit for somebody at guard.
When you look at our day 3 now of the NFL draft, where have some teams kind of bounced back from what you saw on day 1 and day 2?
Bounce back from day 1 and day 2. You know, I'm always interested in some of the teams that didn't have first-round picks. You think about the Rams, you think about the Seahawks. They certainly come to mind, and how those draft classes are developing. And Jordan, I'd be interested to get your thoughts on this Rams draft class where they took Jacob Harris, right? This big height, weight, speed guy that's older but made plays down the field. They go Tutu Atwell. You know, you can fit him in your pocket, but my goodness, he can get down the field. And they got Matthew Stafford. I mean, you're a quarterback. You must be excited about how they can space the field and what Matthew Stafford can do with his arm.
I mean, you do get excited about it, but you're taking targets away from somebody, and somebody's going to be unhappy.
Never run the ball. Just never run it.
Just air it out every single play, always. And we know Sean McVay, he wants to throw the football, but he does a good job of having a diverse run game as well. They do a lot of motions and short area stuff that they like to do with that to create some spacing. So, I mean, they have a lot of guys in that wide receiver room. Somebody's going to be unhappy.
You mentioned the motions, right? And I obviously studied the Bills very heavily, and they played the Rams this year. And so I really looked into this McVay offense. And I think about those motions, and now I think about Tutu Atwell. You got to find ways to get this guy the football. He's the face of the draft class, right? It's not like they took him now. This was the first player that they picked, 149-pound wide receiver. When you start to introduce those ideas and thoughts and you really dig into the scheme that McVay wants to run, does it give you some more optimistic, approach with Tutu Atwell? Do you feel like this is the team that can get the most out of him?
Yeah, absolutely. Just because, like you mentioned, the motions, and Tutu's going to help out your run game too. Just because whenever you're running those motions, whether it's short, jet, or long motions, you're trying to create advantageous angles for your offensive lineman up front. Maybe there's a box look, or linebackers might be in positions of where that's a little bit disadvantageous for your offensive lineman up front. So those short motions are going to, what I like to call eye candy for those second level defenders, of where now you have the position of where you can get those linemen up to the second level that are great angles for them. So I think McVay's going to do a good job of using him, but the manufactured touch part is what kind of scares me about it, just because you have Robert Woods, you have Cooper Kupp, and these are proven guys. Are you going to take targets away from them to give Tutu Atwell the football?
Well, if I force a matchup and I get a linebacker on Tutu Atwell, he can't run with him.
Right.
I mean, it'd be concerning if he got his hands on him. I mean, he's going to take him out, but goodness gracious, if you can get him some space, there's going to be tough for guys to get the pursuit angles on him.
The Washington football team has landed their next guy. They've selected Derek Forrest from Cincinnati. How does he fit into this scheme? I see you nodding your head, Joe.
Yeah, I love the Cincinnati defense in general. I was assigned the AAC, so I spent a lot of time watching the Cincinnati defense, and it's a disciplined group. You talk about guys that embrace being 1/11th of a defense. That's the Cincinnati Bearcats, and they had another good safety, James Wiggins. I'm a little surprised that James Wiggins hasn't gone off the board and that Derek Forrest was the first Cincinnati safety drafted, but he's a good football player. And you said Washington football team's the team that picked him. You think Jack Del Rio, you think about Ron Rivera, discipline type guys. They're going to love plucking players from that Cincinnati defense. And Forrest isn't a guy that you're going to play deep, right? He's not going to be a deep zone defender, but you can play him low. He's physical. He's willing to trigger, fit the run, and I love that style of play. So immediately I think you're getting a core special teams player, which is important in the 5th round, but you're getting a guy that is a disciplined defender that if you want to go 3 safety looks, which has been a big point of conversation as we think about how these teams are adding talent and they're already deep at safety, but they're continuing to add them. I think you're going to start to see that trend, plus a quality special teams player. I see the path to the roster for Forrest. I see the role very clearly, and I see the fit here and how the style of play that he's accustomed to, how it's going to work in Washington.
Now we have Indiana's Jamar Johnson headed to the Mile High City with
Let's
the
go.
Denver Broncos. Let's go. What should the Broncos fans should be excited about with this one?
Well, I love Jamar Johnson. Yeah. Oh, man. So you want to get excited about Jamar Johnson, see him play against Ohio State and the fits that he gave Justin Fields. And, just ball skills. Dre Harris, I've been talking to this guy for a year now about football. He's in my ear every time I talk. 220 scouting meetings we've had about this draft class. And one of the things that stand out to me is Dre and how he talks about defensive backs that can take away the football. They're always going to have a home, and that's what Jamar Johnson can do. And I think he's not a guy that you're going to play high posts, one high safety, but for insurance behind a Justin Simmons, who is, let's face it, the face of that defense, it gives him a guy that has, I think, a complementary skill set. I had a second-round grade on Johnson. And it's insurance behind him. It's versatility. It's ball production. I think he'll be a good teams player. I think it's one of my favorite picks so far on day 3.
And Vic Fangio loves his defensive backs. They've already selected Caden Stearns.
Yeah, this is a better pick than Stearns to me.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. We all had him graded higher than Caden Stearns. So versatility in that defense is something that they covet.
Joe, I know you studied the ACC. When you still have Hamza Nasruddin and Quincy Roche left, where are you thinking teams will go with those teams still, with those guys still available?
Yeah, so Hamza, he's a fun football player, high character guy. The problem is it's hard to watch his tape and project him to the NFL because he's a big safety. He's a physical downhill guy. He'll tackle for sure. He'll fit the run. He'll mix it up and be physical in coverage. But as far as that deep coverage ability, you're not going to really want him playing in those situations. He's not going to be a high post defender. I mean, even split zones, deeper cover too, I'm not sure that's going to be in his wheelhouse. So I think he is a little bit limited in terms of scheme, but if you want to have like a dime linebacker type player that's good in shallow zones, that's going to come downhill, tackle, be good on teams, I think he'll be a nice fit for somebody, and this is the right range. I mean, I would have picked him much earlier, so at this point in the draft, whoever gets him is getting a steal.
Jordan, I know we pounded the table for Hamza. Is there anything that you want to add to what Joe just told us?
I thought he looked decent at the Senior Bowl. You could still tell like he was kind of dragging that leg a little bit, though. So I think there's a medical thing going on with him having a torn ACL. And I thought he looked fine when he came back last year, had the interception against NC State, I believe it was. You can just tell like he was just happy to be back around his teammates out on the field and then back in the game. So maybe it's a medical thing, but he's definitely a draftable player.
So we mentioned 2 of the top 5 best available. Now we'll have a full graphic on the screen with the rest of the guys that are available, including Trill Williams, Joshua Bledsoe, Quincy Roche, Hamza Nasruddin, and Cameron McGrone. When you look at that top 5 available, who are 1 or 2 that jump out to you?
I'm seeing a lot of ACC players, Tamara. What's going on here? This
Go
is
ACC.
My region. This is where you certainly have a lot of rooting interest. How about Quincy Roche? I mean, this guy's pass rush acumen is really exciting. He knows how to rush the passer. No, he's not the biggest. He's not the longest. He's not the most dynamic in terms of athleticism, but he's a friggin' good pass rusher. And so in the 5th round now that we're in, I think a team that's looking for like a rush outside linebacker, a designated pass rush type player, go get Quincy Roche because he knows how to get after the quarterback.
Jordan, what about you? When you look at that list of 5, who is 1 name or 2 names that jump out to you? Obviously, we've already talked about 2 of them.
Cam McGrone definitely is the one that jumps out to me. We had him at the top of the list for a reason. We thought he definitely was a top 100 guy. Very fast-flowing second-level defender. I thought he did a really good job as far as choosing the windows to attack when he attacked the first level. he was good in pass coverage from what I saw as well. So I'm not sure what's going on behind the scenes. I haven't heard of a medical thing or red flags of any kind, so I'm not sure why he's still on the board.
All right, we have a duo of picks that just came in. Florida's Sean Davis is going to the Colts, and then we also have Keith Taylor from Washington going to the Carolina Panthers. I know we've been really excited about what the Panthers are doing with this draft class. Joe, what does this addition do for them?
Gives them another guy in the secondary that they can work with. You think about Matt Rule, he loves traits. He wants high character people with traits, and he said also people that are good to other people. And I think that's a book on Keith Taylor. And they had a need at cornerback. I know that they signed A.J. Boye. They obviously picked J.C. Horn earlier in the draft, but I still think they needed to do more. You can't rely on guys like, Troy Pride and Corn Elder. Obviously, they've made some investments here, but continuing to add people that can cover, that have size and length. I don't like his ball skills. I think he's a developmental type guy, but at this point in the draft, get yourself corners that have athleticism, and that's what the Panthers did.
For sure. We'll be back with more Day 3 coverage right here on Brinks TV after the break.
As exciting of a night for me as it is for you, but that's okay. That's okay. So tell me how you're feeling. You're a New York Jet officially.
I don't know how to feel. If I could play a game right now, I'll go get dressed.
I can imagine that you're looking forward to playing football for sure, but you're playing in New York, Elijah. That just means more, right? It's just you play in New York City, big city, bright lights. Like this is the cream of the crop. So you got to tell me, like, what's the most excited thing you are looking forward to about going to New York City?
I think just playing with, that team and then just connecting with the fans. I want to be a type of person that gives back, so just, I'm a Jet. I like
I love the reaction because it's so authentic. Like you're just taking it all in. The fact that you are officially, obviously in the NFL, but obviously playing for such a big organization like the New York Jets. So we're here with Panini. Another thing that I'm gonna make you put you on the spot for is looking at your first look card, right? Seeing yourself on a trading card. What was that like? Because I imagine it was kind of a similar experience to you're like freaking out about being in the NFL.
It was. As soon as I opened it, I'm sorry. As soon as I opened it, like I didn't realize that like it was gonna be that like nice and big. I didn't know what it was because on the beginning of it says like, all right, somebody record you doing this. So man, it's just a blessing to have that because I'm gonna hang it everywhere. I'm gonna put it everywhere in my room. I don't know where I'm gonna put it yet, but it's gonna be everywhere in the house.
Yeah, you definitely got to hang on to your rated rookie card, right? Like you got to make sure you got to make sure you have those. You got to make sure you hold on to them for your family because those are definitely special. And you've got a couple other guys on your team, guy like Zach Wilson, these guys. So tell me about playing with the new rookie quarterback because there's been a lot of excitement about Zach Wilson. So I imagine you're thinking ahead and thinking about playing with him.
Oh man, I just can't wait. Someone who has an arm like that, I watched them work throughout this process and I got a chance to talk to him when we went to Indy, and I'm just ready to go, man. That's really all I can say. And having a quarterback like that, young, and we can build, that's what any kid could ask for, especially a receiver. So it's just a blessing.
All right, you got to showcase. I've been doing this with all the prospects that I talk to. You got to showcase the swag. So you got a really nice chain. I think you might be in the running for my mock draft that I've done for best fashion. So you're really doing it. You've got the best chain so far. So show the camera. You're showing out. All the people need to see what you're rocking today.
That's that 8 ball. It's me. That's that drip.
I love that. I love the New York Jets hat. I think you're obviously going to be well received in New York. So I'll end with this. Tell New York Jets fans what they need to know about Elijah Moore.
Just get ready because I'm coming.
Get ready. He's coming. He's putting you on notice. Get ready to that's a cornerback shot. You're taking shots at the cornerbacks, and I love that. So Elijah, good luck this upcoming season. playing with the New York Jets. The Jets are having themselves a good few days. So enjoy the rest of the NFL draft. Enjoy this night with your family, and we'll talk soon.
Thank you so much.
Best ball season is here, and it's bigger than ever. With no waivers, trades, or setting lineups, it has never been easier to have a shot at the $1 million grand prize. Underdog Fantasy lets you draft a season-long league in seconds, thanks to their slick mobile app and state-of-the-art website. And best of all, if you don't love it, there's a $100 money-back guarantee. So what are you waiting for? Draft for the 2021 season today.
Brinks TV, loving on you with lots of cash and prizes.
Welcome back to the Draft Network. It is day 3 of our NFL draft coverage here with Brinks.TV, in the thick of it in round 5 and taking some more fan questions submitted on Twitter and on YouTube and through TDN Premium. The first comes from Rahul, a longtime TDN Premium member. Thoughts on what the Colts are going to do about their left tackle situation? They should have drafted a doggone left tackle in the first round, and then when they didn't, they should have done it in the second. This is ludicrous here. They traded for Carson Wentz. Future first-round pick likely in the mix. Wentz has struggled to feel pressure for his entire NFL career, usually fumbles when he gets hit, and has injury concerns. And the fact that they would let Anthony Costanzo's retirement go unanswered, Sam Tevian free agency, Julian Davenport, is disappointing. Unless they got some secret plan with Danny Pinter, who was a left tackle out of Ball State. They drafted him in the 5th round last year. I don't understand if they can get a starting caliber player here. They like Pinter as a guard. I looked through the tackle group left. Adrian Ely, Carson Green, maybe Stone Forsythe out of Florida. I don't have anybody on the board I'm comfortable calling a day 1 pass protecting starter at left tackle. So I'll be frank with you. I do not know the Colts' plan at left tackle, and I think it could be a big problem for their team in the future. The next question comes from Andrew on YouTube, who wants to know why Brevin Jordan fell so far. Brevin's testing was going to describe the ceiling for him. We expected him to be a Jonnu Smith, a name that Joe brought up during the broadcast. Didn't get what we wanted. 9'8" broad, a 34-inch vert. I ran a 3-cone, I think at 7'5". Not the quickness that we needed, not the explosiveness we needed. Brevin's a really unique yak athlete. You don't typically think about tight ends' best skills being run after catch, but he's slippery and elusive. He's got a good feel for space. So I still like him as a player, even for all the route running and the no blocking and the hands concerns considered. And in Houston's position, barring their trade up for Nico Collins yesterday, which was nuts, you just take guys who are good football players at this point. You're just trying to fill out a roster. And this is a long-term rebuild, so I like the fact they made the pick. But that athletic testing belied a little bit of what we thought Brevin Jordan could be. So our final question, another one that comes from YouTube, is going to be the what GM should be on the hot seat right now? Nobody's really on the hot seat during the draft. I don't want to grade those picks too early. Of course, Mike Mayock's situation with the Raiders hasn't been a very strong draft thus far. And, we're not going to take anything away from Les Snead, though I don't really like what the Rams are doing. I don't understand why Dave Gettleman hasn't been placed back on the hot seat. And I know that Rob back there for me is giving himself a little bit of a shrug, our resident Giant fan. He was on the hot seat coming into the 2020 draft, was able to survive that process, didn't necessarily deliver a great draft. Andrew Thomas, not necessarily going to look like a great pick in hindsight, only won 5 games with the Giants, and we didn't even hear anything about his hot seat. And then, okay, he learned how to trade back. That's nice, but I don't really love a draft that's based off of Kadarius Toney and Aaron Robinson. I like Azeez Ojulari, but there's a knee issue there. I don't know what Gettleman's done to take his name out of these conversations, and I think if the hope is that these offensive line investments and these wide receiver investments will lead to better Daniel Jones play, I'm not too sure about that. And another season of a struggling Daniel Jones could lead to more conversations around Gettleman's future in New York. But for more conversations about round 5 prospects, everyone's favorite prospects, we throw it back to the couch. Tamara, take it away.
Thank you, Ben. Let's take a look at some of the picks that just came in. We have Nate Dobbs going to the Raiders. We got Zach Davidson going to the Vikings, and Richard LeCount III, who is the newest Cleveland Brown. Jordan, take it away.
Yeah, Zach Davidson, a player that, interestingly enough, played punter and also tight end as well. Not a combination you see a lot playing for the Division II program there at Central Missouri. Very interesting prospect. He'll tear your face off as a blocker, but also he's very versatile as a pass catcher as well. So I like this pick a lot. Probably going to be a depth piece behind Irv Smith and then also Tyler Conklin as well. So he's not going to be asked to play right away.
I think Zach Davidson would prefer if you would call him a tight end that also punts. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Go on now. So we had Nate Hobbs, cornerback from Illinois. He goes to, is it the Raiders? And so I'm going to tell you what. As a guy who's sitting here hoping that the Buffalo Bills draft a cornerback with every pick the rest of the way, I am going to praise every single team that picks a cornerback because you can't have enough good cornerbacks. Like, I know it's cliche, but it's legitimately true. It's a passing league. Well, what do you need to stop the pass? Cornerbacks, guys that can mirror and match, smart, play in zone, cue the backfield, be willing to match up with all these ridiculously good wide receivers in the NFL in an offensive league that is slanted towards creating favorable opportunities to pass the football, and teams are learning how to take advantage of these rules. And so putting 10, 11 personnel on the field, you better have some cornerbacks to match up. And so the teams that are picking corners and prioritizing them, that's smart.
The Texans, their last pick obviously was a tight end. Now they've moved to the opposite side of the ball, getting a linebacker here. They've decided to go with Garrett Wallow. Would love to know what you guys thought that the Texans saw when they saw this guy to pick up for their team.
Yeah, I had Wallow in my region, and he originally started as a safety, and they moved him up a level to linebacker. He served as their Mike, very instinctive, very smart, very active, obviously, especially coming down a level to from safety to linebacker. But it is a little bit undersized, about 6'2", about 225 pounds, so I don't think he's going to be able to play Mike on the next level. Probably is going to have to play Will on the weak side. So, interestingly enough, the Texans need a lot of help at a lot of positions, so they continue to stack depth at certain spots.
We live in a world where Paul Warlow gets drafted ahead of Cam McGrone, and they're really opposite players because one of my concerns with Garrett Wallow, I said Paul, sorry about that, Garrett Wallow, is that he's not a guy that I trust to play downhill into the line of scrimmage. I mean, This guy gets pushed around.
Yeah,
you see him taking on a block, that's not going to end well for him. And so for this thought that keeps going through our head and some of our side discussions about how this is a big man's game, I have my concerns about Wallow being able to really hold himself up well in the box.
Yeah.
And obviously, 5th round, I'm not too critical, but when you could get a player like Cam McGrone, which has a higher ceiling, much more developmental appeal, that moves the needle more for me. And you think about this pick, Houston traded up to get this guy. They said, we got to get Garrett Wallow on our football team. And so whenever there's trades, especially on day 3, I always get really excited to kind of understand why. Think about why they did it, because you're pounding the table. You're saying, we got to go get this guy. And so this is a player that they obviously felt some type of way about, and I just think there's better linebackers they could have went after.
So you said this is a big man's league. We've got, personally, one of my favorites, Dalen Hayes, coming off the board from Notre Dame, and he is going to the Baltimore Ravens.
Oh, boy, yeah.
I mean, it's a good spot. It's a good pick for Baltimore just because they need somebody to replace Matt Judon. They bring in Jason Owe, and I think with this selection, Dalen Hayes is going to give them some good depth. I was a fan of the player opposite of him, Adeo Gandeji, but Dalen Hayes was another player that really made a lot of plays for the Irish.
So how is he going to play? Like, is this going to be the 270-pound, long-arm, heavy-handed guy we saw in 2019, or is this going to be the trimmed-down version, the 250, 255-pound guy that we saw more as a, rush linebacker type player? I liked him better at the 270 version, but when you think about him on the Ravens, like what comes to mind for you?
I would say the latter more than the former, just because they're probably going to want him a little bit more slimmer in that, that multi-versatile front that they run. And Judon, he was a player that was very active, even though he was very strong at the point of attack. I thought his penetrating style and just his activity all over the place could be similar to a role that they make out for Dalen Hayes.
Yeah, I think at this point in the draft, though, I mean, a guy that gives you good run defending, but also, like, if you have that trimmed-down version, I think he's got enough there as a pass rusher, and so I can see the role and thought with this pick for sure.
Yeah.
It's pretty interesting that we had our best 5 available on the board, and I think all those players are still available, right, Joe?
Well, yeah, let me bring up a name here that's just outside of our top 5 available, a player I know that you did some work on, and we all did, Stone Forsythe, the offensive tackle from Florida. As we see, guys that are like him and Tommy Doyle coming off the board, what do you think is contributing to him falling? Because it's definitely not his first name. Stone's a great name for an offensive lineman.
So I always love to see the discrepancy between the league and what we see on draft media.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Stone Forsythe definitely was one of those guys. I wasn't a big fan of him, honestly. I thought he was very heavy-footed, was a bit lethargic with his movements, especially in his pass sets. That was something that really stood out. But he had the length over-sacrifice a little bit for what he lacked as far as lower half twitch. And maybe NFL teams are saying as he goes against more of these more creative and explosive pass rushers, he's not going to be able to do that consistently. He was much better last year. I will give him credit for that. But it's just the slew-footedness and then just the lack of lower half twitch that just scares me about Forsyth.
Yeah, but kind of what we talked about with the corners, I'm going to praise every time we see one come off the board. I think at this point, the offensive line definitely comes into play where, you're gonna probably roster 9, maybe 10 offensive linemen, 8 or 9 at least are going to be active on game days. I think it's time for some team to take a swing on Stone Forsyth for sure at this point in the draft.
So the 49ers are on the clock and their pick is in. What move do you see them making here?
At this point, it's any guess you can come up with, but I think it's a team that can still prioritize depth across their football team, whether that's offensive line, maybe in the secondary, I think is certainly an area that comes to mind. So I'm not sure we're at the, it's difficult at this point to say, okay, this is the player, this is the position, because it does go back to that discussion about how can we find players that we can roster that can help us and that we can find a role for them, even in year one.
So you've been praising cornerbacks pretty much for the last 15 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Another one is off the board.
Good pick.
This one's from Oregon.
Oh.
And he's headed to the 49ers.
Thomas Graham?
No, this is
Demador Lenoir.
Yes. How do you feel about this, Jordan?
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with it. A player that's played inside and outside. I think he's a nickel corner on the next level. I don't think he has the length necessary to play on the outside consistently. A player that also is on every single special team as well. And that's always something that you want to see, especially this late in the draft. A player, it's all about what roles can you satisfy, what roles can you serve for me. And the more hats that you can wear, the better. And a player like Demador Lenoir, he's played inside and outside. Like I said, he's probably going to have to be a slot guy on the next level. But also, if he doesn't get a chance to contribute as a cornerback and he's that 4th or 5th guy on the depth chart, you have to be on every single special teams unit. And he's going to be able to do that walking through the door.
So, Jordan, I thought Thomas Graham was the better Oregon cornerback.
I agree.
Are you surprised that Lenoir was the first one drafted?
Yeah, I am. And I mean, he tested better than Thomas Graham. We didn't see Graham at all last year. I believe he opted out. So that may be something that is contributing to Lenoir going before Thomas Graham.
Yeah, I remember watching 2019 Thomas Graham, and he's not a do-everything guy, but you saw a smart football player who was tough and physical. And I think at this point, somebody would be well served by investing into that and finding a guy that can maybe play some safety, play some slot. And, as we celebrate the selection of corners, Thomas Graham should be a target for somebody real soon.
Yeah.
Would you take him to the Bills?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And the Bills now, so they traded out of that Houston spot, picked up a couple of extra 6th-round picks. And so, Brandon Beane, we're back up to 4 picks the rest of the way. 2 or 3 corners would be nice. If there's any left. I mean, other teams are doing this, right? That's kind of the problem. You're running out of options.
Right.
The Packers are on the clock, and they actually made their pick pretty fast. So I'm interested to see where they go here. Are they going to go with another corner, or are they going to go with something else? Maybe a weapon.
Oh, is that the pick?
Yeah. I mean, they're known for taking late-round receivers, Marquez Valdez-Scantling, Equanimous St. Brown. So this is their wheelhouse of taking those late-round receivers. So it wouldn't be surprising if they dip their toes in that water again.
Potentially a weapon for Aaron Rodgers if he decides
that
to
would
stay?
be nice. That would be nice.
Do you think a weapon here could make him stay?
I don't know, honestly. It seems like they're in just that weird relationship right now of where he's like he has 1 foot out the door and he's like, I'm about to close the door right behind me after I leave. So I don't think a late-round receiver is going to make him change his mind, though. But getting a weapon obviously could help them.
For Jordan Love?
Yeah, for Jordan Love.
So not Kyle. I'm so used to talking with Kyle. Jordan, as you think about that possibility of Jordan Love being the starting quarterback for the Green Bay Packers next year, I mean, Aaron Rodgers aside, and based on what you remember about scouting Jordan Love at Utah State, what comes to mind? You think he's ready? I mean, what's this type of ceiling that he has?
Well, he doesn't really have a choice, honestly. If Aaron Rodgers is gone, he's going to have to step on the field. But I like Jordan Love in 2019 as opposed to the final year that we saw him there. He had a lot of hype. Everybody was paying attention to the LSU game, which was what I like to call quote-unquote resume-type games, which are the ones that we come back to when we're studying him in our cross-checks. The first game that you're going to pull up is LSU. So just the accuracy and just the inconsistencies with it, that's something that's really hard to improve upon with the quarterback. But on the flip side, it was similar to Josh Allen in that he he's playing with the cast of characters that I like to say, playing with a bunch of nobodies when he was out there. So it's just a matter of you have to surround him with a bunch of weapons. Obviously, you have to have a good play caller, which Green Bay definitely does have, but the lack of accuracy that he showed during his final year at Utah State, you're just hoping that you can get that player that we saw during his sophomore year when he had his breakout season.
And I'm pretty comfortable with what they have. I mean, I wouldn't hate more receiving options, but they have a top 2 or 3 receiver in the game in Devontae Adams. They've got a really outstanding running back in Aaron Jones. They have some nice pieces on the offensive line, a good play caller like you mentioned. And so
– add Amari Rodgers too.
Yeah, that's a good reminder. Yeah. Amari Rodgers will be a nice slot weapon for them. You know, it's interesting because we talk about how the perception of teams can change, and a team right now that I look at as a top 3, maybe 2 team in the NFC right now with Aaron Rodgers, if that becomes Jordan Love, I'm not sure that I'm banging the table for them being a playoff team predictably.
No, you can't, especially with when you're talking about a rookie quarterback. Well, not a rookie, but a first-year starter. In a sense, you don't know how he's going to turn out, especially with the inconsistencies and the roller coaster ride that he was during his junior year. And yes, I know he has Matt LaFleur, who was an outstanding play caller. He has weapons around him. But whenever you're talking about a first-year starter, especially stepping into the shadows of one of the best ever that we have seen at the position, and also not only that, you're following up this lineage of Brett Favre, Aaron Rodgers. There's going to be monumental expectations for you.
So I know we just talked through the possibility of them drafting a weapon for Jordan Love or Aaron Rodgers, but instead they have decided to go with Tadaro Slayton from Florida.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I don't mean to cut you off. Sorry, but this was a player that was in my region. War daddy in the sense that we love to use. 6'6", 350 pounds, so he's a massive human being. But they lost Montravius Adams. They have some players that they like along the interior, but Kenny Clark is the only guy that has high upside in a sense. You have a bunch of depth fillers in a sense other than that, but you get that big body guy that is just a space eater that I like to say. Let him take both A gaps and just let him just control the center at the point of attack. That's what TJ Slayton does.
Love this pick, and I feel like every time I watch the Green Bay Packers over the last couple years, stopping the run has been a problem, like a big-time problem. It's why they've lost critical games late in the season that have prevented Aaron Rodgers from playing in more Super Bowls. They can't stop the run. And so Tadaro Slayton, 350 pounds, I mean, he's a space eater. He's physical. He can anchor. And I hate to say that he's just that because he's got a really dynamic athletic profile, especially for that size. And so I think they needed to get more stout up front. They need to stop the run better. And I think this is a type of pick that enables them to do that. And so some picks I'll be lukewarm about at this point in the draft. But when you hear a name like this get called and you think about how they can help a football team and that path to playing time and what they can mean to the roster, I think Tadaro Slayton so far in this 5th round is one of my favorite selections.
The next name to be called is Ernest Brown. He is going to the Rams. In the addition to Tutu Atwell to this class, where do you see the Rams going with this move they just made?
The interesting thing about the Rams or the NFC West in general is that it just seems like every draft board is different across the league. There's a bunch of discrepancies. There's players that they're higher on. There's players that they're lower on. But the Rams, the Seahawks, and the 49ers, in a sense, at times, just have a completely out-of-whack board. We saw it with Tutu Atwell. We've seen it with plenty of other players as well. And this is another selection. Ernest was a really good player for Northwestern. We've seen some good players come out of there in this draft class with Greg Newsome, then also Rashawn Slater as well. And it seems like Northwestern has that one player on defense every year. Patty Fisher was another player that they like a lot coming out of there too.
Well, maybe this is their Samson Ekubon 2.0 here at this point. I think we probably had similar thoughts about that pick back when it happened, and so they wound up getting a good player. He got a nice contract from the San Francisco 49ers, and so I think what I appreciate about this pick for the Rams, a team that doesn't necessarily have a ton of draft capital, invest that draft capital on premium positions, and they haven't exactly done that to this point. And so I appreciate them bouncing back and getting a young pass rusher that has some developmental appeal, especially for the style of defense that they like to play. I mean, the Rams have done a good job in recent years of inserting guys into spots that, I mean, you feel like they're not even replacement level players, but they're getting production out of them. And so maybe this is the next guy in that Rams mold of defensive players.
Joe, we're back to the cornerbacks.
Good.
This one's coming out of Pitt, the ACC, and your realm, and he's going to the Jets. we've got Jason Pinnock.
Yeah, so he's a player that a lot of people were high on. And this Jets team, I mean, they came into this draft with, like, Bryce Hall as their number one corner. And I loved Bryce Hall at Virginia. Maybe you didn't as a Hokie. You're not a big fan because you're a football player. But, he had that injury, his final year at Virginia. And I think that stole a lot of his sizzle. But then he got healthy, found some playing time for the Jets this past year. He made some plays. But they needed more. I mean, they needed a lot more. And so it's good to see now Joe Douglas invested in the Duke corner, Michael Carter, now another one here for them, Jason Pinnock from Pittsburgh. I think this is Joe Douglas acknowledging and understanding that his team needs to get better at corner and taking some swings here on day 3.
He tested outstanding at the pro day.
Yep.
Was by far the best player there, and there were a lot of slow times at that pro day.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Rashad Weaver, Patrick Jones, and
Jalen Twyman, Paris Ford, yeah.
Jalen Twyman. But the one bright spot was Jason Pinnock. I mean, he ran, I believe it was low 4.4s, jumped 37 or 38 in the vertical, and was outstanding in every other testing compartment as well.
It seems like they have a thing for these ACC players. Joe Douglas does, because Joe Douglas in his first draft, I loved it, right? I had a lot of praise for it, and so looking at what he's been able to do this time around, it seems like we continue to have our eyes on a lot of the same football players.
I know we really liked what the Carolina Panthers have done with their draft class. I heard Kyle mention he really likes what's happening with the Denver Broncos, but how would you assess what the Jets have been able to do so far?
Okay, so obviously Zach Wilson, number 2 overall, that's the face of this draft class. The next several seasons, the Joe Douglas and Robert Saleh tenure era of Jets football it's going to be defined on Zach Wilson and how he pans out. And so I think, nobody questions that pick at number 2 now. It's just, how does that transition happen? How does he go from BYU to the bright lights of New York City and step into a situation where they are hungry? I mean, this football team is hungry for a good quarterback, and you kind of feel the stress and weight of that. And you go back to, like, the Cleveland Browns and how often they missed on quarterbacks, and you're at that point where you just can't miss on another one. And so this is critical that he has to pan out. I love Elijah Vera Tucker, the football player. He's one of my favorite offensive linemen in the class. I think he'll be a high-quality starter. I still have questions about investing multiple third-round picks to go up and get him, but I'm not debating the football player and how he can help that team. Michael Carter's a player that one of my favorite picks for them, because you think about Zach Wilson, the style of play that he has, and he's going to have to learn in the NFL what he can and cannot get away with. Some of those throws that he was trying to fit against San Jose State and Hawaii and stuff like that, they work there, but they might not have the same success rate when you're going up against NFL defenses. And so giving him a check down option in Michael Carter that he knows he can rely on to catch the football, create after the catch, I think is going to be really important for his process and how he decides to attack defenses. And not only did those throws work at BYU, but he had a great offensive line. He got all kinds of comfortable behind that elite BYU offensive line. And so Michael Carter, a pick that I have a lot of praise for as an option for Zach Wilson. It's not a blocker, right? We think, how do you help Zach Wilson? You protect him. Well, this is the type of weapon that can help him really affect his process and keep the offense on schedule and maybe avoid some of those lowlights.
I was going to say, I don't mean to cut you. I was going to say, which Michael Carter were you saying?
The running back.
They took 2 of them.
Right.
But
that was a good
Elijah
one.
Moore as well.
Oh, how did I forget?
Let's not forget about him. He was a fantastic addition as well.
So we've got 2 new picks in. They're both linebackers. We've got, first, out of Auburn, KJ Britt going to the Bucks, and then we have Cam McGrone from Michigan going to the Patriots. As you look at those 2 linebackers back to back, Kyle's got some commentary over there, but Joe, would love to hear from you.
Why don't you go with Britt? Talk about Britt. And I want to invite Kyle to talk about Cam McGrone because, you were in on McGrone before anybody else, and now you have to live with him going to the Patriots. But I think if there's anybody that could talk Cam McGrone, it's the other draft dude here. Oh, boy.
We're going to
make some room.
Couple of buddies here on the couch. What's going on, guys? Good to see you. All
Cam
right.
McGrone, you got picked by the Patriots.
Well, yeah, no, I know. I was doing the whole fist pump thing, and then Tamara closed the sentence with "to the Patriots," and it was never mind. Of course. So we're talking about Cam McGrone. Is that the plan right now?
Yeah, then we'll get to KJ Britt.
Okay.
Right?
So Cam McGrone entered the 2019 season as not a starting linebacker for the Michigan Wolverines, and then they had an injury there in the linebacker group, and he steps into the lineup. And after the first couple of games, you really started to see him pick up his anticipation and ability to read and flow. And you see this sideline to sideline range that he had in 2019, and there's reps against Penn State where they're down on the goal line, and he's scraping over top of the entire line of scrimmage, and he's working over top, and he stays and he's collisioning the ball carrier right there at the goal line and making sticks that are really impressive with as far as feeling his way through traffic. And you're sitting there thinking, wow, this guy's a redshirt freshman. Like, he's really got a little something to him. Like, if he's doing this now, imagine what he can be like in a couple of years when he comes out. And then he regressed this past season. I don't think there's any question that he was not the same dynamic player. He looked a step slower and made the decision to come out. And, Jordan, I know you had alluded to, we're not really sure what's going on behind the scenes here, but I think from a tape perspective, we could probably say that, like, he was better than the 177th player in this year's class. So there's something else at play here. We don't know what that is, but this is how teams like New England and Baltimore and Pittsburgh and Buffalo now, they routinely just become pains in the butt, and they're always in the picture because they take advantage of when players like this fall down the board.
I don't want to spend too much time on Cam McGrone, but I do have a follow-up question for you on him. When you think about his role on this Patriots defense, like, what does that look like to you?
Well, New England has plenty of specialization amongst their linebackers. You think about Donta Hightower, right? And this is not that kind of player. I do think he has the ability to be somebody who develops into a 3-down type of linebacker. I'm probably playing him on the backside and just letting his range shine early on. I'm not playing him at Mike or anything like that. But if you go odd front, you got 2 inside stack linebackers in the tackle box. I'm putting Donta Hightower on the front side of that, and I'm putting Cam McGrone on the backside, asking Donta Hightower to trigger down into that gap, and I'm asking Cam to be the straight player who flows over top of it.
So, Joe, we are continuing on the train of cornerbacks, and hopefully they leave you one for the Bills eventually, but the Packers have made another selection. This still on the defense with Shamar Jean-Charles.
That's my guy right here.
That's Jordan's guy, so we'll let Jordan talk.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Shamar Jean-Charles. I think he's one of the more underrated players in this draft class. I actually went down to the Tropical Bowl, and I saw him down there in Orlando, Florida, and he was one of the better players. Reminds me a lot of Mackenzie Alexander coming out of Clemson. Outstanding ball production, 17 passes, defense last year, which was the tops in the country. Didn't get a lot of playing time his first 2 years at App, but the final 2 years he was a starter. Probably is going to have to be a nickel on the next level. He's only about 5'10", about 185 pounds, so he's not consistently going to be able to play on the outside. But as far as a nickel that can eventually be a starter, I think Jean-Charles can be that.
So we've got a weapon for Dak Prescott going to the Cowboys is Simi Fehoko from Stanford. I see a head nod. What are your thoughts there for this hopeful addition to help Prescott?
So I was actually watching Davis Mills when we were cross-checking him, and I just kept asking, like, who is this number 13 that he's throwing to? Because he kept bailing him out just because he was making all these off-target throws, and Fehoko was running fast across the field on these shallows, and then the next play he'd be running deep, catching the ball deep. So he's a very active player, going to be on every single special teams as well. So I really like this fit. And he's going to fit in perfect with this wide receiver corps just because you have your top dogs at the top with CD, Gallup, and, of course, Amari Cooper. So that 4th or 5th wide receiver, Fehoko can fit right in.
I think we can all acknowledge that Fehoko is probably not going to be a big-time part of the offense this year, and he's not even a player that was on the field a ton for Stanford, right? A lot of inexperience when it comes to Fehoko. But let's not forget Michael Gallup, an expiring contract. And when you think about how this team has invested resources, they can't pay Michael Gallup. Yeah. I mean, they have crazy amounts of money invested in this offense, and they have Amari Cooper, and they have CeeDee Lamb. And so I think this gives them a guy that they can look at as a developmental player this year to groom into that Michael Gallup role, get quality special teams production out of him now, but maybe in 2022 he winds up being a top 3-4 target for that passing game.
The 49ers have made their next selection. It's Talanoa Hufanga. I see a smile over there, Joe. What's that all about?
These are the players that I love to see come off the board on day 3 because they're not natural enough at any spot to take them earlier, but they're good players. You know, Hufanga is kind of like a hybrid safety linebacker, and when you look at him through that lens and you study him and you become aware of his resume and the type of athleticism and size that he has, you start to have questions about how he can fit into a defense. But at this point in the draft, you know you're going to get high quality special teams play, but you can think of him now through the lens of it being a sub-package player, and now I can envision the role. And so this is one that makes me perk up a little bit because I think he's tailor-made for this range of the draft.
Ben, we heard you have more on Hufanga. Take it away.
Yeah, I do have a lot more on Talanoa Hufanga. This was a 6'2", 215 box safety for the Trojans in 2019. A Polynesian who loved Troy Polamalu, went to USC because he wanted to follow in his footsteps. He's playing in the box, and he's physical, and he's aggressive, and he's instinctive. So much of what Troy was as a player for the Steelers, you could see inspired Hufanga and leaked into his game. And then in 2020, USC lost a little bit of talent in the secondary, and he was required to play high a little bit more. He was required to play that deep middle role a little bit more. And simply put, we usually like to talk about what a player can do. What Hufanga can't do is he does not have the speed. He doesn't have the range to play deep middle, that single high post safety. I think he ran a 4.61 at his pro day after cutting weight down to 199 pounds. So for Hufanga, Joe's right. We're a little bit of a safety linebacker hybrid who would have been much earlier drafted if not for the fact that he's now had multiple right shoulder injuries. He has a replaced right collarbone, and he loves to be a big hitter. Troy Polamalu, but does not have that consistent tackling anymore because of this injury. So he falls due to injury. But if you're looking at Niners linebacker depth chart, who Fred Warner, the clear guy in place. They tried to bring in Quan Alexander next to him, was not successful. They had a 7th-round pick out of Florida Atlantic, who was another linebacker safety hybrid who got some starting reps for them as well. They like being able to have that 215, 220-pound will linebacker who can be responsible for tight ends and man coverage when they come over to his side of the formation. But in general, it's just going to be a low box player, going to be able to fill against the run with aggressiveness. And most importantly for Hufanga, he had 6 career sacks. 8 TFLs. He's a really good at the line of scrimmage productive player. And so I agree with Joe wholeheartedly. Injury concerns, yeah. Fit concerns, yeah. But at some point, you look at a good ball player on the board and you say, bring him to me, and we're going to figure it out when we get here. So even if you don't get 16 games out of him, even if he's not a full 3-down player, Talanoa Hufanga plays with instincts, plays with aggression, his hair is on fire, extremely likable film, and I think for San Francisco and their success with some smaller linebackers, you could see him find an established role. Big fan of Talanoa Hufanga, big fan of Joe Marino as well. What a job he's doing there on the couch.
Thank you, Ben. The Chiefs, we're on the clock. Their pick is in. They're taking a wide receiver out of Clemson. They're taking Cornell Powell. Joe, shaking your head over there. You're the ACC guy. I would love to hear from you on this one.
It's a good pick, right? So I mean, I wasn't shaking my head for any other reason than good football team in the Kansas City Chiefs and a good player in Cornell Powell. I remember when I became introduced to Cornell Powell, I'm watching Clemson, and I'm like, who's this dude? Like, who's this guy making plays? I've been watching Clemson for years. I studied them all summer long to get ready for the season. I don't know who Cornell Powell is. I'm like, oh, this is the next guy, right? This is the next T. Higgins, the next Sammy Watkins, the next Nuke Hopkins. And I look him up. He's a 5th-year guy. He's been on the team for 5 years. He never made a play. All of a sudden, he gets into the lineup when DJ Ugongolele, I think that's how you say his name, stepped in for Trevor Lawrence. And this guy's making plays left and right. And that continued while DJ played, and then Trevor Lawrence came back in the lineup, and all of a sudden he's throwing the ball to Cornell Powell. So he's a late bloomer, but my goodness, this guy can play football. And so the amount of reps that you'd like to see in a player, they're not there. But what he put on tape this year, the special teams pedigree, the size, the athleticism, this guy is gripped, man. This guy's muscles have muscles for sure. And so I'm thinking 5th-round Kansas City Chiefs, a guy that can win down the field, can play teams. I mean, this is how good teams stay good.
The more you can do, the better.
Yep.
Consistency. That is the textbook definition of Cornell Powell. And got a throwback name for you here, Jason Avant from the Eagles. That's the player that he reminds me of. And he's going to play forever. He's going to play 15, 16 years in the league, and he's going to be somebody's wide receiver 3 or wide receiver 4 for the longevity of his career just because of how consistent he is. He doesn't drop anything. He has the ready-made body and the physicality and mindset to step in from day one to help somebody.
The Falcons pick is in. And I'm really excited for this one because we have been talking a lot about what we wanted to see for them, I know, on the first day. And now we're here on day 3, and they're making a selection out of the ACC from Notre Dame, team captain. I don't want to mess up his name. So Kyle is running over to help me out.
Notre Dame, Ade Ogundeji.
Adekumbo Ogundeji.
Love him.
Love it. Why do you love it?
Big fan of him. Creates constant pressure. Very mature. Came to Notre Dame when he was 17 years old. Ended up becoming a team captain now at 21 or 22 years old. And just talking to some of these players before their pro days, you can really tell who's very mature, who has their head on straight, and who's there for a purpose. And he was one of the players that really stood out to me. A lot of traits, 6'5", 265 pounds, is that moldable piece of clay that we talk about at edge rusher that has those foundational traits, but just needs somebody to take those tools off the shelf in a sense. And I think going to a place like Atlanta that has a huge need for edge rusher, they've tried to fix it with guys like Vic Beasley and Tack McKinley in years past, but now with this new regime and Terry Fontenot, he's put an emphasis on addressing edge rusher. I really like this spot for him.
Jordan, I don't know if you noticed this, but Tamara, when she was talking about this player, she said, out of the ACC, and it's a Notre Dame guy. So are we doing this?
Yes, we are. Last year counted.
Right.
They were in the ACC last year.
So this guy plays 3 out of his 4 seasons as an independent conference guy. This is like the Russell Wilson thing, right? Is he from NC State or Wisconsin?
Yeah.
And so he's from Wisconsin, I guess, right? Because that's where he played last.
But and to be fair, Notre Dame's 6 of their games are in the ACC.
Right, but then join the conference permanently.
Right.
Be a real team.
Exactly.
I plead the 5th.
All right.
And I'm going to plead the 5th and move on to the next pick. This is another cornerback. I feel like I'm a broken record here. This one's out of Boise State with Avery Williams. He is going to the Atlanta Falcons.
Oh, this is a sensational pick. He going to Falcons, you said?
Yes.
Oh, man. Okay. Avery Williams, he's a player that every single team should have been hoping that they get right here in the draft. Special teams ability off the charts. It's not just the return game. This guy blocks kicks and punts. I think he's been responsible for like 8 or 9 special teams touchdowns across his career, the 2-time Mountain West special teams player of the year. And so this, oh man, like you know right away you're getting an elite special teams player, and he can play a little bit of cornerback too.
Jordan, you said the more you can do.
Absolutely. And this is the type of player that you take in the 5th round, just because day 3 is all about developmental players, but also that can fill out your roster. And we know while you're developing these players, you're going to have to play on special teams.
Yep.
So why not get a guy with a proven track record like a Avery Williams, like you mentioned, was a multi-time special teams player in a big-time conference, even though he's a bit on the shorter side, about 5'8.5", but he plays the game with his hair on fire in a different type of what I like to call short man syndrome, where he just feels like everything is just stacked against him. He plays with that type of mindset. So I like this pick a lot.
Well, we've reached the end of the 5th round. We have our last pick. This one's out of Michigan. Ben Mason is going to the Baltimore Ravens. I see a head nod there.
Yeah, this is a Kyle Crabbe special.
Kyle's having a great day. You
Yeah,
might
so
as well
we were
come
doing
back.
The Russian, not the Russian roulette, the draft roulette or whatever, and Kyle was pigeonholed into only taking running backs, and so he got to the Baltimore Ravens, and he gave him Ben Mason because he's a fullback.
So, yeah, they said you have to use every pick on running backs. When I got to Baltimore, and listen, they had Patrick Ricard as a 280-pound fullback trying to play there.
You've been critical of that, by the way.
Yeah, well, it's because it didn't work at all, and the offense took a big step back. So Ben Mason goes down in the Senior Bowl, of course. Now, this is Baltimore getting back to their heavy personnel, their 22 personnel packages, the power run game. I love this fit. Take him running right behind Ben Cleveland. Let's go to war. I love it.
The run it behind the bends, right? There's going to be space, right?
Absolutely.
J.K. Dobbins, man, he's gonna flourish behind this this new fullback and these powerful run blockers.
Jordan, what do you think about that one?
I like it. And, whenever a team talks about a power run game, you're always going to be looking for that unconventional offense of where they're playing what I like to call from the dot with that fullback in front of them. Even though they want to keep Lamar in the shotgun, they're probably going to use Mason more of as far as like a wing guy on the outside edge of the offensive tackle, moving them all over the place, split zone, bringing them across formations, lead blocking, and all over the place as well. So I like the pick.
Joe, you've got your board up over there. We finished the 5th round, like I mentioned. We're about to head into the 6th. Who are some best available that you have on your list that you'd love to see go here in this round?
Cade Johnson. This is a wide receiver from South Dakota State. I think that he's a much better player than somebody we should be talking about in this range. Yeah. He's not like a super deceptive route runner. So I think he has room for growth there, but the dude catches everything. nobody could cover him at the Senior Bowl. I mean, guys were just left looking silly. They're on the ground trying to stay with this guy in and out of breaks. He's good after the catch. He made plays down the field. I mean, his yards per reception were off the charts at South Dakota State. So if you want to get like a slot type receiver in this range of the draft, I mean, Kay Johnson's a guy that can outperform getting picked this late in the round.
Jordan, you don't have your nice laminated board in front of you, but from the top of your head, do you have any guys that you'd love to see go in this 6th round?
Well, there's 2 for me. James Wiggins from Cincinnati. I'm really surprised that he hasn't went at this point, especially when we're talking about how disciplined of a player he is. And Joe talked about this a little bit earlier, a defense that really emphasizes just doing your 111, whatever their role is. I think he did a really good job of that. A player that really hasn't been mentioned a whole bunch amongst us, that I wouldn't say I'm necessarily surprised is still here. I kind of saw it coming, but where I want to see him go, and that's Dylan Moses from Alabama, a player that was a big-time recruit coming in, played hurt predominantly for the most part the last 2 years. 2019, he obviously was injured the entire year, and then last year, before his pro day, he said that he had a torn meniscus, which he ended up getting cleaned up. So I'm interested to see where he does go.
Joe and Jordan gave us some best availables as we head into the 6th round, but we'll be back with more picks after the break.
Brinks.tv, where winning is like a wiener. The bigger, the better.
What's going on, man? Yes?
What up? How you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm good. You know what I'm saying? Feel lucky right now.
Dude, you gotta feel good, man. Show me that chain. Show off. Everybody is showing off the swag tonight. I gotta see what's going on. Show it to me. Wow,
Yeah, the Joker chain. That's too serious.
I think you might be winning so far for the swag game. I think you might be showing out the most.
Appreciate
I don't know. I don't know. I've already talked to Kyle Pitts and Jalen Waddle, but I think you might be winning in that battle. So I don't know if they're gonna be mad at me or not.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? You know. Yeah, I got all like. Yeah.
Oh, we're looking real fresh. You got to talk to your boy Kyle Pitts at Florida. You got to let him know. You got to suit him up the same way you are. You got to. He's got to come correct. Yeah, he's got to come correct. That's for sure. Well, tell me about seeing your first look at your Panini card, because I'll tell you this: the guys at Panini sent me a trading card of myself. Okay, you're a way better athlete, we know that, but it's still. I saw it, I looked at it, and I was like, oh my god, I have a trading card. So it's still it freaked me out, right? I was like, this is so cool. So how does it feel to have your own trading card?
Man, that shit really, not my bad. It's really, my bad. It's really amazing though, you know what I'm saying? Just to really like get recognized for the, you know what I'm saying, work and, you know what I'm saying, hard, like the time that I put in, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Of course. And you get to be a rated rookie. So I asked everybody, I said, what do you think it means to be a rated rookie? Because obviously everybody's trying to be the top dog, right? Everybody is trying to be the top dog. So what does it mean to you to be a rated rookie?
Honestly, it just goes to show that, you know what I'm saying, anything is really pretty much possible out here. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just like the dedication that you know what I'm saying, the dedication, the motivation that I had like over the years, it's just all showing, you know what I'm saying, it's all coming to light now. So, you know what I'm saying, it feels special, I ain't gonna lie.
Show me the hat. Show me the draft hat. Get up close and personal.
Yeah.
I gotta see it.
Yeah, you know, New York.
The New York Giants.
Yeah.
That's a pretty nice hat, dude. That's a pretty nice New York Giants hat. And you're going to play for that's a storied franchise. It's New York City. What does it mean to be a New York Giant?
Ain't gonna lie, I mean everything to me right now, because I mean they was able to take a risk on me, you know what I'm saying? Like in return, I just want to give them my all, you know what I'm saying? Like it mean a lot for me to, you know what I'm saying, be a part of something special, you know what I'm saying? Like I just hope New York got open arms for me, you know what I'm saying?
Listen, there is no way that a kid with that smile is not going to be loved in New York. You got an infectious personality. You got to bring that to the field. And everybody's got to know what in New York, what they're going to get in you. So you're talking to New York Giants fans. They're a crazy, loving bunch. What do you want New York Giants fans to know about you?
I want them to know through thick and thin, I'm always giving my all, like 100%. You know what I'm saying? Like nothing less. So, you know what I'm saying? I expect nothing more than 100% of y'all support, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, you better show out in New York. You better be a top dog.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
There's a lot of guys that work for me. Okay. I told Kyle Pitts, I said, there's a lot of dudes that work for me that are Gators, right? A lot of them. So you got to give them a chomp. You got to give it to them because they're going to lose their minds. There it is. Show us. There it is. Give them the chomp. That was, oh man, that's top tier. This is my guy, Kadarius Toney. Thank you so much for joining us. You're going to be a rock star. Good luck in New York.
appreciate it. No problem.
People used to watch TV and win. Jack squat. In other words, you will win nothing and like it. But now, Brinks.tv brings you the ultimate show where the whole frickin' point is to win prizes every day. Good God, man, behold, the Emperor. Winning never felt so good because he or she or it or they or whatever pronoun the Emperor identifies as could be me, Freund. Whatever he or she or me calls himself, herself or knee self, you will only win when the decision is made by the Emperor.
Welcome back to day 3 coverage here with the Draft Network and Brinks.tv. We are joined on set by Justin Fields, quarterback of the Chicago Bears. Not actually, but for everybody who hops on to Brinks.tv and answers some of our draft poll questions, you'll have an opportunity to win a Panini pack, including some of the early release rookie cards, merch as well. Cop the shirts, cop the hats. The draft poll question here actually does concern this guy, whether or not he'll be the best quarterback in the NFC North. As the question is, will Aaron Rodgers play for which team in the 2021 season? Green Bay, Las Vegas, Denver, or Miami? For my blood, it's still Green Bay. Feel bad for our Bears fans in the back there, but I'm not sure how you could let a guy like Aaron Rodgers go, even if the reports that he wants GM Brian Gutekunst fired are true. I like Brian Gutekunst. I'm probably choosing Aaron Rodgers over Brian Gutekunst. And listen, he got you to an NFC Championship game. He can get you all the way to the promised land, but so can this guy. Big fan of Justin Fields. On to round 6. Who's on the couch this time for us?
Thank you, Ben. We are in the 6th round of the NFL draft. We have 2 picks that came in. Nick Neiman is going to the Chargers, and then finally, Hamza Nasruddin is going to the Jets. We'll start with you, Brentley, because the Chargers are in your wheelhouse.
Yeah, I do think this is a great fit for the Chargers. They lost Denzel Perryman in free agency. Nick Neiman's more of that 2-down run stopper at Iowa, and that's kind of what the role Perryman was for the Chargers. And so to get this kind of player this late in the draft, to me, makes a lot of sense. But Hamza, finally off the board, Kyle.
Finally, yeah. So this has been a long wait, and his kind of roller coaster ride of a draft stock going all the way back to 2019, in which he was averaging like 18 tackles a game or something like that before he got hurt at the end of the 2019 season and missed some time. And then he comes back, and you could tell he's not quite back to 100%. Goes down to the Senior Bowl, and he has an okay performance there, but it really felt like he got outshined there by Divine Diablo, who got drafted a couple of rounds ago as a player who has the same kind of archetype as far as his projection to the next level. But, Hamza's been a household name for hybrid safeties for the last 18 months now. So to see him finally come off the board, go to a spot in New York where he'll have a chance to compete for potentially a pretty significant role right out the jump if he's healthy. You know, that's exciting for him.
I'm fascinated. Is he going to be kind of that Cam Chancellor-like player in this system, or is they going to try to make him more of that traditional weak side linebacker? I'm really fascinated to see. I think he has the skill set to do both well.
Right.
And Robert Saleh is that defensive coordinator where he's going to be able to maximize this talent.
I love how both of you brought up two Hokies, Divine Diablo and Cam Chancellor, to compare Hamza Nasruddin to.
We know our audience here.
Yes. But Ben, we'd love to hear more on this name that has finally been called in Hamza Nasruddin. Ben?
Yeah, finally called is right. There's a little Hamza Nasruddin for you. I love it with the Jets because once again, I have a good tweet for this one because I called Hamza Nasruddin to Jaquiski Tartt. It was a safety for the San Francisco 49ers, which is where Robert Saleh's defensive coaching staff previously was before he came over to the Jets. Jaquiski Tartt, Hamza Nasruddin. These are 220-plus pound safeties with significant length, 6'1", 6'2", and those big frames allow them to be high-impact zone cover defenders. They're able to occupy a lot of space. Robert Saleh's defense is predicated on two high shells that work into quarters coverage, and so that means that our safeties could have anything from running deep 30 yards down the field with a speedy slot receiver to closing downhill on a 5-yard speed out. They have to cover a wide range of area, and Hamza Nasruddin has the speed to do so, but he also has the physicality to close downhill, be impact in the run defense, which is what we need from our quarter safeties, and he's going to be long enough to deal with those tight end bodies that you're going to get now in the AFC East. Think about Hunter Henry. Think about Jonnu Smith, newly with the New England Patriots. Think about Mike Gesicki with the Miami Dolphins. Buffalo doesn't really care about tight ends, but think about those guys. That's what you need a player like Hamza Nasruddin for. So this is exactly a prototype fit. Robert Saleh knows I've been successful with this body type in my starting safety role before, so let me get this body type. And he needs improved instincts, and he runs hot and cold, and he dealt with some injury. But man, when he came back in 2020, turn on the Duke film, yeah, that's a round 2 player, round 3 player in my opinion. So if we get this guy right, he can start for us in the future. Happy to see Hamza off the board. Still a James Wiggins waiting for me, though I agree with Joe, man. I want to see that Cincy safety go.
We've got a trio of picks that just came in. The Falcons have taken Frank Darby, the Patriots, Joshua Bledsoe, and the Eagles, Marlon Tuipulotu. Guys, when you look at these 3 names that just came off the board, that last one was a bit of a tongue twister for me. Brentley?
Yeah, I want to get to Kyle in a second about Joshua Bledsoe. I know that's one of his brand guys, but
my gears are being ground by Bill Belichick this
Marlon Tuipulotu, he's a player that I know well from the Pac-12. He's more of that run stopper. He's played a lot of ball at USC. Big, strong, physical kid, strong at the point of attack, long arms. And it's interesting, right, because the Eagles drafted Milton Williams in the 3rd round, and he's more of that interior disruptor, has a good first step quickness, not necessarily stout against the run. Tuipulotu's kind of the opposite. He gives them more of that run-stopping presence, and so to me, I think he's a really good fit with this Eagles defensive line and really complements what they're doing with Milton Williams.
All right, Kyle, your gears grinding over there.
Yeah, my gears are being ground. Bill Belichick, where's what stop reading my tweets, please. Stop picking my players. So in the 4th round, it was Ramondre Stevenson, who I really liked as one of the best available day 3 backs. And then it's Cam McGrone, who they get in the 5th round. And now here in the 6th round, they get Joshua Bledsoe, who is just an absolute trip to watch on tape. He's one of those safeties who can play down in the slot and play some man-to-man. And he loves to talk. You know, he's a chatterbox, and he's definitely very much kind of that Chauncey Gardner-Johnson vibe from him as far as his style of play and his attitude on the field. I thought he was personally just based off the tape, maybe not positional value, maybe not based off athletic profile. I thought he had better tape than the other Missouri safety, Tyree Gillespie, who got drafted by the Raiders, I think, in the 5th or somewhere in the 5th or 4th round. So Bledsoe has value for the fact that he's going to be able to play in the slot. He can play all over the place. You think about the Patriots with how they love to have those blitz packages and amoeba fronts and move everybody around. And Patrick Chung, that departure, Patrick Chung retiring, I think there's an opportunity there. Obviously, they drafted Kyle Duggar early last year to potentially take some of that role. But I think Bledsoe, from a coverage perspective, has plenty of ceiling for New England.
I think Bill Belichick's tired of the tweets. I think he's tired of the slander with his drafting. He's got great value with Christian Barmore. Got, in my opinion, really, really good value with Ronnie Perkins. And then to get Cam McGrone, was it the 5th round, or did he make it to the 6th?
He's in the 5th.
In the 5th. To me, that's insane. The fact that Bill Belichick's letting the board come to him. And perhaps, was it Nick Caserio, the one that was potentially holding Bill Belichick back in terms of drafting it? Because to me, he's having a hell of a draft.
So I won't have Kyle read his best available because we don't want anyone else to hear this and snag the best available.
I appreciate that.
So Brentley, when you take a look at your best available, who do you see really being a steal that's left here in the 6th round?
To me, I'm going to go a little wild card, and it's a guy I spent a lot of time with working at UCLA, and that's Demetric Felton. He's a guy who played a running back traditionally at UCLA, but he's a little slender build. I know a lot of teams want to see him at receiver. At the Senior Bowl, he spent the entire week practicing at receiver, and he looked like a natural. Arguably one of the best receivers at the Senior Bowl, explosive, really good in and out of breaks, sudden at the top of the routes, and excellent hands. And so at this late in the 6th round, to me, he's a guy who can do a lot for you, whether it's being a running back, whether it's catching balls out of the backfield, or just lining up in the slot. I'm surprised he's still on the board. I think he'll be a steal.
Looking at the other names available for TDN's best 5 actually available, it's Quincy Roche, Trill Williams, Stone Forsythe, James Wiggins, and Hamilcar Rashed. I think I'm pronouncing that right. When you look at those 5 from TDN's top 5, who really sticks out to you, Kyle?
Well, I think you have interesting degrees of positional value and versatility with Quincy Roche as potentially a designated pass rusher, and Trill Williams as a guy who could potentially play inside and outside, but he's a bigger cornerback. Stone Forsythe, better in pass protection than he is as a run blocker right now. James Wiggins, I really like his tape as far as a guy who both of these Cincinnati safeties were super explosive. They showed a lot of dynamic ability, and the fact that Wiggins is here, I know Joe said that when Derek Forrest came off the board, it's a little bit of a surprise, but you have to have a specific kind of role in mind for some of these players, and that's probably why they're still here at this juncture in the draft.
To me, Quincy Roche being on the board is really surprising. I think if he would have came out last year out of Temple and not even went to Miami, he would have been drafted a lot higher. He was super productive in Temple, had an okay year playing next to Jalen Phillips last year, but look, he's not the biggest, and Joe Marino even said he's not the biggest, not the most explosive, not the most dynamic. The motor is there. This is the guy you want in your locker room, and as a situational pass rusher, more of that third down nickel defender as in terms of rushing the passer, makes a lot of sense, and to see him still available is really surprising.
Definitely. And now we're going into the Bengals and Eagles next picks. We have Trey Hill from Georgia going to the Bengals, and then Teron Jackson going to the Eagles out of Coastal Carolina. Kyle, we'll start with you because that's your guy.
Yeah, so Trey Hill elicits a big reaction here. I really like him. Him working next to Ben Cleveland on the Georgia offensive line. They moved some bodies from point A to point B, and Trey Hill, he's more of a power style center. He's like 320 pounds. He's stocky. He's a center exclusive guy, I think, although he does have the kind of length that you would associate with potentially trying to get some positional versatility. But the other 2 offensive linemen that Cincinnati has drafted is Jackson Carman and Dante Smith. I like this value at this point in the draft better than the value that they got with Dante Smith and the value that they got with Jackson Carman with where they took them in the draft. I'm not saying Trey Hill is a better prospect than those guys, but this is really good value in a guy who can play center. And Cincinnati, you got to be able to mix and match the personnel that you have to try and find the best combination. And I wouldn't be surprised if by 2022, Trey Hill was in the starting lineup.
I love this pick.
Yeah.
Trey Hill, extremely cerebral player, really strong at the point of attack. Their center, Trey Hopkins, I believe his name is, for the Cincinnati Bengals, had a season-ending knee injury towards the end of the year. And so center is a big need for the Bengals, and I'm really glad to see the Bengals really invest in the offensive line. Kyle mentioned it. They drafted Jackson Carman out at Clemson to shore up one of their guard spots. They drafted Deontay Smith out of East Carolina to be that kind of swing tackle and develop him. And now they got Trey Hill out of Georgia. And so, Duke Tobin, Mike Brown, and the rest of that personnel staff is really taking the onus and saying, hey, we're not going to let Joe Burrow get hit as we did last year. That was foolish on us. We learned our mistakes. No more of that moving forward.
Now we have 2 guys coming out of the SEC. We have Quentin Bohanna going to the Cowboys and Deontay Brown going to the Panthers.
Wow, finally.
Let's talk about the Panthers real quick.
Yeah.
what a job by first-year GM Scott Fitterer. You think about what they've been able to do in getting J.C. Horn, right? Getting Tommy Trumbrell in the third round, Terrace Marshall in the second round. Now they're getting
Deontay Brown.
Deontay Brown, a.k.a. Cornbread, right? This is That's
his legit nickname. Brentley did not make that up.
This is a guy who is big, physical, has started a lot of football for Nick Saban. He has some limitations athletically. You don't want him, playing with a lot of space around him. He's not necessarily the most mobile of guards, and so he's best in a phone booth. But if he gets his hands on you, forget about it. This guy has outstanding hands, really physical, really good anchor in pass protection, and just a mauler in the run game. Big fan of this pick.
I think the thing that we're grossly overlooking here with these two selections back to back, this has to be the biggest 1-2 punch of players. Quentin Bohanna is like 350 pounds. Deontay Brown is like 350 pounds. So you're talking 700 pounds of football player with these two picks here in the 6th round. So I got around to Quentin Bohanna a little later in the process. I watched him about 2 weeks ago before the draft, and he reminded me of Daniel McCullers coming out of Tennessee, went to Pittsburgh, played on the Steelers line as a nose tackle. He's never going to win leverage. He will never be the lower man in a one-on-one situation because he's super tall and he's 350 pounds. He's built like a tree trunk all the way around. He's one density from top to bottom. But he has so much natural strength that even though he doesn't have the leverage, he can at least hold his ground against most comers on the interior in one-on-one situations. So for him to be the choice here for Dallas, trying to help bolster this run game, we've talked about all the linebackers that they've brought in this class specifically with Micah Parsons and Jabril Cox, and it would be especially important if Jabril Cox develops into a high-volume snap guy for them, to have somebody who's going to occupy on the inside, keep those interior offensive linemen busy so that Jabril Cox can use his space and range to be able to scrape and flow. So we're starting to piece these puzzles together. He's here in this draft at this juncture because the ceiling for him as a player is not particularly high as a true nose tackle who's just going to be asked to occupy space.
So when you look at the Cowboys draft class here that has been really heavy on the defense side, can you start to picture what they're trying to do here?
It's interesting. They've drafted 3 interior defensive linemen. They drafted the guy last year. Was it Tristan Hill last year? And then
from UCF.
Then even the year before that, Neville Gallimore, right? And so they've invested a lot of capital in the interior defensive line. And let's face it, none of them have really worked out yet. Even the guys that drafted this year have been reaches. Osa Odigizua is a guy I like out of UCLA, but I think they probably could have got him a little later. And the kid from Iowa, I'm blanking on his name right now.
Davion Nixon?
No, the other kid who the Cowboys drafted. I think Clayton. Regardless,
I'll pull him up.
He was a little bit of a reach as well. And so I do love the Parsons pick. The value they got with him, to me, was outstanding. To find someone that's so explosive.
Chauncey Golson.
Chauncey Golson, excuse me. To get Parsons, though, at 12, to me, was outstanding. And so the Cowboys knew they needed to get better on defense. And look, whether I'm sitting here calling them a reach, it really doesn't matter. They're shooting their shot. They're addressing the needs, and we'll just have to see if they turn out.
Kyle?
Yes.
I'm sorry to inform you that another running back is now off the board.
That's okay. No problem.
Elijah Mitchell is going to the 49ers.
Ooh.
Wow. So they traded up for Trey Sermon, and now they're drafting Elijah Mitchell to add to the stable of back. They, correct me if I'm wrong, they paid Raheem Mostert, right?
They sure did.
Okay. I'm just double checking here because Elijah Mitchell is kind of cut from the same cloth as what Trey Sermon is, as a guy who's 210, 215 pounds, runs between the tackles, has some power to his frame. I know Mitchell had really good better athletic testing numbers.
He's a little more
than I
explosive
expected,
than Sermon.
but he also trimmed down. I think he showed up at the pro day at like 211 or 210, but he was playing in the 220s, and you could tell that that was a little extra bounce. He didn't quite have that level of explosiveness on tape, but this is an extremely productive football player. And you think about Louisiana going over the past couple of years with the players that they've had coming out of the backfield. They had like a three-headed rushing attack where they had two guys over 1,000 yards. Trey Regis was one of the guys from, I believe, last year's draft class who was a nice productive receiving back as a smaller scat back. So Mitchell was always kind of the predominant face of that group. And Brentley, you had kind of theorized, maybe we're transitioning to some more downhill power style concepts, and we kind of pieced the puzzle together a little bit, or at least we think we did. Trey Lance, all the QB power dynamics that they had at North Dakota State, implementing some of those things, having backs that can be physical between the tackles is an important addition for them if that's how they're going to flesh out their offense.
I think you said it. You think about what Trey Lance did at North Dakota State, all the QB power stuff, all the kind of inside zone stuff they did, and they added Trey Sermon in the 3rd round, and now to add Elijah Mitchell here in the 6th. Kyle Shanahan might be getting away from the wide zone, and I'm really interested to see what they do with Rasheed Mostert, right? I mean, that's a guy who is barely 200 pounds. He's more of that speed back, and to add these two power backs is really interesting.
Well, I think another dynamic here with San Francisco, just real quick while we're talking about it, is they promoted Mike McDaniel to be the offensive coordinator this offseason. He was the run game coordinator before that. So obviously Robert Saleh goes to New York, and it prompted some coaching staff changes for San Francisco. McDaniel was up for consideration for the Dolphins offensive coordinator spot and ended up staying put there in San Francisco.
That's Kyle Shanahan's guy.
Mm-hmm.
That's Kyle Shanahan's guy.
That promotion, I think, they took their run game coordinator, and now he's the offensive coordinator, so he's probably looking forward to having a little bit more at his disposal as far as what he can do conceptually.
Sorry to interrupt you there, guys, but the Texans' next pick is in. This one's coming out of the Pac-12. We've got Roy Lopez out of Arizona that is now going to be a Houston Texan.
It's interesting. Go ahead, Kyle.
No, you go right ahead. Real interesting. Go ahead.
It's interesting. The Texans, the first 2 draft picks is Davis Mills, Brevin Jordan. Now you got Roy Lopez. And what really is, it's nice to see the Texans invest in these players who, to me, they're all high floor players.
Mm-hmm.
And Davis Mills, at the end of the day, if at worst he's a good backup, to me, it's that you need a good backup quarterback. And again, I like what the Texans are doing. They didn't have a lot of picks to begin with, and so it's hard to judge this. I think, again, the Texans are going to be one of the bottom of the barrel teams, and you got to think about these picks more from less about 2021, but more about 2022 and 2023.
Right. So Roy Lopez, I think high floor is probably a good way to put it for him. There was not a lot to his profile that really stood out to Dre Harris, who's our Pac-12 scout, who did the deep dive on him, that caused us to have any kind of excitement about who he was going to be. But you think about Houston and what they're doing this offseason, from just completely overhauling the entirety of the roster, and you want to identify players who you think can step in and be contributors, and Roy Lopez being somebody who's solid but unspectacular, I think is probably the mentality here is let's find guys who can help us make sure that we get more of the old guard out. We have a chance to put a new thumbprint on this roster, and Roy Lopez probably is just going to be a rotational guy here. He's never probably going to be an impact player, but at the same time, this is an important point of emphasis for Houston, is just let's get as much new blood in here. If we feel like Roy Lopez is an opportunity for us to continue to churn that bottom third of the roster, let's go get him.
So we've got another guy coming out of the Pac-12, still Arizona. This time it's a running back. It's Gary Brightwell. He is going to the New York Football Giants.
The Giants.
Gary Brightwell over Jamar Jefferson, over Demetric Felton.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing that jumps out to me here. Some of the other guys that were left.
This is a surprise pick to me.
So some of the other backs that are available here.
Of course, Kyle has them ready because he's hoping that one of them goes to the Miami Dolphins.
I may or may not be closely watching the running back board. We'll see. Trevor Sigma told me the apology that I'm waiting on for mocking Travis Etienne to Jacksonville in March is completely dependent on Miami drafting a running back.
Trevor, I hope that you're listening to this right now. He's still waiting for the apology.
So Jamar Jefferson from Oregon State, who you had mentioned as another Pac-12 guy. Chris Evans from Michigan,
Yeah,
who is
I know
super
you like him.
toolsy. He has really good athletic testing. Kylan Hill is still out there.
Khalil Herbert.
Go
is still
Hokies.
out there. Jared Dokes from Cincinnati. Puka Williams, Rakeem Boyd. Jarrett Patterson, who came real close to the single game rushing record.
What do you have, like 8?
8 touchdowns in
Yeah.
one game. So there's some good backs that are out here. And Brightwell was somebody who, for us, is a little off the reservation. So definitely did not score or was not coveted in the same tier as some of these other guys. We had a handful of guys that had late 4s, early 5s, and
That are still on
we're
the
sitting
board.
here in the early 6. So.
When you look at their running back room, and obviously Wayne Gallman is now gone and he's now with the 49ers, I believe, how does he fit when you have hopefully a healthy Saquon Barkley?
Well, I think that's the thing is if you have a healthy Saquon Barkley, he's probably not going to fit other than just being depth, right? So Saquon, he's got a big year coming up this year. He was the number 2 pick in the draft in 2018. Those expectations, he's been productive when he was on the field, but had the injury this past season, and his consistency as a rusher has really been hit or miss. And I understand some of that comes back to the offensive line for the New York Giants and their ability to consistently create holes. But that was like the one knock on Saquon coming out of Penn State was his vision.
Yeah, no question. To me, I actually think that's one of the more underrated storylines heading into the season is the return of Saquon Barkley. Because the whole offseason we've talked about the narrative of protecting and surrounding Daniel Jones with as much talent as possible. But the biggest, in my opinion, cure for Daniel Jones is having a strong running game. And Saquon Barkley, when healthy, is arguably the most talented running back in all of football. And so if Saquon Barkley can get back on track with the additions the Giants have made, whether it's Kenny Golladay coming in or the addition of Kadarius Toney to this receiver room, the Giants' offense has a chance to be really, really explosive. And so to me, Saquon Barkley, if he's healthy, the Giants can make a run.
Now, Kyle, I don't know if Bill Belichick is still looking at your tweets.
I guess we'll find out based on who he picks here, huh?
The Patriots have selected Will Sherman from Colorado.
Okay. This is a big moment in the draft. We rue this moment as draft analysts every single year. And the challenge is always we want to scout every single player who gets drafted. Nobody on our staff watched Will Sherman from Colorado. So I'm going to be completely transparent about that. But for us to get down to 196, we almost got through 200 selections before we found our first player. This is, to me, a testament of the depth of scouting. And you know this. You've been in some of these buildings and had these conversations and from start to finish seen what this process looks like. There are so many resources available for teams to be able to identify prospects and players. I don't think anybody had any hype on Will Sherman out of Colorado. So I'd be interested to kind of kick the floor to you here as far as your experiences with the depths of scouting specifically in that process.
To me, it's interesting because the team who drafted Will Sherman, right, it's the New England Patriots.
Yeah.
The Patriots do not subscribe to any of the scouting services, a.k.a. Balesto and the NFS. And so the Patriots actually, they do all of their scouting in-house, meaning they're watching thousands of players where other teams can outsource that information somewhat and kind of narrow the field. And so Will Sherman's a guy that, the TDN crew necessarily didn't get a chance to get to, but it just kind of shows you that teams are putting so much into this process and making sure every rock has been turned. And again, scouting is objective. I could watch Will Sherman and maybe not be high on him, and Bill Belichick could love him, and that's just the nature of the beast, right? I mean, we see busts, we see hits all throughout the rounds, and it's an inexact science, and to me, that's what makes scouting beautiful.
So you mentioned that the Patriots don't outsource everything; they do everything in-house and make sure that every rock is overturned. Wouldn't that be really difficult this year, especially considering how different the pre-draft process was?
I mean, yes, to answer the question shortly, yes, it is, but I think every team was faced with that challenge, right? The area scouts weren't allowed to go on the road. They weren't allowed to talk to their trusted sources in terms of getting that background information, in terms of getting a chance to even look at some of the underclassmen. That's all out the window. Everything was done virtually through Zoom, and they had limitations. And then for me, it's like, if I'm a source at a school, I'm not sure who else is in the other room when I'm talking to a scout on Zoom. I'm not going to tell them all kinds of classified information unless maybe if I was in person, right? You can't do that. And so scouts are going into this draft blind. And to me, a guy like Bill Belichick, who is well respected in a whole football, right? He has an advantage over a guy, let's say like Brad Holmes from Detroit, the new general manager, where he may not have that clout or cliche, or not, so not cliche, but just that kind of status, right, with these college sources to get that kind of information.
Right.
Kyle, I know you just gave us a whole list of available running backs, but for this next pick for the Chargers, Brentley, I'm going to you. They've selected Larry Roundtree as the next running back for the Chargers. Give him a second.
Larry Roundtree, I actually do like the fit stylistically. Kind of a more physical downhill runner. I think he complements Eckler well. But to pass on Jamar Jefferson here, to me, I don't necessarily see it. Jefferson has better vision. He's just an overall better player. Again, I'm not trying to crap on Roundtree. I do think his toughness and physicality and just the way his contact balance, he can churn yards after, he can break tackles. He can just churn those tough yards out. Complements Eckler well.
Yeah.
But again, we didn't list Roundtree when we were naming the running backs.
No.
We went about 6 running backs deep that we like better than Roundtree, and this is a bit of a shocker.
So if you were looking for this style of back, I think we probably would have pointed to Jared Dokes out of Cincinnati. But like you said, this is a solid, unspectacular, and sometimes that's what you need, right? Is somebody who is just going to take what's available. He's not going to try and get too cute. He's not going to try and bounce it outside. And that's where you find a lot of negative plays in the run game, is when you try and create too much happening. You don't just trust and understand your reads as you're coming out of the mesh point. So Roundtree, he's been a productive player at Missouri for quite some time now, and his transition coming up to the NFL, this selection has to be based on, we want somebody who we know is going to do exactly what we ask of him, and he's going to take what's available. And listen, behind a remodeled Chargers offensive line, if he gets into the running back rotation, you would expect, we're not hitting a ton of home runs, right? I don't think he really has a second gear once he get out in the open field, but he's tough, and he's willing to challenge guys in the hole, and you can respect that. And, typically he falls forward to be able to get that extra yard or two. So he's not a true power back like Ramondre Stevenson was coming out of Oklahoma, but, Larry Roundtree, low round running back. He's going to be unspectacular, but he's going to also do what you ask him to do.
So our next pick is coming out of Pitt. He's an inside defensive lineman. Jalen Twyman is now the newest Viking. Jordan isn't up here to give us his thoughts on that pick, but would love to hear.
No, he's going to come over.
Okay, so now we're bringing on Jordan. He doesn't seem super excited.
This is a popular mock pick.
Yeah, it was.
Jordan, you just look like Twyman running his 40.
I mean, they've been at Pitt periodically throughout the year. Just speaking to some people there, they've made a lot of trips to Pitt. They already took one Pitt player and Patrick Jones the second, so maybe they're just taking a risk on a player that they've had a lot of visits with. And I mean, coming into the year, some people saw Twyman as like a top 50 pick. That was one of the reasons that he did opt out. They have a need at defensive tackle as well, so I understand it.
Twyman has a really interesting journey to being drafted, and Minnesota also has a very interesting journey to trying to fill their needs on the interior defensive line. It's been an uphill climb for them to try and get that done, but Twyman opted out of the 2020 season. In 2019, he was a 285-pound penetration-styled interior defender and made plenty of splash plays, had lots of production. He played at Pitt. Everybody says, oh, this is cute. Like, is this the next Aaron Donald here? And obviously, his pre-draft process, he stacked on a ton of weight to try and prove, hey, I can play on the inside in the NFL. I can handle the physicality in there. But the challenge with that is, and we talk about this from a projection perspective quite often, he sapped all his athletic ability when he added the weight, and he tested significantly below expectations based on when you last watched him play football in 2019. He didn't have any juice left at his athletic pro day, and you can tell and you can see he added a lot of weight. He added like 25, 30 pounds to his frame, but Are you going to ask him to play at 280? Or are you going to ask him to play at 310? That's the big question for Minnesota that they now have to decide.
To me, I think Twyman got some bad advice from his agent.
Yeah.
I think there's nothing wrong with being, a sub down interior rusher. There's absolutely nothing wrong. Maximize your strengths. Don't try to overcompensate, right? You do one thing well. You penetrate in the interior, and that has value in the league. Don't try to gain 30 pounds to try to prove to folks that you can, stack this, show more anchor at the point of attack. That's not you. Play to your strengths. And to me, he got some bad advice. I would have kept him down to 280. I think the Vikings are going to be smart. Ask him to cut down. And hopefully he regains his burst and explosiveness, and he can gain an edge inside. And if he, shows some of those flashes like he did in 2019, this is a steal in my opinion.
So the Jets are on the clock now, and I know that you've really enjoyed what they've done so far in this draft class. They have 2 picks remaining. What would you really like to see here?
Well, I'd like to see some offensive line help. I do think the addition of Elijah Vera Tucker, in my opinion, was a great pick. We could argue the trading up for it. It's tough question to answer, but I enjoy the fact that Joe Douglas has surrounded Zach Wilson with as much talent as possible. I still do think they could use some more help along the interior of the offensive line.
Draft Trey Smith. At this point in the draft, I understand the medicals are a concern, and maybe you flagged him for that, but he has done everything he possibly can to position himself to be healthy and play.
On the hoof, he's the prototype.
Right.
6'4", 320. I mean, he can move, and his tape, there's inconsistent play here. He's on the ground more than you like, inconsistent hand placement, but his peak plays are about as good as you're going to see from an interior offensive lineman. And so here in the 6th round, it's like, shoot your shot. This is a high upside player, and again, if he hits, you have Elijah Vera Tucker, you have Trey Smith, you got Mekhi Becton. I mean, this would be a really high upside talented offensive line blocking for your young franchise quarterback who, let's face it, is a little frail, has some injury concerns, and to me, I think Trey Smith would be an outstanding pick.
So instead of a tackle here, they decided to go with a defensive back out of Kentucky, Brandon Eccles. That is who the Jets have selected.
Okay, so Eccles was the quote-unquote other corner at Kentucky. Obviously, Calvin Joseph took a lot of the headlines there. Eccles was a more productive player. He's been there for a while. I think that you're starting to see the prototype with the Jets, and it should not be a surprise when you take into account the Robert Saleh defense. He's everything you would expect a Saleh corner to represent. So I do find it interesting that the Jets chose to not prioritize the defensive backfield early on. We talked about those dynamics of, okay, we're going to use our early picks to protect Zach Wilson and get as much around him before transitioning and trying to fill out needs on the roster. I wouldn't probably put any expectations on him this year to be a contributor, but he's going to have a chance to come out and compete. I think Bryce Hall's probably going to be one of those types of corners, and he's a really good scheme fit there with his length and ability to play deep third and half turn and playing off the line of scrimmage or simultaneously playing press coverage as a developmental guy. So that's who I would expect to be one of the more prominent names in the Jets secondary at corner this year, but Eccles is going to have a chance to compete and potentially get some reps.
At worst, he can contribute on special teams. I mean, look, the late rounds are all about teams, and that's something I learned in the league really early is special teams matters, and you can only dress, I think it's, 48 guys, right? And so these guys who are at the back end of their roster better be wearing multiple hats. There's only a handful of players who don't play on teams, and the late rounds is a good time to find those guys.
So Joe said this a million times when he was on, but you can never have too many corners. And the Giants have selected a cornerback as well in Rodarius Williams. So he will be the newest New York Football Giant.
So Rodarius from Oklahoma State, he's Greedy's older cousin, right, Joe? Older brother, excuse me. So Rodarius is Greedy's older brother. Greedy came into the league last year, went to Cleveland. You can tell that they're from the same family with their athletic profiles and their build. But Rodarius, for me, was pretty rough watch at the Senior Bowl. He was also somebody I thought who was super raw as far as his consistency and coverage. And are you going to be surprised that a Pac or a Big 12 corner is a little rough around the edges? No. So this is probably about the right valuation window to go get Rodarius Williams because he does, from an athletic skill set and size perspective, have some things that you want to be able to get your hands on and work with, and this is that right kind of roll the dice window. But the Giants, man, they keep coming back to the secondary here.
I'm a little confused. I like the player. I'm not necessarily sure I understand the pick. You know, when they drafted Aaron Robinson in the 3rd round, what was some of the things we said? We said, where is he going to see the field? The Giants have James Bradbury. They signed Adoree Jackson in free agency. They drafted Darnay Holmes last year in the 4th round, who they like at nickel. And Aaron Robinson's coming in the 3rd round.
And now
where is Rodarius playing? I mean, Joe, I agree that you can't have enough corners, but you really can only play 3 at most, right? I mean, where are they going to play Rodarius?
Joe seems to disagree. So Joe likes to keep the cupboard full, apparently, and maybe the Giants do too. Kyle, before I announce this next pick, do you mind running through some of the available running backs again?
Who's on the clock?
On the clock right now is the Bengals. Technically, they've already made their pick.
Okay. So you want the best running backs available according to the draftnetwork.com.
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay, we have Jamar Jefferson, Oregon State, Chris Evans, Michigan,
And I'm gonna
Kylan Hill.
Stop you right there. Chris Evans is going to the Bengals.
Okay.
It's a good pick.
It is.
That's a really good pick.
This is the guy who hasn't played a lot of football, but just from a physical tool standpoint, he has everything you want. The Bengals, I know they lost Giovanni Bernard, and so getting some more depth behind Joe Mixon, who got injured last year a little bit, and Chris Evans, he's a high upside player. I think there's a really good chance he's a better pro than a collegiate. And
yeah.
I know this is one of your brand guys, so I'll kick it over to you.
Yeah, so Evans, academically ineligible in 2019, came back. I think he had 25 touches on the season for the Michigan Wolverines this past year, but the pro day numbers were phenomenal.
Mm-hmm.
You go back and you watch him in 2018. I think he had somewhere around 700 rushing yards or something like that season. I don't think he's ever exceeded 160 carries in a single year at Michigan and 25 over the last 2 years combined. So we talked about that a little bit earlier here on the couch as far as when I was with Jordan. Low mileage isn't necessarily a bad thing. You know, you question, okay, there's not a lot of production here, but at the same time for the running back position, that wear and tear is very real as far as the hits that they take. So Chris Evans is coming in with he should be very fresh.
Yeah.
And I think about his athletic profile and compare it to what they have in Joe Mixon, and I think you'll be able to get a very discounted rate version, right? But you can do some of the same things with Chris Evans on the field that you could do with Joe Mixon, whereas you look at Gio Bernard, and he really worked to get his game better on third downs as a pass protector and pass catcher. I think Evans can be the true backup to what they have there in Joe Mixon as the featured back in the offense.
So the Buffalo Bills are on the clock.
Corner,
they have
Is it a corner?
4 remaining picks.
Corner, Joe.
Will this be a corner, Joe?
Not based on that
And
reaction.
Trill Williams is still available.
He's coming
Not
over.
based on
or
that reaction.
will it be one of the best available running backs that
Jamar
we have
Jefferson
over
will
here
be a
too?
great fit for the Bills.
Can't wait.
So I don't know whether Joe would be more excited about Jefferson or whether he would be
He don't
excited
want
about a
he
corner here.
don't want Jamar Jefferson. You
Oh.
don't?
Why wouldn't you? Yeah.
Fine. He used the word fine.
He just
He's
wants
not-
good players.
Okay.
4 remaining picks left. And Joe is going to join us over here for the pick for the Bills. But I'm hoping they get a corner here because, I feel like for 2 days now, I've been saying, I want a corner.
There's
I
a
want
corner from my alma mater that's still sitting there who I think the guys were mentioning it earlier, Thomas Graham.
Thomas Graham.
This is about his sweet spot. I thought this would probably be his floor, in my opinion. I thought he would go a little higher. He's a guy who opted out last year. Not the most athletic, but he's competitive, right? He has outstanding ball production in terms of interceptions, passes defended. I really like his toughness and competitiveness. Joe, I'd love for him to be a Bill.
Joe's looking at
Do
his
you know the
computer
pick?
screen. Do you know the pick?
Okay.
No.
Well,
Oh, he does now. Okay, but now it's not what either of the positions that we guessed.
Great.
It's not a running back. It is not a
If
cornerback.
this is another edge, I'm gonna freak out.
Okay, well, you don't have to freak out. It's a wide receiver out of Houston. It's Marquez Stevenson.
Oh, see, this is perfect. This is one of Joe's guys. So you do need to come over.
Yeah, you
here.
got to come over.
Put that computer down. No, the break did not happen.
So Marquez Stevenson, wide receiver from Houston, speed, right? Guy that can win down the field, good in the return game. The Bills' biggest loss, Kyle, what have I been telling you? The biggest loss this offseason for the Buffalo Bills has been?
Kick returner.
Yeah, Andre Roberts. And so the Bills needed somebody to come in, be able to help in the return game. And what does Josh Allen like to do? Throw the football down the field. Marquez Stevenson is good down the field. He's also good after the catch. And that's a low-key area where the Bills can find more offensive production is by getting guys in space that can make people miss and create after the catch. So a very logical pick here for Brandon Beane and the Bills.
Last thing for you, Joe. Who was the second most frequent 10 personnel team in all football last year?
The Buffalo Bills.
Okay, great. Thank you. So you may not perceive wide receiver to be a big need. Joe kind of outlined the special teams impact of that, and obviously they transitioned away from John Brown. They do bring in Emmanuel Sanders in free agency, but they like to space the field. You know, Arizona was first in 10 personnel, and Buffalo was number 2 with one back on the field and 4 wide receivers. So I think there's plenty of opportunities for Stevenson, and Joe did a nice job of kind of breaking down his newest member of the Buffalo Bills.
And they still have 3 picks remaining, I think. So hopefully in one of those he will get his corner or maybe a running back.
Joe, what happens
if
first?
it's still available?
Miami drafts a running back or the Bills draft a corner?
I mean, or it'll be the Bills drafting the running back that you wanted to go to the Miami Dolphins.
Don't put that on me. I can't take that.
Well, it won't be Bill Belichick, you know? It'll probably be the Bills.
Cal, is there a running back that's on the board that you'd actually be thrilled about?
Well, Chris Evans would have been it, and he just came off to Cincinnati.
Okay, so he's gone. Now I'll let you finish your best available because I did stop you at 2.
Okay. Let's go best available overall.
Okay.
I do want to spotlight some of the guys. We have a handful of guys that were left in the TDN consensus 100 best players coming into the draft. Quincy Roche being one. Trill Williams from Syracuse, Stone Forsythe, the offensive tackle, and then James Wiggins. Those are the 4 remaining players that were in our top 100 entering the draft who are still on the board. But I look a little bit further down. Patrick Johnson, his teammate from Tulane's already been drafted. He's a versatile guy. Trey Smith, we've mentioned. Cade Johnson, we've mentioned. Thomas Graham, we've mentioned. Victor Demukeji from Duke is another heavy-handed pass rusher that I think has the opportunity to play early downs for somebody pretty early in his career. David Moore from Grambling is still out there. Marvin Wilson, the defensive tackle from Florida State. Shai Smith, the wide receiver from South Carolina. Like, there's good options out here still.
That's someone I thought the Bills were going to target. I thought they were going to look for more of that slot guy. I mean, I love Cole Beasley, but I thought that's kind of the area I thought they would go, not necessarily Stevenson, but Joe did a good job selling me on him, but I thought Shai Smith could have been a good fit there.
So you both just mentioned Shai Smith and how he's a great available prospect. The Carolina Panthers.
Don't you love when that happens?
Carolina Panthers.
The Carolina Panthers have selected
that's an
Shai
excellent
Smith.
pick.
This is the roll of the dice on a day 3 hit for Curtis Samuel replacement. That's what this is. So I really like this. He did a lot. He showed ball skills for a smaller guy. He's really shifty. But I'm not going to steal Ben's thunder, Tamara.
Yeah, these 2 guys are really excited about Shai Smith. Ben, take it away.
Kyle's right about those ball skills, man. Shai Smith, I think this is a really interesting guy to talk about in context of what we talked about with Tyler Wallace. Don't worry if you came in late, we'll still talk about it. Shai Smith, wide receiver out of South Carolina. And you may be thinking to yourself, I've heard that before. You have. We had a wide receiver out of South Carolina last year, Brian Edwards, 3rd-round pick, Raiders. And we had a wide receiver out of South Carolina 2 years ago, Deebo Samuel, 2nd-round pick, San Francisco 49ers. So Shai's been behind a couple of guys. He was a 4-star recruit, but he's had to work his way up that depth chart. So the production isn't crazy, but he's been operating out of the slot while those guys were the outside receivers, and he's developed a very impressive catch through contact profile over the middle of the field. And when we talk about contested catches, we usually talk about down the field, one-on-one, jump balls, 9 balls, up against the sideline. balls can be contested in the middle of the field as well. Your slot receiver needs to know when he's breaking across the field, his shoulders facing the line of scrimmage, he makes this catch, that there's a linebacker or a safety coming to take his head off. He has to be willing to make this catch while that contact comes in. That is a contested catch. That's where Shi Smith is most successful. Despite the fact that he's only 5'9", weighs $185, he's actually got great length. He's got 32-inch arms. Really nice adjustment. And remember, adjustment and ball tracking has to happen much faster when you're in the short areas of the field. And so when he's on these quick crossing routes, when he's on these intermediate dig routes, that adjustment has to happen quickly and it's very natural. So he's a big catch radius player despite being a smaller player. He is tough as nails over the middle of the field. And when South Carolina needed a go-get-me one, you look at the game at Florida, they were a possession off the Florida Gators in that game. They went for Shi Smith in the red zone against five-star recruits on fade routes. This boy's 5'9". With the testing considered, Shi Smith is exactly what you want in a slot. He's tough enough and consistent enough to be a possession receiver, but he can bring extra after the catch. He can bring some juice with the ball in his hands. Once we clean up the routes, which I expect Joe Brady, an ex-wide receiver coach, to be able to do, I think we're going to get great production out of Shi Smith. It's a deep depth chart ahead of him, but I've got faith in this player and in the athletic profile. So I'm excited. Whenever you get a wide receiver you like going to a good offense like Carolina and Joe Brady, you get pumped. Shi Smith is a good pick for the Panthers. And we got a lot more good picks round 6 and into round 7. We will begin giving out our draft grades. But first, we got to pay the bills. Keep these lights on. We'll throw this to commercial break. We'll see you back in a second.
Panini, I gotta know, what did you think when you saw your first card? Because they just sent me a card of myself and I freaked out. Okay, I'm not as cool as you, and I'm definitely not as good of an athlete. But what did you think when you saw your first card?
I was like, is this really me? I was just so confused. I'm like, wow, I'm really on the card. Like, someone's gonna save this one day and hopefully give it to my kids and keep passing it down. But it was crazy seeing it and just realizing really what's going on. It's a dream come true, and I'm very excited.
It's pretty crazy to look at yourself on a card and think that that could be worth $300,000-$400,000 in 10 years. Like, isn't that crazy to think about how the value of a card could be worth something so much more down the line? I think you obviously said it's just a kind of a weird feeling to look at yourself on a card and go, oh, is that me?
Yeah, it is a little. It's crazy thinking that in the next decade or 2 decades that my car will be, worth something significant. So, I mean, I'm gonna have one for myself, but I'm not gonna sell mine. But it's pretty exciting.
You better hold on to a special one for yourself. You better hold on to a special rated rookie card for yourself. But tell me about Atlanta. Dude. You were number 1 pick for me in the class. I was like, this is my guy. I number 1 guy, best athlete. I'm all in. You're going to Atlanta. This is a high-powered offense. So tell me about it. Are you excited?
I'm very excited. I'm excited to get in the building, get working. Now I'm back to freshman. So I got to work my way up, learn everything, start everything over, and I'm just excited for this new endeavor I'm about to step into.
So tell me about walking into a room with guys that obviously like a Julio Jones and a Matt Ryan and guys that are, probably future Hall of Famers, right? I think that probably lends itself well for you as a rookie to walk in and learn from guys like that.
It means a lot to me because I'm a guy that loves to learn. I like to sit around people who have already been successful and learn and just let them talk, let them speak wisdom into me. So I'll be excited for some of those conversations, and I can't wait to be in the room with all those people.
You are the highest drafted tight end in history. That's a pretty big deal. How does that feel? Like, take it in for a moment. I know it's kind of an unconventional draft cycle. Obviously, no combine. It was, you're still in Cleveland, but in a normal sense, I'd be standing right next to you. I'd be like, all right, dude, show me the sneakers. I don't get to do that this year, right? There's no sneaker game. It's definitely different, but it's such a big moment. So how are you feeling right now?
I'm just happy to be here because, like you said, we're all kind of going through a different type of lifestyle in this world. So for us to even get here and be able to have this in person is pretty exciting. To be able to walk across the stage is something that I'm glad I got to experience that.
Okay, I'm going to leave you with this one. What does it mean to be a rated rookie? What does that mean? What are you going to bring to the NFL this year? Because you're going to go up against some pretty stiff competition in the NFC South.
It means a lot. Rated rookie. That's something that I've been working towards being in the NFL. Like, to go against some of these Pro Bowler DBs and people who are going to be in the Hall of Fame one day. I can't wait to put my talents up against theirs.
All right, well, in the interview, you got to show off the draft cap. I got to see it up close and personal. There it is. There it is. There's the Atlanta Falcons hat. It's looking pretty good. It's looking pretty good. Well, listen, I got about 15 guys that work for me that are all Gators, and they're losing their minds. They're losing their minds, Kyle. They're all like, oh, my God, chomp, chomp. They just want to – they're so excited for you. So congratulations. Good luck with your future, and thanks for joining us and hanging out with us. And listen, hold on to that card. Don't do anything with the card. You want that card forever.
I got you.
Best ball season is here, and it's bigger than ever. With no waivers, trades, or setting lineups, it has never been easier to have a shot at the $1 million grand prize. Underdog Fantasy lets you draft a season-long league in seconds, thanks to their slick mobile app and state-of-the-art website. And best of all, if you don't love it, there's a $100 money-back guarantee. So what are you waiting for? Draft for the 2021 season today.
Brinks TV, loving on you with lots of cash and prizes.
Welcome back to day 3 of our NFL draft coverage here with the Draft Network and Brings.tv. Make sure you go there, sign up for your free account, and join us with our draft polls for a chance to win a Panini prize pack. Panini prize packs have merch, shirts, and caps, as well as new Panini cards, including some of the early access rookie cards. Speaking of rookies, our draft poll to win a Panini prize pack is: who will be the defensive rookie of the year? Micah Parsons went 12 to the Dallas Cowboys. Jalen Phillips went 18 to the Miami Dolphins. And then Kwity Paye at 21 to the Indianapolis Colts, or somebody else. But for me, those are the 3 chalky picks, and I certainly like Jalen Phillips, the edge out of Miami. I don't see a player on that roster who's a better pass rusher right now than Jalen Phillips will be if he's healthy for 16, 17 games. And I know that's a lot to say for a rookie, but Emmanuel Ogbah, Andrew Van Ginkel, these are more so role players. Phillips is going to be the guy getting after the passer. I think 8+ sacks is a reasonable expectation for him in his rookie season. And we know that when Bosa brought home the award, he only did it with 9 sacks. So I would like for Jalen Phillips to be the guest here, but you take your guess. Brinks.tv, join us for the draft poll, register, play, and win. We are done with round 6, almost done with round 6, coming up to round 7. I don't remember. It all blurs together on day 3. Let's throw it back to the couch and hear what our next picks are.
Thank you, Ben. And I'm going to take my vote, too, because I didn't get a chance to vote in that poll. I choose Jalen Phillips there as Defensive Rookie of the Year as well.
I would also choose Jalen Phillips.
Ooh. Now it's your turn.
A little bit of love
for
Ben.
Defensive Rookie of the Year?
Yeah, Jalen Phillips.
You know, Jalen Phillips certainly has the opportunity to pick up the most sacks, I would say, amongst this group, and that would be very helpful. But I think about Jamin Davis from the Washington football team and how many tackles he's going to rack up and all those explosive playmakers they have. I think he's going to clean up and, really stuff the staff sheet. So I'm going to go with Jamin Davis.
What about the guy that you guys picked up for the Bills?
I don't have very high expectations for Gregory Rousseau in year 1. I think it's going to be a very crowded rotation, and I think he'll play between 20 and 30% of the snaps. And so I think he won't have the opportunities that are going to be in play for some of the other players.
We got some more picks in. The Titans at 205 got Racey McMath, wide receiver out of LSU. The Saints, via trade, have picked up Landon Young, offensive tackle out of Kentucky. And the Jets at 207 have picked up Jonathan Marshall, defensive line, Arkansas.
Oh, okay. Racey McMath, he's fun, he's big, he's fast, and he's good on special teams. And that's going to be really important for him to continue being good on special teams because he's a bit underdeveloped as a wide receiver, but we're the 6th round, height, weight, speed guy that can help you on teams. Those are the picks that I like to see.
And so I just named the next 3 picks, but those are still not ones off our best available that we keep bringing up, Kyle.
Yeah, I like some of the valuations here that we got in these last couple of picks, and especially if you extend it back through the last 10 picks or so. I think there's a lot of fits and pieces of the puzzle that make sense quite a bit. Like Shi Smith, for example, with Carolina is one that, I know we touched on that briefly, but Shi going into an offense that lost Curtis Samuel, I don't think we can overstate that enough, Joe. And we look at some of the other wide receivers that are available, like Shi Smith coming off the board before Racey McMath. Well, that just comes down to what role are you hoping that this player is going to be able to contribute for you?
So I spoke too soon. One just came off our previous best available.
Let's go.
The Seahawks, via trade up, have taken Stone Forsythe, O-tackle, out of Florida.
Very Seattle-y, right? It's pass protection. Russell Wilson likes to hold the ball in the pocket and allow things to develop and push the ball downfield. Stone Forsythe, we've talked about how he's a better pass protector than he is a run blocker at this point in time. And I really like the potential here for him to potentially kind of work his way into – Seattle's tried to draft and develop along the offensive line, and they've had mixed results with doing that. But Forsythe, with his size, he's big, and that fits the MO that Seattle likes up front too, right, Joe?
Yeah, easily my favorite offensive lineman left on the board, and I think this is a plus value overall for the Seattle Seahawks, who I think we've spent a lot of time over the years criticizing for how they've built this offensive line, whether it's been a lack of quality starters and certainly a lack of quality depth. I think this is another step in the right direction, and he definitely gives them the length and size that that they appreciate and value at literally every position.
So let's talk about the tackles a little bit, right? And when we think about tackles coming off the board, are we getting ready to see another mini run here? We just had Landon Young from Kentucky come, Stone Forsythe. We kind of saw the tackles early in this draft not go as early or in as high demand as maybe we had anticipated when you reflect back on what it looked like in the early portions of the first round, Joe. Slater going at 13, for example, and all we heard was how good this offensive tackle class was and all the options that are going to be there for you if you pass on them early, like what the Cincinnati Bengals did with Jamar Chase. So I'm just kind of curious, let's flesh out a little bit the dynamics of the tackles in this year's draft now that, we've seen 2 go in the last 3 picks.
Yeah, and I think there's been a lot of tackles drafted, so they fell just a little bit. I think, in a normal year, you could see a Penei Sewell as a top 3 pick off the board. So getting him at 7 is a pretty incredible valuation. But I think we've seen the NFL respond to this offensive tackle talent that's been available, and there's been a ton of picks and a lot of developmental type starters. I mean, how many times have I said that, Tamara? And so I think that the well is definitely, being run dry a bit here, and that's why I think you can look at this pick of Stone Forsythe to the Seattle Seahawks and say, wow, that's great value at this point.
Definitely. And now with Stone Forsythe off of our top 5 best available, we have a new top 5 best available. You guys mentioned Quincy Roche a lot, like, wow, he's still there. And then you see the other 4 names, and those are what we have left as we approach the bottom half
of round 6. A lot of Joe Marino players on this list here. Joe was the primary scout on 4 of these 5 players here, Joe.
Yeah, and I got to be honest with you. I can look at all of the names there, maybe not Hamilcar Rashed, but the 4 guys that were mine, and I can legitimately say that I'm surprised because they're players that I think have developmental starter appeal, especially a guy like Trill Williams from Syracuse. I'm starting to wonder, did I not extrapolate the tape correctly? Because I thought I saw a versatile defensive back that I think can play outside, inside, and even at safety. The ball skills are there, the physicality, the size, the athleticism. And so at this point, whoever gets Trill Williams, I think, is going to be a great selection.
I think one thing that probably hurt Trill was we reviewed so many of the players who have come off at this point in the draft in the defensive backfield, and there's a lot of players that you can say that for. There's a lot of guys, especially when you roll in the safeties, right? And we just got done talking about one with the Patriots plucking Joshua Bledsoe here this late in the draft. There was a lot of point of emphasis on corners and safeties who can play either back and in the slot or outside in the slot. And then you also have a lot of defensive linemen in this year's draft who the point of emphasis, they went earlier than the true outside guys that we anticipated that have been exposed to and experienced with playing in multiple spots. And you always are going to covet versatility, but the one thing that I wonder is in a year in which you have incomplete assessments on a lot of players, are you going to want to take players that give you more swings to fill different roles on your roster.
Did you listen to Bill Belichick? I know that's sometimes hard to listen to the guy talk in press conferences.
Wow.
But when he gives you something, it's like really good. And
You got to ask that one out of 100 question, and you'll get 3 paragraphs of a response.
I don't think if I was at a Belichick press conference, I don't think I'd ask a question. I'd just sit there. I was at a Will Muschamp press conference one time.
I
and I'm
remember
like,
you telling me
I was
this.
like, dude, there's just no way. There's no way I'm asking the question because I'm not going to be on Twitter as the guy asking that question, getting roasted by Will Muschamp. Because you know me, I might say something stupid in that question. So I avoid it. But all that to say, Bill Belichick recently, when he was asked about the scouting process for this draft, he said something that, certainly caught my attention when he said, for a lot of these guys, the most meaningful tape was 2019, even if they played in 2020, because the dynamics of 2020, not just because you have lesser teams participating, it's that you have lesser prepared football players, right? The season's in flux. Guys aren't necessarily dialed in like they normally are, but it's the pieces around them that were very inconsistent. And so for Belichick, even for guys that played a full season in 2020, he thought the most meaningful tape was, in most cases, 2019.
Joe, I know we said that out of the top 5 available, 4 of them were from the ACC. The next 2 picks in the 6th round are coming out of the ACC. We have Jalen Camp, wide receiver, Georgia Tech, going to Jacksonville. Are you surprised by this one being alongside Trevor Lawrence?
Tools and traits.
Yeah, tools and traits, and that's what you're looking for late in the draft. So big, athletic, Georgia Tech's best prospect for sure, and I'm glad to see him get drafted. He was a guy that, you look at the program at Georgia Tech, it's definitely been in transition, and I love where it's headed, but it's probably robbed a lot of these players their opportunity to develop, especially going from a situation where it's an option-style offense, nothing that translates to the NFL, to now under the new coaching staff, they want to be a pro-style system and putting players in the NFL. So credit to the new regime there for getting a guy drafted. I think that says a lot, and I think it'll be just the first in a long list of guys down the road that will get into this Georgia Tech program, and you'll see more and more Yellow Jackets getting drafted.
30 on the bench press, right?
Yeah.
Threw a little bit of weight around.
Yeah.
That's how you get drafted.
Yeah.
And so the second one coming out of the ACC, this one from Duke. This one's an edge. His name is Victor. I don't want to pronounce his name wrong, but you probably have a better idea there. But, he's going to the Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah, Victor Dimukeje. Nice. He definitely is more of a prototype than Chris Rumpf, who came off the board a long time ago. He's not super dynamic athletically, but you watch him play, and he's a disciplined football player that knows where he's supposed to be. He knows how to fit the run. He's got enough pass rush ability. And I think you may look down the line and see this selection of Dimukeje and say, yeah, it's a really quality rotational lineman. Now, the fit in Arizona, I feel like I keep doing this with any of these Cardinals pick. I don't necessarily see how he fits the front that they want to run, but I will say that Dimukeje was a good player at Duke.
Yeah, I was just going to say, following up on Arizona going to the defensive side of the ball with the majority of their picks this year, Dimukeje is somebody who I think can play in early downs and be a run defender. Joe, you can let me know if you disagree, and I'm always here for a little bit of discourse on the stream, but I think about his value, and it's as a guy who plays that traditional base end type role. Yeah. He's going to control the line of scrimmage. You could put him on the front side where he's got to deal with a little bit more traffic with a tight end lined up outside of him, potentially have to deal with chips, and he's going to be able to utilize his hands. I thought hand power was one of the things that really stood out about him. This is another solid but unspectacular box being checked for a team that defensively you got to make sure your stuff's in order, because you got to deal with San Francisco, and you got to deal with Seattle, and you got to deal with
the
Rams.
Yeah.
And the changes that are being made to San Francisco, I think, is an interesting dynamic here. So this is not to say that Victor Dimukeje is going to save Arizona's ability to defend anybody, but this is an arms race in the NFC West, and you got to be able to play a little bit of defense. And without a lot of help in the secondary, now you really need to be sound up front.
Yep.
Now, the Browns have now added another wide receiver in Demetric Felton from UCLA. Do you see this as a move as they prepare for not this season, but 2022, when potentially OBJ and Landry might not be there?
I call this a why not pick.
What's the worst that could happen?
Yeah, what's the worst? Exactly, because Felton is a difficult projection because he's kind of small as a running back. He's a tweener running back, wide receiver type player. Small as a running back, not a player that you really forecast to be a good between the tackles runner, and he doesn't really have the athletic profile to be a guy that thrives in space or, works out to the perimeter. And then as a wide receiver, he's not very nuanced. He has very inconsistent hands. He's more of a body catcher. But you see him make some plays, and I thought he was really good at the Senior Bowl. And so for a Browns team that is becoming very complete, to add a guy like this that can be, a little bit of an X factor, a little bit of a gadgety type guy, I can see the reason for this pick, and without glaring needs or anything critical they have to address. It definitely screams why not, and it's a good pick.
It's a tale as old as time. Guy who's shifty, more quicker than fast, goes down to the Senior Bowl. He wins his 101s. He looks pretty good. He gets a little bit of hype, and coming out of the Senior Bowl, there was hype around Demetric Felton, and then obviously he had his pro day and he didn't test particularly explosive, and it was kind of that reminder of like, oh yeah, like he's shifty, but he's not explosive or super bouncy as far as being an athlete and creating separation against other defenders. So ends up getting drafted. I think the fact that he went to the Senior Bowl really helped him, and I feel like I'm referencing the Senior Bowl like every third pick, but again, that's the testament of this year's draft process, and being at that event, it leaves that lasting mark that you don't get because there is no athletic testing at the NFL Combine.
Go compete.
Right.
Go compete.
Yep. So Demetric Felton, I think this is a low-risk, potential high-reward, especially when you can consider Kevin Stefanski's offense and his offensive mind and ability to get the most out of players. A little bit of a roll of the dice here, but definitely one well worth it here this late in the draft.
Joe, we are at pick 212.
Okay.
So we have back-to-back Bills picks.
Bring it in. We're here.
Are you ready?
Yep.
This one is out of the ACC.
Okay.
Pittsburgh.
Okay.
DeMar Hamlin.
Yeah, that's a very logical pick for Brandon Beane. DeMar Hamlin, a long-term fixture in that Pitt secondary, and they needed some depth at safety. They have obviously an elite safety tandem in Micah Hyde and Jordan Poyer, but behind them they lost their key backup, Dean Marlowe, who's now a member of the Detroit Lions, and he played 35% of the snaps, was a core special teams player, and they just lack depth. The only other safety really behind them is Jaquan Johnson from the U. Good football player, but he's a little small, a little bit slow, and not a guy that you want stepping in and playing meaningful snaps for your football team. And so when you look at the Bills' defense and the engine that makes it go, it's the safety tandem, and you were missing depth in that spot. And so, Kyle, back to some of the laughter, are players that help replace those positions with younger, cheaper players.
I want to talk about how demoralizing it was to talk to you about – let's talk about the Bills and what they lost this offseason. And Joe's like, they have a change of kick returner, and they lost like a rotational safety who took 35% of the snaps defensively. And that's a testament to what Buffalo is building. And I know I've mentioned this a couple of times throughout the course of the weekend, but the continuity aspect with Buffalo is, I think, the most exciting thing at this point in time. And inevitably, once you start having success, people will notice, and then people are going to start hiring away your coaches and start targeting your players in free agency. And for Buffalo, they have managed to stave that off for yet another year. But even once that attrition starts taking place and starts, kind of chipping away at what Buffalo has been able to build and put in place here, I think organizationally, you have to be very excited about what the future is going to look like, because nobody's going to come promote Brandon Beane, right? Like, nobody's going to come promote Sean McDermott. Josh Allen is presumably not going to be going anywhere anytime soon. So those foundational pieces exist, and now it is because you have the luxury of a general manager who has a lot of clout within the building and a lot of respect and a lot of leash to make sure that, he can continue to tinker and get things right. Picks like DeMar Hamlin to replace a safety 4 on your depth chart who 2 years from now may end up becoming a starter once attrition comes in to take place. And I think DeMar Hamlin, he's not the most athletic guy. He's not the most dynamic player, but I thought he was smart on the back end. He's a little athletically gifted, but he made good plays on the ball. He showed good anticipation as a guy in space, especially down near the red zone. I think this is a really nice pick that may end up being one of those that you look back on a few years, and we talk about draft and develop. I like this a lot for Buffalo.
So Joe has been asking the Buffalo Bills to take a corner. They have finally taken a corner off the board. Oh wait, let's let Joe take a step first.
Can I
wait,
guess?
Wait. Okay, I'll let Kyle guess first.
Jordan, how tall is he? Is he 6'4"? Oh.
Ooh, Shakur Brown?
Shakur Brown. I'm
No.
gonna guess.
That is not the guess. That is not the guess. That is not the guess.
Wild Goose.
Yes.
Rashad
Oh,
Wild
boy.
Goose.
So Bills Mafia is going to love him for his name alone. But, Kyle, you're the Big Ten guy. You spent a lot more time on Wild Goose, so deliver the goods for Bills Mafia.
Yeah, a little bit of a small sample size. I know I talked to a couple people around the Wisconsin program, and they were surprised that he declared. So he's you want a slot guy, he's probably going to end up being a slot guy at the next level. And I think the energy that he brings was one of the things that stood out the most. I don't think he's super effective as a tackler. I don't think from a discipline perspective in coverage, he's going to force his way into the lineup sooner rather than later. But I do think he's got a little bit of spunk to him, and I think special teams will be the pathway for him to potentially make the roster. But you got to be heartbroken with Shakur Brown out here.
Right, and Trey Williams.
The thought came in one side, out the other.
I heard Big Ten. I thought I was going there.
So, and not getting that. But you'll get a similar style of player without that kind of production or the big leap that Shakur Brown took this past year.
So that is interesting. A guy you said that didn't fulfill, like he declared early, and that was a surprise to people. Kyle, I guess I have more questions about him. What type of size and athleticism are we getting here? Because the Bills have seemingly been averse to athleticism at cornerback. Are the Bills getting a guy that can turn and run with guys?
I don't want to misquote his pro day numbers, so let me pull them up specifically for you.
We need to know this.
Rashad Wild Goose.
Okay.
At his pro day, 5'11", 197.
Okay, reasonable.
Yep. He ran 4.53 in the 40, 36 in the vert, 10 feet in the broad. 709 in the 3-cone, which was his worst test. Everything was about 50th percentile,
so he's an average athlete,
with the exception being that 3-cone drill of a 709. Who's that small school kid that you guys have had that was kind of like a third safety in the box?
Oh, Saron Neal.
Yeah, Saron Neal.
He's in a contract here. Is this the replacement?
It might be.
Yeah.
Just kind of piecing it together. I would not be surprised if that's the role he ends up taking.
Oh, glad Kyle was here because, I got to be honest to Bills Mafia. I know a lot of you guys are here to listen to me talk about this pick, but this wasn't a guy that I got to. And so Kyle, the Big Ten guy, I love how we structured our scouting department so that when these moments come up, we can lean on each other. And you can rest assured that between now and the time I talk about him on Locked On Bills, I'll have studied the tape.
Yeah,
but thanks for picking me up.
You'll go home tonight or on the airport tomorrow. You'll have the cuts up and you'll be checking out Rashad Wild Goose.
What a name! First round name. Can't be a bad.
Between
player.
him and Isaiah Loudermilk, who got drafted, both of those guys on the same defense last year for Wisconsin, like first team All-America names on the Badgers defense.
Notice another thing about Wild Goose didn't play in the SEC. Just write them all off. Brandon Beane's not picking players from the SEC. Not going to happen.
So, Kyle, Joe mentioned you're the Big Ten guy. We have another one coming out of Wisconsin. This time, it's a tackle. Cole Van Lanen is going to the Packers.
Of course he's going to the Packers. This is Cole Van Lanen was really on my radar last year. And thought, maybe as a mid-round guy, he might, decide to come. You want to take that from? Yeah, I know you're getting worried about spilling it.
Yeah. You were worried too.
I got white pants on, man. Make a mess. Van Lanen, I thought maybe he would have declared last year. Obviously, there was a big exodus from the Wisconsin offensive line. He ultimately comes back. I did not think he played quite as well in 2020 as he did in 2019, but he's big. Not a surprise for a Wisconsin offensive lineman. He's fairly fluid as far as functional athleticism as an offensive lineman coming out of Wisconsin. But this Green Bay pipeline here, they go after these kinds of the Cole Madisons of the world. Like Van Lanen at tackle is that same kind of player. So I'm not surprised at all as they continue to value the trenches, draft it late. And like Cole Madison was a guy who, got a little bit of run and was in the same range as a day 3 prospect for Green Bay up front. So can't say I'm surprised that they ultimately go this direction.
So now we're basically moving into the last 13 picks of the sixth round.
Mm-hmm.
And And our best available, I don't think it has changed. We still have Quincy Roche that we're still waiting to come off the board. You mentioned Trill Williams, a lot of ACC guys still out there. I mean, do they go off the board here as we round out the last of the 6th round picks?
How about another fun ACC player is Isaiah McDuffie from Boston College. I don't know how you watch this guy play football and don't think day one he's a special teams demon for you. And so we're talking late in the draft.
Your
guys
comp
with,
for him was who?
My comp for Isaiah McDuffie is I don't remember.
Wasn't it Tanner Vallejo, the name that we
Tanner
talked
Vallejo,
about in the scouting meeting?
Kyle's recall a little better than mine per usual. But yes, I did say that in the scouting meeting. So Tanner Vallejo, a guy who's stuck in the NFL because of what he can do on special teams, actually just signed an extension with the Arizona Cardinals. And so you watch Isaiah
he was so fun, and you get the same vibes from McDuffie too.
Yeah, fast, physical, willing to put his body on the line to make plays. So a see-ball, chase-ball, pursuit-style linebacker, special teams, I mean, there's a path to the roster for a guy like that.
Yeah, run him out there on kick coverage and let him blow somebody up.
So we've got an Oregon Duck that is about –
Sko Ducks.
Welcome.
So
being drafted here.
Are you? Why don't you tell us why you were a little surprised to see Brady Breeze going to the Tennessee Titans?
Well, just because Brady, he was an opt-out, and he hasn't really started a lot of football for Oregon. He came on strong at the end of 2019, had an outstanding Pac-12 championship game, and was a defensive MVP for the Rose Bowl. But to me, here in the 6th round, this is a great value in terms of a special teams guy. He'll be able to be a captain for the teams, for the Titans, for years to come. And he might even be able to sneak on the field as a safety. He's very instinctual, really good tackler in space, and he's more athletic than you think. And so for a guy who opted out, and there was rumors that he was going to walk away from football, and I'm glad he didn't, because here he is getting drafted in the 6th round. And so a little surprise goes ahead of Thomas Brown, but I'm happy for him. This is a good pick for the Titans, and Brady Breeze is a good player.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Wasn't that Rose Bowl game? He was like a ball magnet in that game, right?
He was sensational. Absolutely sensational. I think it was a pick 6, fumble recovery, so many tackles. I mean, Justin Herbert obviously won the MVP with 3 touchdowns, but Brady Breeze is right there with them. It was unbelievable.
Sorry, we had exciting
You're
news.
conspiring over here, huh?
We are. We have very, very exciting news.
Very.
Yes.
We've mentioned this top 5 available multiple times, and it seems as though
Quincy?
I've said Quincy Roche's name
Mhm.
enough.
Guess who?
Your worlds are colliding,
They are.
Tamara.
Because Uncle Mike has selected.
Uncle Mike, baby.
Uncle Mike has selected Quincy Roche out of Miami. ACC guy, Joe.
Yeah.
I'd love to hear you break this one down.
I think this is a perfect destination for Quincy Roche. 3-4 team, which is exactly the type of scheme I thought would get the most out of him. But you think about this defense, they lost Bud Dupree. I like Alex Highsmith to be that guy that can step in opposite of TJ Watt, but this gives you more depth, and you can never have enough good pass rushers in the NFL. And so Roche, definitely not the biggest or the longest or the most explosive, but he knows how to friggin' rush the passer. And so to get a guy with this type of technical refinement at this point in the draft where you're talking about a DPR, a designated pass rusher, I think this is a really outstanding pick by Uncle Mike.
Well, and listen, tip of the cap to Uncle Mike, and they do this every year. You saw the success that they had with TJ Watt. And obviously, this is a dramatically different player. Nobody wants to put those expectations on a mid to late 6th round pick versus TJ being an end of the 1st round guy. But Joe, you remember the narrative on TJ Watt coming out of Wisconsin. Oh, he's a little small. He gets pushed around a little bit. Pittsburgh, they've made it work, and they've done so by embracing and allowing TJ to play within his strength and his means. And Alex Highsmith being the guy is a draft and develop guy who's going to be the other starting outside linebacker there. Quincy Roche should probably end up getting some rotational reps here. Your breath has been taken away, so I'm thrown for a loop. What happened here?
First it was Quincy Roche.
Yeah.
And now we have the Hokie, Khalil Herbert, going to the Bears. I am so excited.
Bears.
Joe doesn't seem as excited.
No, I am excited.
Another ACC guy, okay?
What's fun about Khalil Herbert is this is a player that Kyle and I did not see eye to eye on.
At all.
So this is probably Kyle somewhat saying, well, yeah, I told you it was a late day 3 pick, and that's what we got. But, the Chicago Bears, Paige. It's always a lot.
Careful,
you guys don't
Paige
understand the
just walked
pressure
out here, so.
Nobody will never know the pressure of talking about the Chicago Bears in the presence of Paige DeMacos. Now, fortunately, I like this pick. David Montgomery's been a fine player, but I don't think anybody's sitting here saying that this is one of the best running backs in the NFL.
Well, he was one of the leading rushers in the league last year, thanks to the end of the season. He had a big breakout over the final 6 or 8 games.
He did, but I think you need to have more options behind him. And so I think this is a good move to get a guy that brings depth. He gives pass-catching ability. And what I like most about him is that statistic about how good he was against stacked boxes, and his yards per carry against stacked boxes last year was second only to Trey Sermon. And so for a guy that knows how to navigate through tight spaces, he has good vision, he has good contact balance, he's elusive, he's not a burner, but he knows how to navigate tight spaces, and I think that he's a nice little compliment to David Montgomery.
What are you giving me the eyebrows
I'm
for?
giving you the eyebrow because that was not in one of your best available running backs list.
Well, he was not too far down the list. He was 190 overall on the TDN consensus big board, so this is plus value at this point in the draft versus our eyes. And what I do like about Khalil Herbert is he is a really dense runner, and you think about that behind David Montgomery, who that was his best trait. You know, you can forget about the Frankenstein's monster comparison sheet for David Montgomery, in which he had every best running back in the NFL's best trait, according to whatever broadcast that was, bless him. But one thing he does undeniably have is phenomenal contact balance. And I think about Khalil Herbert and his style of play as a runner, and I think you can get really good contact balance. So not dissimilar to the way that I thought Chris Evans for Cincinnati was a complementary style back to be the true backup to the role that Joe Mixon had in that offense. I think Khalil Herbert has an opportunity to become the true backup behind David Montgomery in the same role. So obviously you have Tariq Cohen here in the offense, right? And they don't play the same position. They're both listed as running backs. They do not play the same position.
Mm-hmm.
But I think Khalil Herbert can be that guy that anytime that David's got to come out of the game, Khalil, you can trust him to go in there and ask him to do the same things.
So the last quarterback off the board, Ian Book, right?
Yes.
Notre Dame. We have another quarterback off the board, and I'm not sure that you guys are going to guess this one. This one is going to the Indianapolis Colts.
Okay.
Before I tell you who it is, do you have any guesses? You get one guess.
What conference?
That might give. No, that's gonna get away. That's gonna get away. I can't tell you. I can't tell you.
What's his initials? I saw it. I can't.
Yeah, he saw it. It's Sam Ellinger.
Okay, yeah, and this does not surprise me at all that Sam gets his name called, right? We talked about the intangibles and, he's a Texas kid and bleeds burnt orange, right? And his battle with Shane Buechele and him taking over as the starting quarterback. And Texas has not been a team that has endured the success despite, Sam, I think they won, the Sugar Bowl over Georgia, and he says, we're back.
Right.
And lo and behold, Texas was once again not back. But Sam... He's an A-plus presence in the locker room. He's tough. He's got quarterback run game. He's got a strong arm. He's not overly refined as a passer. And I think one of the big challenges with him was the accuracy that he has as a passer was really limiting as far as consistency and the timing. There was no consistency with the timing of understand when I'm hitting the back of my drops, what read I'm supposed to be on, getting the ball out on time, avoiding that half step or half second hesitation to allow those throwing windows to be optimized. And Texas ran a ton of RPOs. Carson Wentz, you remember the Philadelphia Eagles when they made their run to the Super Bowl with Frank Wright, they did quite a bit from an RPO perspective. So I look at that dynamic of Sam Ellinger and his game, and that's at least where my thought process would start to go. But I would love, Tamara, to hear what Ben in contextualized quarterbacking has to say on the matter.
I agree. Ben, tell us more on this former Texas Longhorn.
Yeah, welcome back to the CQ desk. It's been a hot second since we had a quarterback up here. It's Sam Ellinger, longtime starter at Texas, very famously proclaimed them to be back, and then they weren't so much. And the passing game that the Longhorns had this year was a tough one, and they changed offensive coordinators, and that Mike Yurcich offense didn't necessarily mesh too well with Ellinger's best traits. I thought in 2019, the best aspect of him was his quick game. In 2020, they didn't really throw the quick game. 21% shallow throw rate was one of the lowest numbers I charted for any of the quarterbacks this season. So they regularly had him pushing intermediate and deep down the field. Ellinger is not the most consistent thrower in every aspect of the process. Release mechanics will struggle, lower body mechanics get very dicey, pressure really throws a wrench in him, which we're going to talk about in a second. And then in general, he's just not super accurate. And so the quick game can minimize some of those errors. When we go intermediate and deep, that's where you see some bigger problems. So he struggled to make necessary connections in the passing game to just sustain a regular offense. Simply put, there's a reason this quarterback was available on day 3. Now, I said pressure was the big problem, and it was. The placement score under pressure was 38, which was the worst number that I had of all the quarterbacks that I charted. Ehlinger does not love throwing under pressure. Built like a fullback, he'd rather run when he gets pressure. Tuck that ball and go. And I'd be curious to see if Frank Reich likes to use a little bit of 2 quarterback sets. Got Carson Wentz in the building. They've had Jacoby Brissett there before and used him as goal line sneak guy, used him as a Hail Mary guy. I don't think Ehlinger necessarily is the arm for a Hail Mary, but I think that you think about some Taysom Hill and some creative stuff in that regard. He can carry the football, but when throwing the ball under pressure, it's really not great. And so under pressure, he'd rather tuck it and go. And the same thing happens when he gets blitzed, right? And pressure and blitz are 2 different things. Pressure can come because the offensive line loses a rep and you think you're going to be protected and you're not. Blitz is on the quarterback. So even when Ehlinger knew there's a chance that he might get that rush, even when Ehlinger understood they're dropping 5, I've got 6 coming, I need to make a quick decision, the placement still dropped off to a dramatic effect. And so right now I don't have a consistent passer and I don't have a passer with a good response to pressure. And if there's anything that NFL defensive coordinators love, it's blitzing young quarterbacks. And so Sam Ehlinger with the ball in his hand is an interesting player, and I'd be curious to see if the Colts offense can use him in creative ways. With that said, I do not view Ehlinger as a developmental quarterback. I think you would simply need more arm talent, more consistent accuracy to be considered as such. Still going to be fun to see if they use him in some clever and creative ways. I've got 1 quarterback left with CQ numbers. Hope we get him by round 7, but for now, back to the couch.
Thank you, Ben. We have 2 picks that have came in since we last spoke. Broncos at 219, Seth Williams, wide receiver out of Auburn, and the Packers at 220 with Isaiah McDuffie, linebacker out of Boston College.
You want to talk about which one?
I'll talk about McDuffie.
Of course you will. Well, let's talk about Seth Williams first then. So Seth Williams comes off the board to Denver. Obviously, they missed Cortland Sutton last year with injury in their wide receiver room. They have a ton of talent available at their disposal. But Seth is kind of that Auden Tate-esque guy for me, where separation I think is going to be something he consistently struggles with at the pro level, but yet a big body guy that made plays down the field. I think that complements well what Cortland Sutton is, yes, right, when you think about his style of play. So this is kind of maybe that shot to get a guy who can become a replaceable or a replacement level player for Cortland Sutton down the road if you have to make some difficult financial decisions, right? They drafted KJ Hamler and Jerry Jeudy last year. Financially speaking, deciding who to keep long-term, and I believe Cortland Sutton got a contract extension before last season. So he's here for now, but inevitably, as Denver, with a roster that is very quickly becoming quite good with how they're drafting. I remember we liked a lot of what they drafted last year. They're having a very good draft this year, and then it's just the question of that quarterback position. So they'll have the luxury potentially of a quarterback on a rookie contract unless they make a big splash for a guy like Aaron Rodgers, if it comes to that, and who knows. But if that were to materialize, they would then have to make some challenging decisions with the rest of the roster, and perhaps wide receiver might be one. But expectations for Seth Williams, for me, would probably be falling in line with Auden Tate in Cincinnati, in which he's on the practice squad for a while. Maybe you can call him up for some games if you have some injuries, and he has some sticking power to draft and develop.
So it's the Packers at 220. They go linebacker Isaiah McDuffie from Boston College, and this is a really good day 3 pick. And we talked about him just a little bit, but he's a player that when you watch him play, 2 words come to mind: fast and physical. Those are great qualities. This guy is willing to stick his face in a fan, and he likes it. And that's going to translate really, really well to special teams, which you're looking for in later round picks. And we liken him to a player out of Boise State, Tanner Vallejo, who has made a nice little career out of being a good special teams player. And so he's not super developed when it comes to instincts. I mean, he was a safety really coming over to Boston College initially and transitioned to linebacker. But see ball, get ball, pursuit style linebacker, quality special teams, physical. I think there's a nice little foundation to work with from McDuffie.
You really missed the mark to say fast and furious.
Well, he is that, yeah.
I've got someone who's fast and furious that just got picked up finally out of Hampton, Virginia, is Daz Newsome. He is going to the Chicago Bears, another ACC guy. I'm big on him. He is from the 757. I am all about it. Joe.
Daz Newsome's a fun football player. He plays big. He has ball skills. He's super competitive. Hi.
So, Paige, how are you feeling about this new addition to the Bears?
Yeah, I've officially hijacked the stream to tell everyone that I have taken over as GM. So all of these picks that have been happening, I know you've all been very confused about what Ryan Pace has done. And in fact, I made this very easy for him. I said, listen, Ryan, you know, you've had some tough times recently, and I can make this a lot easier. I got this great scouting team. They're phenomenal at picking the right players. Let me help you out here. So a little behind the scenes, you know, I wanted to make Ryan look good, and man, we're really looking good.
One of my favorite pastimes from this past fall was every weekend on Saturdays by like 2:30, I had sent out 2 Daz Newsome tweets because he made plays every single week for North Carolina. And it's like, oh, wow, weird. Daz Newsome makes another crazy play. Now, he's not the fastest. He's not the biggest. He's not the most explosive. He's not the most refined as a route runner. And, Joe, we talked a little bit yesterday when Diami Brown came off the board about Phil Longo's offense and the route combinations and it being able to develop or create really polished route runners. And Daz Newsome is not those things, but he wins in the slot, and he's a pain in the butt because he constantly, every single week, he made one play that's just like, this dude can ball.
Even on special teams.
Yes.
Yeah.
Never a bad idea to get a good playmaker for your offense, especially when you just invested a couple of first-round picks to get Justin Fields. So
I need you guys to give an early look, because one of the things that we're going to do in the 7th round is we're going to start looking at these draft classes as a whole. And, you know, you joked about it earlier, Joe, and you were like, well, you know, it's really hard for me to talk about the Chicago Bears in front of Paige.
Oh, good.
But this is one of those times where isn't it easy to do it now, because you can actually glow about the draft class that they have actually put together a good one. I have actually put together a good one. Let me be very clear. I have been able to put together this draft class.
it's a lot easier, Paige. And so I absolutely agree. I don't have to put any sugar coating on any of the takes with the Bears, because when you go get Justin Fields, you get Tevin Jenkins, you get a nice running back that I like in Khalil Herbert. By the way, Kyle, not a big fan of Khalil Herbert. You can talk about that with him.
I just talked about how he was a reasonable projection behind David Montgomery, you nut.
Kyle's not very high on him.
So it looks like Kyle's off the show, and here this is a Joe Marino show.
And Daz Newsome. So I see the vision. I like the idea of getting your quarterback, building around him, and you can just see the roles for these players, and that just makes a lot of sense. And it's been a while since we've been able to say that about the Bears.
Is there a more fun, like, 1-2 duo of undersized, scrappy, day 3 wide receivers than Darnell Mooney and now Daz Newsome together? Like, that's a fun little tag team of guys, right?
And Allen Robinson is still here.
Oh, by the way.
Just in case you were wondering, I think Allen Robinson is a little happier. I think he's less disgruntled, and instead he has given that disgruntled attitude. He put it up 200 miles north. He said, "Hey, Aaron, here you go, pal. You can feel disgruntled." And I hope we're saying "c'est la vie" to Aaron Rodgers here soon. But guys, I gotta go do an interview with Sam Ellinger, who just got drafted, our last Panini player. Horns up. So I'm going to horns down, hook 'em, whatever we're saying. Looks like we're getting some Aggie shenanigans behind the scenes here. She's not happy about it. So I'm going to jump off, and you guys can continue to chat.
Well, I now have 2 Bears jerseys that I need to get. You know, after Justin Fields, I need to get Khalil Herbert and now Daz Newsome. Like, those are 2 guys. Even though Daz is a Tar Heel, that's one guy I can go for because he's from the 757.
You know, as long as the Tar Heels keep stealing those recruits from Virginia Tech, you know, it's going to be tough for the Hokies.
Can we turn off his mic, please?
You know, I can give you yours back.
Ironically
We can
enough,
do
yes.
Yes.
Turn it off your own mic, apparently.
I forgot about that. But we have a couple more picks that have came in.
Cool.
We have a long snapper out of Alabama. Thomas Fletcher is going to the Panthers.
When you talk about Thomas Fletcher,
Yeah,
the
let me
long
tell
snapper
you.
from Alabama,
Nice
it's-
tight spiral on the
dude,
snap.
it starts with how he places his hands on the ball. You see this guy's got big hands,
Got good
just
torque.
fits it perfectly, and it's the dynamic hip thrust to really send that ball back there with
Phrasing.
consistency. It's a
Phrasing.
tight spiral. You time it, right? You got to time these as you're scouting these long snappers.
It's the
You know,
quickest trigger we've ever seen.
it's the quickest trigger we've ever seen, but it's also the accuracy. As I charted the snaps, each one of them, all 74 this past season, you never had a moment where that punter had to move at all left or right. I think this is a guy that could be a Pro Bowl long snapper.
So, Joe has said this all day long, and so I'm going to keep saying it just like he did when we were having the mock draft roulette. When he kept repeating his rule, I'm going to keep repeating what Joe said. You can never have too many corners. We just had another corner go off the board. This one's from UCF. Tay Gowan, I think I'm pronouncing that right,
Okay.
to the Cardinals. So, can't have too many, right?
Yeah, before we get to Gowan, you know that whole thing was not serious, right? I didn't really do all that with the long snapper. I was a little bit concerned that you thought I did, and so I needed to clarify.
Well, at the very least, we needed to acknowledge here
Right.
on the stream that was a tongue-in-cheek. How are you possibly going to snap a specialist without the opportunity to talk
Right.
to
You
him?
gotta do it.
Because the vast majority of specialists at any level,
Mhm.
you don't notice, right? You only notice when those guys mess up. So coming from a big program, right? This is as consistent of a program that you're going to find. So not surprising to hear that the long snapper from Alabama gets his name called before we reach the 7th round.
Yeah. So Tay Gowan, cornerback UCF, he goes to the Arizona Cardinals,
Yes.
right?
You said you can never have too many.
No, you never can, and the Cardinals need to start getting some good corners. And so Tay Gowan is look, I mean, you got to get some bodies in here. And Gowan is a player that has had his moments at UCF. The challenge with him is that I think he played in like maybe 9 games, right, like ever at the FCS level. And so he's a raw football player, but I know he has a lot of fans. You know, a lot of people think this is a player that could be a steal of the draft. And so for the Arizona Cardinals, a team in need of cornerback help, it makes a lot of sense for them to take a swing on a guy that could be a steal in the eyes of many.
So, Kyle, we're getting close to the Dolphins pick here.
Oh, boy.
What do you have your eyes on as you look at your available draft board?
Probably a trade out. They'll probably just trade it for a future 6 or something like that. You know, they broke my heart in the 5th round there, sent it away for a future 4.
Was there is there a player there that you were
at that juncture?
Yeah. Because that's the value proposition. What did you move away from? Because
Well, I mean,
you're going to
we-
get a higher pick next year in what we presume to be a deeper crop of prospects.
Right. Well, I guess we have had a long-standing narrative here on day 3 about some of the value of the players that we perceive to be available, and I think that's the big transition for the Dolphins. Is when they started their rebuild, they tore the whole thing to shreds, and they have turned over in consecutive off seasons over 50% of their roster. Well, you're in year 3 now. You just won 10 games.
Yep.
You had a draft class that brought in a dozen players last year. You're not going to be rostering 10, 11 rookies in this year's draft class on this year's roster. Your talent has grown and catered. So you saw Miami. They gave up an extra pick to go up into the earlier portions of the 2nd round to make sure they got Liam Eichenberg. So they did a trade up in the top 50, which they did not do last year. They coveted, they let the board fall their way. So for Miami, I guess it's kind of just our board's probably running a little thin. They probably didn't like the value there. They clearly don't care about the running back position as much as the fans would like them to. So it's hard to say.
Well, you know, it's only time will tell. You know, maybe they'll trade it away. Maybe you'll get the running back that you've been hoping and wished for, just like, you know, the Bills finally got their
that
corner.
elusive corner.
A wild goose, if you call them.
We only have a couple more picks here in the 6th round, and, you know, was Trill one of those names that we still haven't heard yet?
Trill Williams still on the
Yes.
board. James Wiggins, the safety from Cincinnati, still on the board.
The
Who's a
only
real good football player.
2 members of the TDN Final 100 who are left on the board entering the
We
7th
have
round.
5 more picks left in this round.
Okay.
Will all 5 of the 5 that we have
No.
available go?
No,
No.
they won't. Trey Smith, you guys talked about him earlier. Cade Johnson, wide receiver, South Dakota State. Even Kerry Vincent from LSU. I mean, he's a really fast guy, and he's made some plays on the ball. I'm surprised that a guy with his athleticism a guy that could play defensive back hasn't heard his name called to this point yet.
I mean, we talk about the top 5 best available, but we have seen some teams that were kind of in that 6 through 15, 20 range go, and it's brought some new names up towards the top of the list here that I'd just like to acknowledge as players that we thought could play and play at a high level, at least with development. David Moore from Grambling State.
Good call.
Still on the board. You're asking me who I'm hoping for Miami to draft in
That'd
the
be a
7th
great
round. Stylistically, he's
Oh,
everything they
perfect.
want in an offensive lineman. Marvin Wilson, Charles Snowden is still here. William Bradley King from Baylor. He was originally at Arkansas State, transferred up to Baylor. I'm sure if Carolina's got enough picks, they'll go get him with the Matt Rule connection, right? Kylan Hill is on the board. Shakur Brown, Josh Imatorbhebhe, the wide receiver from Illinois. The dude had a 47-inch vertical jump.
Bunnies.
Yeah, that's what the kids say.
Yeah,
these
bunnies.
days. They get the bunnies. So there are a number. Kay Johnson, who we already talked about. Ardarius Washington from TCU.
Good player.
There's a size issue there, right? And I understand, he's not going to meet some team size thresholds and concerns about injuries, but instinctually playing in that Gary Patterson defense, very high football IQ.
The Eagles have made their selection. They have 3 remaining picks left. They're going with a safety out of LSU, Jacoby Stevens.
Okay, I was just going to say, was it any of those players we just talked about?
Yeah, that'd have been something.
Go ahead with Jacoby Stevens, Joe.
Jacoby Stevens, kind of an oversized safety, a guy that, I'll be honest with you, I was a little underwhelmed with his tape because he's a big safety, so you're expecting physical, downhill trigger. He'll fit the run. He wants to get involved. He wants to be a tone setter, an imposing presence on the back end, and you didn't always get that from Jacoby Stevens, which is pretty disappointing. He was a very modest athlete. Now, he's played a lot of games. He's played a lot of football in the SEC, so I think you can look at him and say, okay, depth at safety. We have a guy that can help us in sub if we want to use him as a dime linebacker. Probably helps you on special teams, but I will say for a guy that at LSU, when you look at how long he's played, I wanted him to be a little bit more on film. But hey, we're getting towards the 7th round here. It's a perfectly fine pick.
Yeah, Jacoby Stevens. It's never a bad thing to take a risk on big program guys who underwhelmed a little bit. It's just a question of, can you pull out some more consistency, and can you pull out for some of those guys, they need a fire lit underneath of them. So I think Philadelphia with the new regime that's there in place and some of the turnover that we're seeing on that roster in general, they're going to be looking for guys who rise to the occasion. And they lost Jalen Mills in free agency, and he's kind of been a staple in the secondary there. Not to say that he's an all-pro player or anything, but there are opportunities to be had in a Philadelphia secondary. So I'd be interested to see if Stevens and his background at LSU helps pull him to help rise to the occasion.
Thinking about a safety being drafted here in Jacoby Stevens and knowing that James Wiggins from Cincinnati is still on the board, it makes me really think about his injury history because
Wiggins.
It's the knees, right? He had the torn ACL, and then he rehabbed really, really quickly. And then he fell down the stairs and had a meniscus injury. But then he got back on the field. And I will say the player I watched in 2020 wasn't really like what I saw in 2018, where the ball skills and the explosiveness was there. And he was on, Bruce Feldman's freaks list. So I don't think he's all the way back. But my goodness, at this point in the draft, I'd love to get James Wiggins.
So Ron Rivera and the Washington football team are back on the clock. Also, 3 remaining picks left in this draft. I'm interested to see where they go here because obviously, they did take in Fitzpatrick, but it could be nice to see another quarterback go off. I know we have a couple remaining. Don't know if we're going to see that happen here in the 6th, but, it could be interesting if they do.
Can we work through their draft class right now?
Yeah.
I mean, speaking of Cincinnati safeties, they took Derek Forrest. Jamin Davis, Sam Cosmi, Benjamin St. Juste, Diami Brown, John Bates, and Derek Forrest to this point, Joe. When you thought about the roster before the draft started on Thursday night, do any of the directions that this team took surprise? Like, certainly Jamin Davis, we all had that in our mock drafts. That was one of the worst kept secrets 3 days before the draft, and it came out of nowhere 5 days before the draft, and everybody jumped on board and was like, that's the way they're going to go. Sam Cosmi, left tackle. He's told you they're going to have to develop him, but you knew tackle was a primary position of need for Cincinnati or for Washington, So, curious, Diami Brown, Benjamin St. Juste, they got both those guys in the 3rd round. Where are we at with this Washington draft class as a whole right now?
don't look at it and say they got a bunch of plus values and guys that I didn't expect to be on the board. Maybe De'Ami Brown from North Carolina was probably their best value overall, our number 38 overall prospect. They get him at 82 overall. But everything else was, just not necessarily plus values. Now, the good part about it is you start to apply it to this team specifically, and I can see the vision. I can see how Jamin Davis fits into this front seven, and Jordan Reed's losing his mind over there.
I assume that Jordan is
smile.
big. Yes, for the Chiefs. Is that what you're smiling about? Yes. So we had 2 picks come in.
Okay.
One, Washington went with Cheeseman, the long snapper out of Michigan, and then the Chiefs went with Trey Smith. I see you just speechless over here, Joe.
Chris
is there a
in
reason?
our bugged ear here is asking for more long snapper analysis on Cheeseman out of
When you can get a long snapper with the name Cheeseman, you got to do it.
The only regret is he didn't go to Wisconsin, or he didn't go to the Packers, right? That feels like the real missed opportunity.
I thought you said a fake name there when you said it.
Between Cheeseman going to the Packers,
yes,
the only other thing that would have been better is Jamie Newman getting drafted by the Vikings, so we could have had the new man on the Minnesota Vikings.
Oh my god!
It could still happen. The
it
dream's
still can
alive.
happen, but it's not going to. Let's talk about Trey Smith a little bit. Please go right ahead.
Trey Smith, we split up the SEC as part of our regions, and so I got a chance to work on Tennessee this past year. And, Trey Smith comes in, 5-star recruit. He winds up being a left tackle for them, but then the injury stuff started to come out. Not necessarily that, he suffered any physical bone breaks or anything like that, but it's blood clots, which is pretty concerning in his lungs. And, he's worked really, really, really hard to play football and has went through a very intense regimen of taking aspirin to thin out his blood so that he can be ready to play. And he lost his mother at a very young age due to congestive heart failure. So that's what's contributing to him being pushed down the board. But when he's on, when his body's right, when he's playing football, this guy's a mauler. He's a downhill guy that can really move bodies out of the way and create space in the run game. Now, he's high-hipped. He's not the most fleet of foot. You're not going to play him at tackle. His best spot's going to be guard. He's a little bit scheme-specific, but for Andy Reid to get his hands on this guy at this point in the draft, I think you can't help but praise the pick and see that this is a plus value.
Can we talk about Tennessee? You've mentioned Tennessee being one of those programs, not unlike Florida State, right, who they get plenty of talent, but their players, when they leave, they're no better than what they were when they first arrived with the program, if not worse in some cases.
Yes.
And you think about Trey Smith and how they moved him around. They asked him to play left tackle, and then he came back inside at guard. I remember him as a freshman, some of the pulls at guard, and you're like, oh, my gosh, this guy is going to be all-world someday.
Yeah.
He's an absolute mauler, and here he goes in the 6th round. And I would say, yes, the health concerns were the biggest contributing factor to why Trey Smith was still on the board, but his tape, I thought, when he was a freshman, was better than his tape in 2020, and some of that being due to, in part, how Tennessee used him, how they asked him to play all over the line, when, if you're being honest with what his skill set is, you should let him play in the phone booth and just be a brute in tight spaces.
Kyle, speaking of the Tennessee, just guys that never really reached their ceiling at at Rocky Top and go to the NFL and wind up being good players. Emmanuel Mosley, Kyle Phillips, Alexander Johnson, Shai Tuttle. I mean, these guys are claiming roles in the NFL, and they were below average players.
Kyle Phillips.
Yeah, Kyle Phillips is the first name I said there. So I think
I was singing Rocky Top. So.
Right. So Josh Palmer this coming year, right? We thought that might have been a reach by the Chargers, but maybe this is just another example of an underdeveloped player. Trey Smith adds to that list. So Florida State and Tennessee, once very highly regarded programs, they've taken their lumps lately. They've not developed players well, but they certainly do seem to get better in the NFL, and I think Trey Smith is a guy that can definitely keep that going.
Yeah.
And hopefully things get right.
Right.
Josh Heupel at Tennessee, we'll see. But, when those teams are producing prospects, it's good for the league. It's good for college football.
So we're rounding out the end of the 6th round here with the last 2 picks. We have Israel Mukwamu, cornerback, South Carolina, going to the Dallas Cowboys. And then from the Oregon Ducks, another cornerback, Thomas Graham, is headed to the Bears. So Paige is fist bumping. We have Brentley yelling, "Go Ducks!" Love to hear. We love to see it. We got Paige,
those were
we got
two of
Brentley.
the 10 best available players that we had on our
Yeah.
overall board here with the last 2 picks in the 6th round.
So that's amazing.
I think Israel Mukawamu going to the Dallas Cowboys is really good value at this point in the draft. He's long, he's high-hipped, and, he's not a guy that I love to play outside at corner in off-man coverage and ask him to flip his hips and run. I mean, he's tall, leggy, and high-hipped, but if you play him in zone, he's a good tackler, he's physical, he can be a matchup neutralizer. And so when you have to deal with the likes of Dallas Goedert in that division and some of what Washington likes to do with Logan Thomas, he's going to help give you a guy that can help neutralize some matchups. And I like the physicality that he plays with for his size.
Dallas has decided we've had enough of not having enough options at corner.
Yeah.
Right. So it was Kelvin Joseph early on. They got Mukwamu here. They drafted somebody, the Nashawn Wright from Oregon State. And wasn't there a 4th?
I feel like there is.
I feel like they drafted another one here.
They must have heard Joe saying you can never have too many corners. He's been saying it all day.
It's a true statement, especially when you get to this point in the draft. Speaking of corners, I know you're looking that up. Do you have it?
So, no, it was just Joseph Wright and Mukwamu now. So, but they took another coverage option in Jabril Cox at the linebacker position.
The Bears took Thomas Graham, cornerback, and we've been talking about that need that the Bears have at cornerback, and I know that we've been celebrating how much they've invested in the offense and built around Justin Fields already in this draft, but it was time to now look to the defensive side of the football and get a cornerback like Thomas Graham, who's been a productive player for the Ducks. He's been a fixture in that secondary for a while, but when I watch him play, I see smart instincts and I see physicality. And I think that's a welcome addition to Chicago at this point in the draft.
Yeah, I think at this point, you got a guy who offers you some upside. Obviously, they lost Fuller this offseason, and that was a tough decision for them to make. And I certainly don't think anybody's expecting Thomas Graham to step in and take that role.
Right.
But at the same time, they need to have as many hands on deck as possible to find who's going to be the right guy to take that role, because that is a big vacancy in what is otherwise a very talented defense.
So round 6 of the 2021 NFL Draft is in the books. We finish it with 2 cornerback selections. We'll be back with more after this on Brinks.tv.
Brinks TV. Play, win, repeat. Oh my. Play, win, repeat. Oh my. Play, win, repeat. Oh my.
Kick things off with, I would love for you to tell me what it felt like getting drafted tonight. Obviously, such a big moment going to San Francisco 49ers. They have had so many great quarterbacks, right? And you're going to play with Kyle Shanahan. Doesn't get much better than that. So how you feeling right now?
Yeah, it was pretty emotional getting the phone call. I was just super excited, and obviously just this situation, as you said, I don't think there's a better one out there for me, and I kind of knew that going in. But wouldn't have said it out loud. In the back of my mind, kind of knew this is where I wanted to be. So just feel super blessed and fortunate. That's how it worked out.
Well, I think, as I said, I think you're going to a pretty good place for a young quarterback. I think everybody would like to be playing with Kyle Shanahan as their head coach. So tell me, you're here with Panini. They have these trading cards. You got your first look. What does it look like to see yourself on a trading card knowing that you're now officially a San Francisco 49er?
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. A little bit of a surreal feeling, just seeing it and everything like that. And super thankful for Panini for giving me this opportunity.
So what's this draft process been like for you? Obviously, you have been, I mentioned and joked with you that your quarterback coach, Quincy Avery, and I are pretty close. And you've obviously had this time where you've been working out, but not getting the opportunity to play college football, only having one game. So what's that been like for you? Because it's obviously so different than a regular draft process.
Yeah, I mean, it was a blessing, though. I think, it was different, but at the same time, I didn't really know any different. This is my only draft process. So it was a huge blessing. I got to travel and get to know so many people, whether it's guys I was training with or just great football minds, guys, coaches, former coaches, and guys who are playing the position right now at a really high level. So it was a blessing for me to be able to have this time and spend some time with Quincy, with Don Beck, and all those guys. And just, like I said, just feel super blessed to be able to be where I'm at right now.
what are you most looking forward to about getting to play football? Because I'm sure as a competitor, as a kid like you, it had to be tough only getting to play one football game. So what are you most excited about for this upcoming year as potentially a starting quarterback in the NFL?
Yeah, just getting to know my teammates, I think is the number one thing right now. I'm really looking forward to being able to get to know, not only the guys in the quarterback room, but everyone on the whole offense and within the whole organization. Just looking forward to getting there, getting out in the community and getting to know, a little bit what it's all about.
Well, listen, I've had every prospect that I've interviewed show out what they were wearing, right? You got to show off the hat. So let's get up close and personal. Show me that San Francisco 49ers
Of course,
hat.
you know what the hat is.
Yeah, it's looking pretty fresh. And we chose a bow tie tonight. That was the move.
Nothing crazy, just a little bow tie.
Just some light.
Something clean, yeah. Just something clean, but nothing too crazy.
Nothing too crazy. Well, listen, I'm excited for you. Congratulations. This is a big night. I hope you enjoy it, right? You're never going to get this night again. So congrats, enjoy it, and good luck in San Francisco.
Thank you so much. It was awesome meeting you.
It was nice to meet you too, Trey.
Trevor Lawrence,
Zach Wilson,
Justin Fields,
Trey Lance, Quiddy Pay,
Jamar Chase, J.C. Horn.
This is a prime draft.
You can't fall into the trap of recognizing the two letters in front of his name.
You're not afraid of some of that press coverage. You're not afraid of getting in guys' face, playing man, putting your back to the ball.
Would that not be amazing, though?
Is the defense for real? There's a lot of question marks here.
In the game of the draft, yeah, you want to get the most value out of guys, but it's also about going up to get your guy.
I'm here for it, but it's not going to happen.
Look, this is an all-in move. Go do it.
Where do we want to go from here, gentlemen?
But hey, crazy things have happened in the draft.
Brinks TV, loving on you with lots of cash and prizes.
As a reward for making Kill Clean Energy Drink of America and beyond, we've packed in more B vitamins, electrolytes, and killer taste than ever. And as a bonus, we've made the ultimate loyalty program. It's not a cult, it's not a club, it's the Gilcliff Golf Club. Tap into special offers like flash sales and exclusive merch, deep discounts, and eternal awesomeness. Go to Gilcliff.com to get your discounts on.
This is where it starts, where your story begins. This is the trail you blaze yourself. And step by step, you get stronger, faster, better. This is where it starts. How will you finish? Angles, we're with you every step of the way.
Best ball season is here, and it's bigger than ever. With no waivers, trades, or setting lineups, it has never been easier to have a shot at the $1 million grand prize. Underdog Fantasy lets you draft a season-long league in seconds, thanks to their slick mobile app and state-of-the-art website. And best of all, if you don't love it, there's a $100 money-back guarantee. So what are you waiting for? Draft for the 2021 season today.
Brinks TV, loving on you with lots of cash and prizes. Oh yeah, from Cliff, the #1 clean energy drink in the mind of Joe Rogan, comes the Flamin' Joe sugar-free, B vitamins, electrolytes, all them good drink things. An epic spicy pineapple fusion from out of this world, straight into your drink hole. Own it. KillCliff.com.
Welcome back. It is round 7 of the 2021 NFL Draft. You only have one more round to enjoy of this precious draft. We'll be giving out draft grades out on the couch, so if you've been looking for the team's consensus thoughts on your team's draft, you'll be getting those in a second. But first, Brinks.tv, go register for a free account and the opportunity to win a Panini prize pack. We are so proud to partner with Panini. A lot of P's in that one. And the Panini prize packs can give you merch. You got shirts, you got caps, as well as some of the cards, including early access rookie cards. Answering the draft poll below gives you an opportunity to win one of those packs. This time it is which quarterback in fantasy will be the number 1 of all the rookies? Trevor Lawrence, Justin Fields, Zach Wilson, or other? For the first time tonight, I will be taking the other. Give it to me. To me, that's Trey Lance. Number 3 overall pick, San Francisco 49ers. I don't buy it that he may not start in week 1 under Jimmy Garoppolo. No, I think Lance is far too talented. They paid far too much of a premium for him to be sitting on the bench in week 1, and that offense is be very friendly, as well as his rushing ability, which will turn out yardage and touchdowns. I think Trey Lance is your best bet to be the rookie fantasy QB1. Make sure you register, play, and win at Brinks.tv. Kyle, Joe, and Jordan, it is time for draft grades, everybody's favorite tradition on day 3. Take it away.
Thanks, Ben. It's Kyle Krabs, Jordan Reed, Joe Marino. Welcome to one of our final scouting meetings for the 2021 NFL Draft specifically. We have other guys who sit in on these meetings, but this couch, it's only so big. So we're here now, and what we want to do as we kick off the 7th round is invite you to take a look at some of the best available players on the Draft Network's consensus rankings as we get ready to shift gears with how we tackle this conversation here in the 7th round and start focusing on the big picture. So you see the best available players: Trill Williams from Syracuse, James Wiggins, the safety from Cincinnati, Hamilcar Rashed from Oregon State, Jamar Jefferson from Oregon State, and Dylan Moses, once upon a time perceived to be a first-round caliber prospect. So before we start looking over some of the picks who have been made in their specific draft classes here to start the 7th round, Jordan, you've been off a little bit away from the couch. So of those best 5 available players that we have, who's the most surprising to you that we've seen the tumble all the way down into the 7th round here?
I would say Dylan Moses, just because of, like you mentioned, the pedigree that it came from, former first-round pick. Whenever we're in a situation like this with the 7th round, even though people have medicals, you still see some teams throw those darts. We just saw it with Trey Smith. We've seen it with some other players as well. So we'll see. You know, he still can be selected. I think we have about 30 or more so picks left. So if he doesn't go drafted, though, that would be really shocking.
Yeah, I think that was something that we kind of sniffed out. You and I sitting over there at the desk earlier while we had other folks on the couch and on the stream, it was, you know, you kind of got that Mac Wilson type vibe from him, and Mac fell to the 5th round. Obviously, Dylan and the injury that he had kind of derailed the momentum that he had as a top prospect. But let's overview some of the picks that have been made over the course of the opening selections in the 7th round. Colts at 229, Michael Stracken from Charleston. Jordan, this is a guy that you brought on our radar quite quickly. I want to go through some of the other picks that have been made, and then I want to come back to the Colts and talk about what Indianapolis has done this offseason. Jimmy Morrissey, Joe, the center from Pitt, off the board at 230 to the Raiders. The Miami Dolphins going small school. Larnell Coleman, offensive tackle from UMass. Chris Greer says, I refuse to draft a running back. I'm not going to do it. 232, Phil Hoskins, defensive tackle from Kentucky. And then the Rams at 233, Jake Funk, a blazing running back out of the University of Maryland. But let's start with the Colts specifically and talk big picture here. Joe, you're working the keyboard on that side. I'm working the screen over here. Indianapolis, their picks to date: Kwity Paye, Dayo Odenigbo, Kylan Grayson, Sean Davis, and Sam Ehlinger. Now Michael Stracken added to the mix. What stands out about the Colts, not only with this draft class, but this offseason? Jordan, I'll start with you as that being one of your teams for your assignments.
Yeah, so coming into the year, or I should say the offseason edge was a big emphasis. So you see them double down on it with Kwity Paye in the first round and then Dayo Odeyingbo, which I think is a great dart for them to throw just because, I mean, me and Dre said it the first time we laid eyes on him, you see a 6'5", 260-pound specimen just moving all over the place. And they pretty much played him across the board, 0 technique, 1 technique, 3 technique, 5 technique. And he's one of those players you really have to pause your screen and look around for him to find out where he is. But he tears the Achilles prior to the Senior Bowl. He had a lot of buzz going into it. And I would go as far to say he probably would have been a top 40 or so pick if he was able to play in the Senior Bowl. But him having a significant injury like that and still going as high as he did, it goes to speak of how talented he is.
I'll say this about the Colts draft class. I love the Kwity Paye selection, maybe one of my 5 favorite picks in the entire first round. They had a needed edge, and they get a player that's a high-character guy that I think could be a cornerstone for their roster. As I look through the rest of it, I'm not sure how much production I'm expecting from these players in year one as rookies. I mean, Dayo has the injury. We're not sure exactly how he'll fit in year one and from a health perspective, although I do think when you consider the loss of Danico Autry, I think he's a slam dunk replacement to get a younger version of that type of player. But Kylan Granson, to me, a guy at tight end that is more of a very specific, like bigger slot type player. How they have several tight ends that they like to throw the football to. I mean, how much production is he going to claim? And then a late round safety in Sean Davis, developmental quarterback at Sam Ehlinger, and then Michael Strachan, who I think has a lot of work ahead of him. I mean, he struggled. He's big and fast and all that, but he's struggled to stack cornerbacks when I was watching him play against teams like West Virginia State. So I love the Paye pick, but if I were a Colts fan, I would need to be honest about what this class offers, and I don't think that's a lot of year one production.
Well, I think the other thing to factor in here is this offseason is not a complete picture without mentioning the acquisition of Carson Wentz. And what are our expectations for Carson when you think about the running game that he's coming into? And I think that's going to be critical. Obviously, Marlon Mack had the injury last year and is coming back. We're not quite sure how available he's going to be, but even still, Jonathan Taylor, this offensive line, they've got plenty of depth. They bring back T.Y. Hilton on a short-term deal. Indianapolis has to feel like we were close, and they gave Buffalo a hell of a game in the wild card round. Buffalo dictated the pace of that game for the entirety of the game, but you came down to crunch time, and Phil Rivers had a chance to take him down the field and get him in position to climb back into the football game and potentially win that football game. So did you guys get the sense, because I don't necessarily know that I did, I have nothing but praise for Chris Ballard and how he has built this roster and the fundamentals that they stay true to about not grossly overspending in free agency and not giving away draft picks. They're very methodical with their approach to team building, and they have not pushed all in. And even with the Carson Wentz move, they didn't give up any assets in this year's draft to make this thing happen. Yeah. So did you guys feel like the Colts were this close where you could say, well, we're a replacement at quarterback for Phillip Rivers, who we don't know who he really is right now based on his psyche and his play in Philadelphia, and one pass rusher away from getting over the top?
I have questions. I have questions about this, Kyle, because Carson Wentz was historically bad last year. And now obviously you can put him into this new environment and be hopeful that he gets back on track, but my goodness, that was a terrible season that he had. We still don't know who's playing left tackle for the Indianapolis Colts. They lost Danico Autry. Justin Houston isn't here. They're counting on, Xavier Rhodes continuing a caliber of play that existed last year, but we didn't see for a while out of him at cornerback. And so I'm not sure that I look at the Colts and say that they've done anything to bridge the gap or narrow the gap when it comes to the elite teams in the AFC. I think they're definitely in that, second, third tier of teams in the conference. Meanwhile, I'm seeing teams like Baltimore, like Cleveland, like the Miami Dolphins, getting better. The Chargers getting better. Denver getting better. And I think the Colts stayed the same. And so if I was predictively having to say, what playoff team from 2020 won't be back in the playoffs in 2021, I think I look at the Indianapolis Colts, unless Carson Wentz reminds us of the player he was in 2017.
Well, let me remind you real quick that for the regression the static status of Indianapolis, we talked at the top of this draft of how Tennessee, the team that tied Indianapolis atop the standings in the AFC South, lost more than any other team from the playoff field. So I think that is one thing if you're trying to win your division and get a ticket to the dance,
yeah.
you got to feel good that you treaded water.
Yeah.
Right.
Tennessee lost ground. We got another couple of picks up here, and then I'd like to open it to you guys for which team jumps out to you as one of the most compelling conversations that we can have as we continue to stay big picture here. Last we left it with the Rams at 233 with running back Jake Funk. Philadelphia at 234, Patrick Johnson, the edge rusher from Tulane. This point in the draft, it's a fun little pick, isn't it? Cincinnati at 235, defensive end Wyatt Hubert from Kansas State. Buffalo Bills at 236. Are you familiar with this pick?
I have no idea what it is.
Okay, this is fun. Yeah, make sure he doesn't jump across the couch at me here. Offensive lineman Jack Anderson from Texas Tech.
Oh, I like this pick. I like Jack Anderson. Yeah.
And then the Denver Broncos at 237 with Kerry Vincent Jr., the defensive back from LSU. So for all of the run that we had through the 6th round of specialists and special teams and off the reservation a little bit with some of the selections versus what our scouting process took us through, we got 4 names here that we're very familiar with.
Yeah.
So we have teams in Philadelphia, Cincinnati, Buffalo, and Denver. There's 3 of us on this couch. We got an odd number. We can figure it out. But, Jordan, I'm going to ask you, out of those 4 teams, which one of them has had the most compelling draft or, alternatively, the most compelling offseason?
Denver for sure, for me. And we know they made the move to go get Teddy Bridgewater, but I think they see him probably more as a bridge option, maybe for 2022 for when they go get a quarterback. Maybe for Aaron Rodgers specifically. We see how they feel about Drew Lock, and you don't go get Teddy, or you have interest in Aaron Rodgers if you believe in
and
Drew
Matt
Lock.
Stafford
And Matthew Stafford as well. But I think they've done a good job of retooling Vic Fangio's defense. You get a Caden Stearns, and then just the way that they have continued to add pieces to that secondary, and you bring back Justin Simmons, you sign him to the lucrative long-term extension. So I really like what they have done with this roster. And George Payton, we see that he went back to his roots of what he did with the Vikings. You take a Patrick Surtain at 9 overall, which with the Vikings, he's seen how important these cornerbacks are. So he's always going to continue to throw assets into that secondary just because that's all he knows and that's what he's come from.
So Denver has made 8 picks in this year's draft. Patrick Surtain II, traded up for Javonte Williams, Quinn Miners, Baron Browning, Caden Stearns, Jamar Johnson, Seth Williams, and now Kerry Vincent. You think about this draft class, the Broncos walked out of this draft with 3 of TDN's top 35 players and 4 of our top 60 players.
Impressive.
So they had a nice draft last year too. And the question is really just for me, the quarterback position. So let's focus there a little bit. And Teddy Bridgewater with this supporting cast and thinking about what the Carolina Panthers look like. I know both you guys are North Carolina guys, so I'm sure you saw plenty of the Panthers on TV. Joe, you're responsible for the Panthers from a pro scouting perspective, so I'd start with you. Teddy Bridgewater, what he did with the Carolina skill set, extrapolating that and putting it into Denver with their skill set. What are the expectations? Because I really don't know if we could just sit here and say, yeah, Drew Lock's going to keep this starting job.
Correct. And Teddy Bridgewater is a fine quarterback. But when I think about maximizing Noah Fant and Jerry Jeudy and Cortland Sutton and KJ Hamler, I'm not sure that I think Teddy Bridgewater is going to be the quarterback that can do that. Can he keep the offense above water and on schedule a little bit and make a throw from time to time? Yes, he's not the worst starting quarterback in the NFL, but I've got a really dynamic young set of weapons, right? And I wish that they just had a little bit more at that position because this roster is absolutely loaded pretty much everywhere, especially after this draft, what they were able to get on the defensive side of the football with Surtain and with Jamar Johnson, a player we love, with Baron Browning, another player that we love, and Kerry Vincent. Just kind of, you just put that speed on the field and ask him to hunt the football. I think you can get some things out of him. And so I think Denver literally has everything except for the quarterback that can be the difference maker for the team.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in love with what Denver has done this year. But once again, you have a huge question mark at quarterback. I've said it all along. Teddy just hasn't been the same since that injury, and he's kind of becoming that retread backup that we see like a Ryan Fitzpatrick or a Tyrod Taylor.
Don't
Somebody
you
in that
slander
mold.
Ryan Fitzpatrick in my presence. Don't do it.
Basically, he's just bumped his head on the ceiling.
You're just
of
calling
what he
out
can
former
be.
Bills franchise quarterbacks, Tyrod Taylor and Ryan Fitzpatrick.
just in the reference of
Yeah.
retread guys that just
Yeah.
bounce around everywhere and they're playing for a different team every year of their career. Teddy's pretty much in that stage of his career right now.
Listen, any team that would elect to kick a 70-plus yard field goal on the last play of the game instead of trying to Hail Mary with Teddy
Yeah.
quarterback, it's a little bit of a red flag, right?
Absolutely.
So, and Denver, so much of what their skill players are catered to do is create explosive plays and push down the
Yep.
field. You think about Robbie Anderson in that offense, and for all of the production that he had last year, he had a nice season.
Yeah.
But the explosive plays or the ability to get into the end zone, knowing what his strength was as a vertical down the field receiver, it really died off throughout the course of the season. So we do have 2 more picks, including another slam dunk, shockingly, by the Denver Broncos that I'd like to talk about. The Dallas Cowboys at 238, and I guess that's where we'll go next since we just did Denver. Matt Farniok from Nebraska. And then at 239, the Broncos drafted Jonathan Cooper, the linebacker edge hybrid from Ohio State, who reminds me of Agbanyo Okoronkwo, who's with the Rams and came through the draft process not that long ago from the Oklahoma Sooners as an undersized designated pass rush specialist, and Cooper really flipped the switch this year. He had an excellent season. So, Joe, you want to pull up the Cowboys draft class for us so we can work through the entirety of that? But Jordan, I'll start here with you. They've been very skewed towards the defensive side of the football in this draft class, and rightfully so when you take into consideration all of the assets that they have on the offensive side of the football. You and I were sitting on the couch earlier and talked about kind of the challenges of wrapping your head around the perceived log jam at linebacker.
Yeah.
But this draft class, Micah Parsons, Calvin Joseph, Oso Digizua, Chauncey Golston, Nashawn Wright, Jabril Cox, Josh Ball is their first offensive prospect taken, Simi Fehoko, Quinton Bohanna, and Israel Mukuamu before the 7th round. What stands out the most to you about whether it's the corners, the linebackers, the heavy skew towards defense in general, and how we're going to fit these pieces of the puzzle together?
What really stands out to me is that it really has Dan Quinn's scheme and his fingerprints written all over it, right?
Yeah.
And what does Dan Quinn always preach in his scheme that he wants? His length. You get an Israel Mukuamu, who's probably going to play safety. You get a Nashawn Wright, and then Kendall Joseph, 2 bigger type of corners, and he always has coveted that length, even going back to his days in Seattle when you had a Richard Sherman, even a Byron Maxwell in a sense, even though he wasn't a very good player, but he still was that lengthy type of corner that he likes. So him coveting that length, playing that press man, and then mixing it up a little bit with the side saddle cover 3 stuff as well. So length is one thing that really stands out to me, and then we've already talked about the log jam at linebacker. I'm really looking to see how they really split up the snaps there with Jabril Cox, Micah Parsons, and all these other players already in the fold, and LVE, Leighton Vander Esch, and then also Jalen Smith.
Did y'all figure that out? Because I'd sure like to know the answer to it. I know that you talked about the problem, but like, what's the answer here?
Well, I think one of the things that we left off this conversation on when we last talked about it was, what's Jabril Cox's biggest strength?
Coverage, space.
What's Micah Parsons' biggest weakness?
Coverage, space.
Okay, so like you take those 2 guys and you can platoon them. And listen, we had a chance. Sean Witherspoon came over here the other day and was talking with us before we started our broadcast, and Micah Parsons came up, and obviously he being an accomplished NFL linebacker, and he said, you know, Micah Parsons, you take him, I'd want him to focus on one thing and prove you can master that. And the presence of Jabril Cox as another addition gives that plan the opportunity to maybe see some legs and take off and let Micah Parsons be focused on one individual type of role so that there is not the kind of logjam that we are perceiving there to be. Yeah. But this is also a long-term projection and acknowledging that, like, Jalen Smith, they can get out of it with $5 million in dead cap after this season. He gone. Like, Leighton Vander Esch, they did not take the 5th-year option. He's going to be gone. Like, this is going to be a totally remodeled group. And I'd be interested, Jordan, you mentioned Mukuamu potentially at safety. Like, yeah, let's get into some sub stuff, right? You know, you had these 2 linebackers who are big and physical, but they're best against the run, really, is where both of these 2 stood out in Jalen Smith and Leighton Vander Esch. So let's get into some more sub packages and start understanding that you're in the NFC East. I know Dave Gettleman, we talk about the hog mollies and the big guys up front, but like they went heavy at wide receiver this year. The Philadelphia Eagles just drafted Devontae Smith on top of everything else that they have. The Washington football team adds Diami Brown to the mix with Terry McLaurin and everything that they have with Ryan Fitzpatrick coming in. So like you're in a division that for as bad as it was last year, there's lots of threats in the passing game, so you have to be able to match personnel.
I think Dallas, there's kind of another conversation to have with this draft class, this offseason, where this team is in its life cycle. And two things come to mind. Number one is continuity. And when you have turnover within your coaching staff and you need to onboard a new wave of players just to run that style of defense or offense that they want to deploy, it really changes the way that you look at your offseason, because it's not going out and getting the best player available. It's getting the right players to fit the style of football that you want to play. And it's not so much that willingness to adapt and say, okay, we have these players. This is the style of football that we can play. And so I think this is a little bit of the Dallas Cowboys having to make that shift to get the right personnel to run Dan Quinn's defense. Number two, the other dynamic here is you have to be careful of who you pay, right? The salary cap that exists in the NFL does not set itself up for you to keep every single player at market contracts. So when you have players like Jalen Smith or Ezekiel Elliott, or, it seems like everybody got a big extension for that team. DeMarcus Lawrence. I'm not saying that they're all bad extensions, but I think Dallas has to be more choosy with how they extend those players and the balance of the roster. There's no question that this defense is bad. That's because it's the least amount of money invested in the entire NFL in it. And so if you want a balanced roster, you have to think about those decisions and try to maximize your resources, and those resources are players. And sometimes that is the opportunity cost that comes from, okay, I can keep Jalen Smith and pay him, this market contract, but it comes at the expense of not having a quality player here and here and here.
Jordan, any additional thoughts on Dallas?
No, Joe covered it pretty well. That was a very thorough answer. Felt like Joe had to get that off his chest.
So we got 3 more picks in the queue here. We're getting close. We got less than 20 picks remaining in the 2021 NFL Draft.
Let's go 2 more rounds.
Listen. The Washington football team at 240, William Bradley King, defensive end from edge. We joked about Carolina and Matt Rule there. Well, Ron Rivera said, hey, I'm going to beat my old team to the punch here and get this guy on the books. The Chargers at 241, Mark Webb, the safety from Georgia. And at 242, the Patriots wide receiver Trey Nixon from UCF.
Trey Nixon's got some speed.
Go ahead and talk about Trey Nixon.
Yeah, he's interesting. It's the 7th round. We have to temper our expectations. And I don't think he's a very consistent route runner. He's not a very consistent finisher, but he does have speed, and he made plays down the field at UCF in that offense that's very much wide open. It feels like it's either go routes or just comebacks, and we'll put all of our receivers outside the numbers and see if we can get numbers and run the football. Really interesting style of play, but this is Mac Jones, right? It's a quarterback for this football team now. What's the best route that he throws? The go ball, right? That's like as far as he can make other throws, but the one that you saw the most consistency and in terms of high-level, hard throws to hit, it's that go ball. And they get a receiver now in Trey Nixon that can extend the field. And, I didn't even think about this. They have Nelson Aguilar, who's that type of player as well. So, it's kind of interesting to think about New England running a more vertical-style passing game that requires more shots down the field. But they're starting to add those pieces in place to go with Mac Jones that throws that 9 ball really, really well.
So, Jordan, you take the pieces. Let's talk New England a little bit. Mm-hmm. Their draft class, Mac Jones, quarterback, Christian Barmore, Ronnie Perkins, Ramondre Stevenson, Cam McGrone, Joshua Bledsoe, Will Sherman, corner from Colorado, and now this pick here of Trey Nixon. And I literally looked the camera dead in the eye and said, Bill, stop reading my tweets. So then, of course, he obliged by picking the only player that we did not do a write-up on to the point in the process with their next pick. Go figure. But this draft class, this free agency, the arms race in the AFC is with the Buffalo Bills making a massive leap forward with Josh Allen's 3rd year. The Dolphins winning 10 games last year. Where does the expectations based off of this draft class, this free agency cycle, what New England had last year versus the rest of the division, what kind of bounce back should you expect or do you expect from New England?
Well, I mean, you're expecting the playoffs at minimum, right?
Right.
Especially bringing Cam Newton back, who I thought played well pre-COVID. Prior to when he caught COVID, he just wasn't the same player when he came back. But for those first 2 or 3 games, I mean, he looked like his old self. But after that, he lost the pop in his arm. He just wasn't able to drive the ball down the field, and it was hard to watch at times, and it had a negative effect. And then you combine that with he just didn't have anybody to throw to on the perimeter. He had a bunch of older guys that weren't able to get open. N'Keal Harry, Julian Edelman, some of these other guys that they had on the perimeter. He just didn't have any talent. The run game wasn't the same either, and then they didn't play as well defensively. But I really like the defensive pieces that they did add. Christian Barmore, I think, is a good pick. Ronnie Perkins, we know he has the game to really that's tailor-made in that New England system. He can stand up. He can also put his hand in the dirt as well. We know how multiversal they use their defensive ends in that scheme. So playoffs at minimum should be an expectation for them. And then you talk about the record amount of money that they spend in free agency.
Right.
Bill is not going to rely a whole bunch on this class just because of what he added in free agency, especially on the offensive side. You bring in Hunter Henry and then Jonnu Smith as well. So he surrounded Cam Newton much better with the litany of weapons. So I think they're going to take a step forward offensively, but we'll see what does happen defensively.
I recognize that Cam Newton pre-COVID and post-COVID was a different football player. But I think we've done this every year since 2016 where something happens in the season, whether it's a foot injury or a shoulder injury, where Cam Newton's just not the same. And so I think we're lying to ourselves if we think that Cam Newton in a 17-game season is going to be vintage Cam for even 20% of it. I have no idea. And so I guess it's a fascinating discussion to have whether or not they go into this thing trying to ride the Cam wave as long as they can. If they get quality Cam, they continue to play him. But how quick is that transition, that pivot to Mac Jones if the wheels start to fall off Cam Newton like they have every year since 2015?
Well, I think the ultimate challenge there is Cam is a very different stylistic quarterback than Mac Jones. But, gentlemen, we have some breaking news.
Oh, we will.
We will worthy breaking news. One of TDN's 5 best available prospects, it's off the board.
Okay.
Who we got?
Cincinnati safety James Wiggins
Nice.
off the board to the Arizona Cardinals with the 243rd pick in the 2021 NFL Draft. And Ben's going to get greedy on us. Ben would like to talk in his little magic room there in the back of the studio about James Wiggins. So, Ben, go ahead, inform the people about Cincinnati safety James Wiggins.
Yeah, I'm sure that Joe wanted to talk about James Wiggins. He's been vibing on him, but this is my guy and has been my guy for a couple of years. Joe's brought up the variety, the difference, the uniqueness of the Cincinnati defense. James Wiggins was the player that was necessary. He was the straw that stirs that drink. So 5'11", 210 with explosiveness. 38-inch vert, 10.7 broad, ran a 4.4 240, and again, this is after multiple knee surgeries and recoveries. So that Feldman freak list, yeah, he held it over all the way to his Cincinnati Pro Day. But what was unique about his role is that he would have to line up 12, 15 yards of depth. They would be disguising which safety would be working to that single high alignment, and James Wiggins from that depth would have to come downhill and be able to play RPOs. He'd have to come from depth and play into the run. He had to be a second-level defender from a very, very, very deep alignment and filling in behind blitzing linebackers. Cincinnati would send second-level players everywhere and leave Wiggins in their wake to just clean up the mess. So this is not just an athlete. He is a very cerebral player. James Wiggins was a top 5 safety on my personal board who should have gone day 2 if not for the history of knee injuries. Not Cincinnati, Arizona. With the safety room they already have some room next to Budda Baker, Deontay Thompson, Jalen Thompson. There are reps to be had here, and James Wiggins' ability to play into the slot and quasi-linebacker roles are very beneficial. And listen, everybody in Arizona knows the value of Budda Baker. Only 5'10", only 195, but plays like his hair's on fire, super physical, highly aggressive cover man. That's what James Wiggins can be. So if he is healthy, and it's a big if, and we hope he's healthy, I think you're going to see James Wiggins looking nice in Cardinal red. It's been a weird and extremely aggressive draft process, entire offseason for the Cardinals. Good cherry on top with James Wiggins. Big swing at the plate. We love to see it. Back to the boys, Joe, Jordan, and Kyle. Draft grades on the couch.
We are back, and it is a good time to be a Cincinnati Bearcat because after James Wiggins' finally comes off the board at 243, leaving just Trill Williams as the only TDN 100 player remaining as an eligible prospect in this year's draft class. Jared Dokes, running back, Cincinnati 2. The Miami Dolphins, they finally take the running back. We got to go all the way back to Thursday night. This is a big moment for me because the Jacksonville Jaguars draft Travis Etienne with the 25th overall pick. And I called Trevor Sikkema out because he, on Mocking the Mock back in March, made fun of that selection. And I said, Trevor, I'd like an apology. And he refused. He said, when the Dolphins draft a running back, I will apologize to you for making fun of Travis Etienne to the Jaguars in that mock. Would you like to just wave hi to the camera or anything?
Sorry, Kyle.
Okay.
Oh,
we are good.
an
This is a
apology.
massive hurdle for me in this year's draft class. Very excited about that. And the other pick that's been made is Trey Norwood, the corner from Oklahoma, going to the Pittsburgh Steelers. But, Joe, Jared Dokes, he's been mentioned a number of times between the 5th, 6th, and 7th round relative to some of the other running backs in this year's draft who have had their names called, including Larry Roundtree's one that comes to mind. The San Francisco 49ers doubling up on power backs between the tackles with Elijah Mitchell from Louisiana as well. Jared Dokes, a little bit about his skill set. I'd be interested in you fleshing him out a little bit as one of those names who we've constantly kind of dangled for the listeners as, listen, this guy's still on the board.
Yeah, he was a player that obviously I'm responsible for Cincinnati, and so I watched his tape and I really liked it. And I think whenever you guys saw me put the grade into the spreadsheet, you guys were like, what? And so nobody's talking about this guy, and it was lonely. It was lonely for a while, and so I'm watching this, and I'm like, this is the day 3 running back that I want to get if I'm missing out on one of the top 3 backs or Trey Sermon. And so it's surprising that it goes to the Miami Dolphins, a team that has definitely played that game, saying, yeah, we're not going to wait. We're not going to panic. We'll get one when we like one. And they pulled the trigger on Jared Dokes, who is a big physical power back that runs like it. I mean, 5'11", almost 230 pounds, and he knows his skill set. He's aware of the type of body he has and the type of runner that he is. He's going to bang it between the tackles. He's awesome in pass protection, and he didn't get a ton of chances to catch a football at Cincinnati, but when he did, he was always productive, never dropped the football. And so for a Miami Dolphins rushing attack that we know they want to get downhill and smack you in the mouth and get those big, massive offensive linemen up front to clear space out of the way, Jared Dokes has what it takes to be productive behind those running backs. And, Eric Studesville, one of the co-offensive coordinators, has a long history of working with running backs. And so I'm excited for him to get his hands on Dokes. And, maybe this could be a steal here for Miami as they were patient on running back, but they get my favorite day 3 target.
There you have it. Well, that's going to do it for us on Jared Dokes, and we have plenty more action here in the 7th round, but not before a brief break. So we'll be right back after this messaging to talk about some of the draft classes that continue to be fleshed out here in the final few selections of the 2021 NFL Draft.
Travis?
I'm doing
great.
That's
a nice hat. Hang on, show me the swoop there again. Show me the swoop there again. There it is.
This is a great hat. Ooh, hey, this will be the extra large because oh, that's the other one. That was a little too big. That's a little too big. This the one.
That's the one? I think that's the one, man. You got to tell my boy Zach over there, he better be getting me a Jacksonville hat too so we can rock for the squad.
I got you. We're going to send Jacksonville hats to everybody.
Well, tell me how you're feeling, man. It's got to be a special night for you.
I'm just very excited, ready to work, honestly. Just very ecstatic and happy just to be part of Jacksonville Jaguars now. I mean, I feel like it's a dream come true. Been able to play in the NFL. You dream of that as a kid, and just to have it just happen is just kind of crazy, and I really just can't wait to just get out there and just take my first snap.
Well, I love seeing the smile. I know that you're very excited over there. So tell me about the first time you got to see the first look Panini card, because man, I got like 6 giant Panini cards of you hanging out outside on our TDN set. I was like, all right, we got a lot of Travis Etienne out here. So what was it like seeing your card for the first time?
It was just very exciting for me just to finally have my own trading card. Just growing up as a kid, seeing trading cards and your favorite NFL players on the trading cards and NBA players. I grew up a huge NBA fan, so just to collect trading cards as a kid and like to finally be on there for myself is just kind of crazy and humbling. And I just hope all the kids around America is trying to get Travis Etienne trading cards.
I'm going to open up some packs tonight, and hopefully I get an early release rated rookie Travis Etienne card. That's what I'm looking for. So
definitely. If you get that card, you got to hold on to it tight.
You got to hold on to it tight. That's exactly right. So tell me, what are you most looking forward to about being a Jacksonville Jaguar? Because, man, you guys got to be the most talked about team coming into this with Trevor Lawrence and all the draft picks and the draft capital. There's a lot of excitement for you.
Really just ready and excited to get to work, honestly. Just ready to get there and just show the world what me and Trevor's about. And we're just 2 hardworking guys and just can't wait to show the world who we are.
I was going to say, you got to be excited about playing with your boy, right?
Nah, definitely. It makes the transition just much easier. Just knowing Trev and just knowing I can trust him, and me just seeing his work over the past 2 years, so it made that transition just much smoother. Playing with Trevor is just I feel like it just very, I don't even know how to explain it. It just brings you a sense of peace that I don't think anyone can understand if you play with him. He's just so cool, calm and collected, and you just have complete trust in him, and I just feel like that's going to help us a long way. Jacksonville, just building that team chemistry and just getting together and just doing great things down there. It's going to really help us a lot.
Well, I think every quarterback would like to be described as cool, calm, and collected. So that's a really nice compliment that you're giving your boy, Trevor Lawrence. So I'm pretty sure he's going to be excited about teaming up with you. Again, tell everybody in Jacksonville, what do they have to look forward to with you, Travis Etienne, going into the year? Because I know as a fantasy football player, I think everybody's going to be looking forward to having you on the roster. So tell everybody in Jacksonville what they can most look forward to for you playing next season.
I just definitely look up someone just ready to give their all each and every week, just going out there and just making plays for the team, whatever I do to win the games. And just hopefully we're going to turn it around and just win a bunch of games and just be contenders. That's all we can hope for it. And just go out there each and every week and give it our all.
Well, listen, Travis, I want you to enjoy your night. This is a special night. You should celebrate, have fun with your family. Be sure to give my boys, Zach and Dusty, a big hug. Those are my guys. So be sure to give them a hug and tell them I said hello and enjoy your draft night.
Thank you. Definitely. Nice talking to you.
Thanks, Travis.
Best ball season is here, and it's bigger than ever. With no waivers, trades, or setting lineups, it has never been easier to have a shot at the $1 million grand prize. Underdog Fantasy lets you draft a season-long league in seconds, thanks to their slick mobile app and state-of-the-art website. And best of all, if you don't love it, there's a $100 money-back guarantee. So what are you waiting for? Draft for the 2021 season today.
Brinks TV, loving on you with lots of cash and prizes.
Welcome back to the Draft Network's Draft HQ. Kyle Krabs with Jordan Reed and Joe Marino having some good old times here on the draft couch. Getting down to the end of the 7th round. We have a couple of more picks to talk about, gentlemen. We last left it off at 245. Trey Norwood, cornerback from Oklahoma for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Joe, I'm going to charge you with pulling up the Pittsburgh draft class a while. But 3 more picks to mention. The Washington football team Drafting Shaka Toney, the defensive end / pass rusher from Penn State at 246. The Arizona Cardinals continue their slew of late-round picks here. 247, drafting Michael Manet from my hometown. No big deal. Penn State Nittany Lions, the center. And then another Penn State offensive lineman, Will Fries, going to the Indianapolis Colts at 248. But we talked during the break about which one of these draft classes was most compelling for us to talk about. And, Joe, you mentioned the Pittsburgh Steelers. So their draft class, Najee Harris, the running back in the first round. Then they go Pat Freiermuth, and I felt like a part of Joe, you died inside when they made that pick, considering the offensive line situation here. But then they come out and they go offensive lineman with each of their next 2 picks. They draft Kendrick Green in the 3rd round, Dan Moore Jr. from A&M, one of our collective favorite day 3 offensive line prospects in this year's class. Buddy Johnson. They trade up for Isaiah Loudermilk. They draft Quincy Roche in the 6th round, and now they get some action here, getting Trey Norwood here in the 7th. So what stands out the most to you, Joe? I'll start with you on this one since you called your shot about Pittsburgh and this draft class.
I like how they bounced back after not addressing offensive line earlier. I mean, Najee Harris and Pat Freiermuth, I'm not debating that those aren't good football players that are going to help that team, but when you saw the makeup of the offensive line, I had questions. I'm sure anyone that looked at the depth chart had questions. And so to play the waiting game, take advantage of a deep offensive line group, and come away with Kendrick Green and Dan Moore, who I both think have starter traits. I think that was a great job of being patient. And then the other pick I love is Quincy Roche out of Miami, a designated pass rusher who is tailor-made for a 3-4 defense. And I think he can, spell Alex Highsmith a little bit opposite of TJ White and make sure that they are deep when it comes to having pass rushers.
So, Jordan, let me ask you this. Cleveland, we perceive they have one of the best rosters in football right now from top to bottom. Obviously, the big question there is Baker Mayfield and what kind of play he's going to be able to provide. We thought Baltimore has done a really nice job between the wide receivers that they added, including Rashad Bateman in the 1st round, and then they get Ben Cleveland, and they go out and get an actual fullback instead of a former defensive lineman to play that position. I know I'm beating the drum, but I don't care. I'm passionate about my big guys. This is a very hotly contested division, and obviously 3 playoff teams from last year, 3 teams that won at least 11 football games. Pittsburgh started the season, I believe, 11-0 before they fell off a little bit towards the end. How do you perceive this shift that we're assuming they're going to make offensively to take form when you add Najee Harris to replace James Conner? You have Pat Freiermuth to step into what one of you guys, I believe, mentioned Heath Miller is the name that was kind of invoked there, and now a couple of rookie offensive linemen in the middle rounds. How do you foresee this coming together for Pittsburgh when the biggest question of all is still Ben Roethlisberger and what he provides you at quarterback?
Well, it's going to be very interesting. I still think Cleveland is worlds ahead as far as on paper, their roster, and we saw Cleveland win a division a year ago, and this offense is going to be interesting to watch. I will say that. I think Najee Harris is a good player, but he's not a player that's an ultimate creator. And we know with them having so many different pieces now up front, you mentioned Pouncey was gone. Villanueva seems like he's going to move on once free agency comes back up and teams start to look into those veterans. So they have a bunch of moving pieces up front.
Matt Filer as well.
Matt Filer as well. And they're going to be dependent on a lot of young guys up front. And Kendrick Green is probably going to be – he's going to have to step in right away no matter what, just because of the pieces that they lost up front. Dan Moore is probably going to have to step in, maybe not as a starter, but probably as that 6th guy or that swing tackle off of the bench. He's going to have to play some snaps this year. So it's going to be interesting to see how Najee goes and creates behind that offensive line, which is something that isn't really his strong suit.
So we have Kendrick Green, Dan Moore. Which one of these 2 guys do you think is more likely to end up claiming a starting job week 1? I have my opinion, but I'd leave it to you guys first.
Fun question, because you had Chuks Okorafor and Zach Banner, your projected tackles. And then on the interior, you have like B.J. Finney.
Kevin Dotson was a 4th-round pick, I think last year out of Louisiana. They do like him, and he's penciled in at left tackle,
guard,
and
right?
David DeCastro, yeah.
Oh, wow, that's interesting. I feel like Dan Moore's probably the more ready player.
Yeah.
He's tested against the SEC, good pass rushers, and he held his own. And, I mean, I have my doubts about Zach Banner. I've had doubts about Zach Banner since I watched him play at USC. And it's much less coming off of an ACL tear. So I think it's Moore, the guy that I think has a better chance of being a week 1 starter.
I'm going to go with Green here.
Oh, my God, yeah.
Just because Pouncey, we know how many snaps he's played. He's been there for a decade.
Yep.
And they just don't have anybody right now that can step in and do that.
The B.J. Finney disrespect.
Kendrick Green, he's played center and he's played guard at Illinois, and I just think he just transitions a little bit better inside. Of course, he's going to probably play center or guard, but if they need a day one starting center, I think Kendrick Green can be that, so I would go with him.
And I do think they need a day one starting center. And Kendrick Green, the appeal there is the athletic profile, right, and how smooth he is. And he's got to play within himself. But I think in that Pittsburgh offensive line in which you're going to have bumpers on either side of you to play him at center, I think you can protect him a little bit and allow that athleticism to shine for Kendrick Green. So I'm with you, Jordan. My money would be on Kendrick Green being the one rookie, if there was just one, to claim a starting role from the jump. We have 3 more picks in, gentlemen.
Okay.
The L.A. Rams at 249. Ben Skowronek, the wide receiver from Notre Dame. 250. Kyrus Tonga, nose tackle from the BYU Cougars. And it's a good time to be a BYU Cougar because the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at 251 drafting Chris Wilcox, the corner out of BYU as well. The Chicago Bears.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
Listen, Kyrus Tonga, he's a fun player, Kyrus Tonga. Now, is he the most consistent nose tackle? No. He's one of those noses that gives you some splash plays every once in a while, and it really grabs your attention because he's literally just a bowling ball on the field that will just come crashing through the front. But then you watch him against Coastal, and it was that Coastal Carolina game. You had to be able to play with leverage. You had to be able to play with consistency. You had to be able to play with hand placement, and he really struggled in that game, in my opinion, because he didn't have consistency in the technical side of the game. So playing against smaller, undersized interior offensive line, that center was what, 270? 270?
235.
235, right. So I
235.
gave the guy an extra 35 pounds. I'm trying to do him a favor here a little bit. But you think about that matchup, Kyrus Tonga should dominate, but he did not, and a lot of it came down to just his consistency as a football player. You get him in the building with Eddie Goldman.
Yep.
Let him learn from Eddie Goldman a little bit. You're hoping you can kind of extrapolate and pull out the best of Kyrus Tonga, but a diminished role within NFL defenses these days at that true nose tackle position. But he's a fun football player. Joe, you want to talk about the Bears a little bit? You know, Jordan, obviously this is pertinent to you as a Minnesota Vikings guy. So Chicago, they made the big splash in the first round drafting Justin Fields. I've seen some things on social media this evening or this afternoon talking about ideally they would like to replicate the Alex Smith, Patrick Mahomes dynamics in Kansas City between Andy Dalton and Justin Fields. I don't know about you.
Not happening.
I ain't buying that.
Not happening.
So go ahead. Let's talk about Justin Fields, the Chicago Bears, this team as a whole. We'll make Paige DeMacos happy wherever she is in here and talk about Chicago, what they've done this offseason on its entirety, and how we can forecast a team that finished the season at 8-8 moving forward with a GM and a head coach on the hot seat.
Yeah, and, I think they brought in Daz Newsome as well, if I'm not mistaken. So I still think they had some question marks on the perimeter. I think they're kind of out on the Anthony Miller experience. There's been a lot of trade rumors surrounding him. Allen Robinson, he's your bona fide number one guy. So Justin Fields, he has some weapons to go to. He has David Montgomery in the backfield as well. I love the Tevin Jenkins pick. I thought that was an outstanding pick for them. But as far as the Dalton and Fields dynamic, let's not sugarcoat it. We know Justin Fields is probably going to be on the field week 1. They're just saying that to keep Andy Dalton satisfied and kind of bought in right now. But if he shows that he's ready in the preseason, throw him out there. See what you got. You don't have anything to lose.
Exactly what you have in Andy Dalton versus
exactly.
You also, as a team that has a head coach on the hot seat,
absolutely,
you don't have the luxury of sitting around and waiting for your investment. Otherwise, you got to be a hell of a salesman to get ownership to support that viewpoint. So, Joe, interested in anything you have to add on Justin Fields, Chicago's offense, the expectations, how well he could possibly perform early on when you consider Allen Robinson is back on the franchise tag again, and they do have Darnell Mooney and Cole Kmet as a second-round tight end from last year's class, and David Montgomery out of the backfield. So some pieces to work with. How do we think Justin Fields and where he won and lost as a passer slots into that infrastructure?
Justin Fields has traits. And when you have traits, you have options. He has arm talent. He has size. He has athleticism. Everything you want to do as an offense is available. He has what it takes to put maximum stress on a defense because what he can do as a runner and a thrower. And he's not just a dual threat guy that throws the football. I thought he's the most accurate quarterback in this class. So you give me accuracy, you give me dual threat ability. He's a really good runner, great size. It opens up everything for Matt Nagy. And that's exciting because they were limited by Mitchell Trubisky, who he has enough, right? He has enough arm talent. He can move. He's not a statue. But this is another level of dynamic playmaking ability. And so because he has those traits, it opens up the playbook. I think it allows you to get more out of Allen Robinson, more out of the tight ends that they've been trying to get figured out for it seems like a long time now. You get more out of David Montgomery. You get more out of Darnell Mooney. So they could play the game with Andy Dalton, but if they play the game with Andy Dalton and ignore the skill set that exists with Justin Fields, who has 2 high-quality years at Ohio State in the Big Ten, all you're going to do is write your own ticket out of town.
Yeah.
Get Justin Fields on the field and let his traits take over.
Jordan, I want to ask you about throwing with anticipation versus throwing with timing.
Yeah.
Because I think for Justin Fields, you see accuracy throwing to the spot and having anticipation and the deep out and how he put that on the face mask of his receivers at Ohio State. So you know he's capable of throwing with anticipation, but he didn't always throw with timing.
Yeah.
So I was hoping you as a former quarterback can extrapolate a little bit on what you saw from Justin Fields and the difference between those two dynamics, because for I think a lot of people that line gets a little murky and it's kind of a gray area to understand anticipation versus timing.
Yeah, so with anticipation, it's just a matter of throwing to certain spots. But in order to have anticipation, you have to know where guys are going to be, just because it's kind of like using an imaginary dot. So if a guy's running a slant, I put an imaginary dot of where I want to throw the football. But you have to know there's a lot of things that go into it. Some guys run routes different route speeds, different route depths, depending on whatever it is in the playbook. There's some guys that go a couple yards over just because sometimes you have those long striders. And then sometimes you have guys that are short steppers. But it's really hard in the Ohio State playbook just because there was a lot of option routes based on the coverage. They did a lot of read on the run type of stuff of where they had to read the roof. So if it was middle of the field open, middle of the field closed, I don't want to get too technical. But there were certain options that they did have to where Justin wasn't able to throw with anticipation just because.
You got to wait till he's at the top of the route and he makes his break.
Like the interception against Indiana, I believe it was, where Jamar Johnson got him. What happened with him is that he should have anticipated that when he cleared the linebacker. But there was another play after that where they ran a corner route after that just because it was middle of the field open at that point. So just little things like that of where you can't necessarily anticipate just because you don't really know exactly what the coverage may be. And then there's certain factors that go into it as well.
So we have a couple more picks off the board. We last left off with the Buccaneers, Super Bowl champion Buccaneers, for anybody who's may or may not be in attendance who is a Tampa Bay person. Chris Wilcox, the corner from BYU. The Rams at 252. Chris Garrett, defensive end / linebacker from Concordia. We have Marquise Spencer, defensive end from Mississippi State, going 253 to the Denver Broncos. Presley Harvin III, our first punter of the draft, with just a few picks to spare, to the Pittsburgh Steelers at 254. And at 255, the New Orleans Saints, Quan Baker, the wide receiver from South Alabama. So, Jordan, I got an audible reaction for Chris Garrett from Concordia. I believe that's who that reaction was to. So, what do you know about Chris Garrett?
Really active. A player that was a fantastic player for Concordia, over 200 tackles. I actually have a good relationship with his position coach. And he was supposed to be down at the Tropical Bowl, but he did not show up. But we were still made available as far as watching film on some of those guys. He went up to CGS and played. He performed really well at some of the events that they had there, but very active on every single special teams. Was an All-American there for 2 consecutive years. So Chris Garrett, a guy that's going to come in and contribute immediately on your special teams, one of those high-energy players that has that contagious and infectious type of energy. So just taking a shot in the dark, and a dart that I would be completely fine with, especially this late in the draft.
Joe, you want to pull up the Rams? Obviously, they're a team that does not invest their first-round picks in unknown assets. They like to spend their first-round picks and know exactly what they're getting. They made the trade for Matt Stafford this year. So this draft class is an interesting one. I want to read through it, and we can talk about what our perceptions are of this draft class. Tutu Atwell, their top pick in the second round at 57 overall from Louisville. Ernest Jones, their only other day 2 selection. They got him at 103 overall. The linebacker from South Carolina, Bobby Brown III, the defensive lineman from Texas A&M. Robert Rochelle, the corner from Central Arkansas. Jacob Harris, the tight end / wide receiver from UCF. They got him in the 4th round as well. Then in the 5th round, Ernest Brown IV. And now we have a pick here for the Rams, Chris Garrett, who Jordan just got done talking about. So, Joe, let me ask you this. We know how the Rams like to strategize constructing their roster. The phrasing that we constantly use is stars and scrubs. We'd like you to look at what they've brought into the picture here, understanding that this wide receiver room is very deep, and they did bring in Deshaun Jackson as well. Is this a 2022 focused draft? Is this something like, who do you see, if anybody, being a key role player for the Rams in 2021 out of this draft class?
Yeah, not many guys. I think there's 2 messages that I get from this draft class. Number one is that with Matthew Stafford in the building, they want to let that football fly down the field. They want to air it out. And so Tutu Atwell is a very small wide receiver, but he has speed. He can get down the field. And then Jacob Harris, the tight end / receiver from UCF, another big play down the field, height, weight, speed specimen. And so you have good route runners in Cooper Kupp and Bobby Woods and Van Jefferson.
Bobby Trees, right?
So you have that working underneath, right? You've got pretty good tight end play. You've got a good running back in Cam Akers, and this quarterback now in Matthew Stafford that has the arm talent to really drive the ball down the field. So message number one is that they want to open up this offense. Number 2, and this is a much smaller message, but Ernest Jones, the pick that they made, linebacker out of South Carolina, number 103 overall, a little bit higher than maybe we were anticipating. But you look at this Rams linebacker situation, and it's not very exciting. Micah Kaiser from Virginia is kind of their Mike linebacker, and I think
Troy
that
Reader's taken significant snaps as
Yeah.
UDFA
so
out of Delaware.
Both of those guys are, that's kind of a spot of weakness. So I think Ernest Jones, if I'm looking at a player in this class that I think might get the most playing time this year, it could be the South Carolina backer.
Jordan, this draft class. Let's talk about Robert Rochelle a little bit specifically.
Yeah.
And Robert is a super toolsy kid out of Central Arkansas. He had a chance to be one of those guys that went down to the Senior Bowl, and I thought it wasn't the best showcase for him. I think it kind of highlighted how raw he is as a player. But let's talk a little bit about corner evaluation and Rochelle getting drafted at 130 overall. And I think if you stack these guys with how good they are right now, Robert Rochelle is probably not the 130th best prospect in this year's class, but he has all of those traits that so many NFL teams look to covet at the corner position. So when you watched Robert Rochelle, what were the impressions? What are your expectations? Obviously, they have a fairly deep group of corners with the Rams, but this is a super toolsy kid that they can now add to the room.
Yeah, very aggressive. That's one thing that you notice about him. Has that rocked up physical type of build, about 5'11", 195 pounds. So even though he's a little bit of a shorter corner, he's very thick as far as that rocked up build, very chiseled, very athletic as well, as you can tell by his testing numbers. Ran 4.4, I believe, jumped like 42.5 in the vertical, which is something crazy. You see all the YouTube videos of him sitting down on the squat rack and then jumping up on top of the boxes. So he's a physical freak as far as a specimen, but he was a little bit underwhelming last year. He had a lot of hype coming into the year, had 10 interceptions in his career. The first 3 years of his career didn't have any at all last year. So that was a little bit disappointing, was a little bit underwhelming at the Senior Bowl as well, considering the hype that he came in. So I think that's why he slipped a little bit. And then, this was a really top-heavy cornerback class, and we saw a run on them specifically in the second round. We saw a lot of guys go there, and he ends up going a little bit later than that. So I think he enters a situation of where maybe he could see the field early, though, especially considering what the Rams did lose this offseason.
So you mentioned the top-heavy dynamics of this corner class. And do you guys know how many corners snuck into our top 100 prospects in this year's class?
I guess
don't cheat. Don't look, Jordan.
9.
Any idea? 9. Joe, what about you?
20.
We had a grand total of 13 corners in the top 100 in this year's class. But if you look at picks 100 or 101, excuse me, to 200, we only had 12. So there's a lot of high-level talent there at the top, and most of these guys, Farley, Surtain, Horn, Newsom, Stokes, those guys alone in the first round. So we had 13 in the top 100, and half of them were gone in the first 32 picks. Wow. So that scarcity, you saw not too much action in the corners in the second round. Samuel, Campbell, and Joseph were the only three in the second round. But then you had Brandon Stevens in the third round. You had Ambry Thomas and Benjamin St. Just and Aaron Robinson and Paulson Adebo and Elijah Molden and Ifatu Melifonwu all go in the third round on day 2. So the only one that we had in the TDN Top 100, Joe, our only prospect, your guy Trill Williams, still left on the board. But we have more picks, including Mr. Irrelevant. The remaining picks of the 2021 NFL Draft are in. We last left you off with New Orleans Saints wide receiver Quan Baker, formerly of South Alabama. The Green Bay Packers at 256 drafted running back Kylan Hill.
Okay.
Out of Texas A&M, which
Nice.
I think is excellent value for them.
Right.
They lost some of that running back room. They obviously brought back Aaron Jones, but Jamal Williams, formerly of BYU, the prospect, has moved on to Detroit there. So that's a nice add for them in that room. Detroit at 257, another running back, Jamar Jefferson.
Finally.
Running back from Oregon State off the board. The Washington football team, Dax Milne, the wide receiver from BYU, off the board. And Mr. Irrelevant, the pick is in. Do you guys have any predictions on who Mr. Irrelevant is?
Of course I do. My prediction is Puka Williams.
Puka Williams,
running back from Kansas.
Tell me a little bit more about why Puka Williams, of all people, is your prediction for Mr. Irrelevant.
Well, it's the Buccaneers making the pick, and I know they've flirted around with like Raymond Calais in the past, and I think that you try to peg players to the Buccaneers that you think can claim a little role, and so whether that's providing some depth at returner or some gadgety type stuff, Puka's a guy that has he's very explosive, and so I think that's the appeal there for the reason why, and guys that run as fast as he does, they get drafted.
Jordan.
I'm going to go Marvin Wilson, interior D lineman from Florida State.
Good call.
And Ndamukong Suh's on a 1-year deal.
Yeah.
Maybe, well, I shouldn't say maybe, they're going to be a little bit more cap strapped next year if they do end up repeating. So I'm going to go with Marvin Wilson just because of the financial factor.
And I think I'm going to go with my guy Joshua Matter-Bebe, the wide receiver from Illinois. You think about down the field passing offense, Mike Evans, Chris Godwin. And you got guys with good body control, can make plays down the field. I thought Matter-Bebe was a raw but admittedly talented down the field type receiver. Formerly, I believe he was a 4-star recruit at USC and transferred over to Illinois. So, Jamie, whenever you're ready, you can drop in our little pick feed here. And Joe, this is a player that you've scouted.
So it's not Puka Williams.
Don't peek.
No, I didn't see it.
It's not Puka.
It is not Puka Williams. Nobody got it right.
Yeah. Okay. You hate to see it.
It is a Senior Bowl player.
Okay.
What position?
Linebacker.
That I scouted.
Yes.
And I wrote a report on him.
Yes, you did.
What school?
Do I have a draftable grade on him?
What conference?
He is from the AAC.
Oh, boy.
A linebacker
Special
from the
teams
AAC.
demon.
Oh, it's Grant Stewart from
It's
Houston.
Grant Stewart.
Yeah, Grant.
It's Grant
Oh,
Stewart,
that's a
the
good
linebacker
That's what
from
Mr.
Houston.
Irrelevant's made for. Guys like Grant Stewart plays with his hair on fire. He's going to be
his hair's hard to
literal,
miss.
right? I mean, he's super limited. There's no question about it. Like, he's not going to be a starting player in the NFL. But you think about Tyler Medikevich with the Pittsburgh Steelers, and now he signed a pretty reasonable deal with the Buffalo Bills to be a special teams ace. I mean, that's the arc for Grant Stewart, and so kind of that philosophy that I was talking. Like Tampa Bay has everything. And so what can they actually use this resource on to give them something? How about a guy that's going to go nuts chasing, guys down the field on special teams? Good pick.
I love it. You can never have too many good special teams guys.
Talk to me a little bit more about Grant Stewart here. Let's talk about specifically special teamers and late round picks. And you just mentioned you cannot have enough special teams guys.
So there's always that one guy on the roster that doesn't play any position, but you just put ST beside his name because he's a special teams guy. Grant Stewart, yes, he's listed as a linebacker, but he's not going to play any position. any of those three positions. But whenever you talk about a special teams ace, he's going to run down, like you guys said, with his hair on fire on kickoff. He's going to be on punt. He's going to be on punt team. And you can never value all those guys always have value just because it's hard to find those guys around the league. But the hardest part about it is getting somebody to embrace that is their role. Just because when you're drafting a guy, a lot of these kids are used to being the best at their position. And Grant Stewart, he's not playing linebacker, but he's just strictly a special teams ace. So he knows that he's already coming onto one of the most, or I should say the most loaded roster in the NFL. Like there's literally no spots on the depth chart for you to step into and start or even be a backup at this point. So he's going to come in. He's going to carve out a role on special teams. And I love telling this story about Terry McLaurin just because, yes, Terry McLaurin was great as a receiver on special teams. But what stood out to me about Terry McLaurin at the Senior Bowl was that he treated special teams, period, just like how he did one-on-ones against cornerbacks and safeties. And I love that about him. That's exactly what Grant Stewart did at the Senior Bowl as well.
So let's talk about this Tampa Bay Buccaneers draft class specific. I already got it. I'm quick on the trigger here, Joe. What do you get the team that has everything, right? They brought back all 22 starters from the Super Bowl winning team. Their draft class, Joe Tryon, defensive end out of Washington, quarterback Kyle Trask, the quarterback from Florida, Robert Hainsey, an offensive lineman from Notre Dame. They traded up for wide receiver Jalen Darden from North Texas, a super fun football player, and then closed with a couple of linebackers, KJ Britt out of Auburn and Grant Stewart, Mr. Irrelevant in this year's draft class. So how many of these guys we're expecting? Tryon's going to make the team as a first-round pick. We're expecting Trask is going to make the team as a first-round pick. Hainsey was cross-trained at the Senior Bowl. He had the ability to play tackle and on the inside. I think they tried him at center and guard as well throughout the course of that week. So you have to think with that positional versatility, he stands a chance to make the roster as well. We'll see about the bottom of the roster guys, but what do we think of this draft class for a team who brought back all 22 starters on a Super Bowl winning franchise?
I think it's about the depth that they lost more than anything because they did bring back all of their starters, but of the pieces that they did lose, first of all, Tryon, I think he can probably take away some of Anthony Nelson's playing time and make them even more dynamic rushing the passer, which is very much why they won the Super Bowls because they could affect Patrick Mahomes. They got even more to get after him. Kyle Trask is a developmental quarterback. Blaine Gabbert, maybe not back. He's a guy that can step into that role. Robert Hainsey, to me, is the Joe Haeg replacement, right? So there's another path to the roster from him. Jalen Darden, down the field, special teams. We know that's going to be something always valued by Bruce Arians. KJ Britt and Grant Stewart, both special teams type linebackers. So for a team that didn't have a whole lot of spots on their roster to really absorb a full draft class, I think they did a good job of identifying players that can fill roles in the very small details that they lost.
Yeah, and I mean, you're just filling out those bottom dweller spots, quarterback 2, a wide receiver 5, or even 6 with like Jalen Darden, who's probably just going to be a special teams guy. But once again, the financial ramifications are eventually going to come into the fold with an Antonio Brown. You're just not going to be able to afford him at $6 million next year. You have a cheaper option in Jalen Darden who can come in and maybe take over some of those snaps, maybe even next year or so. So I think as far as them really filling out the edges or the bottom dweller parts of their roster, I thought they did a good job.
Jordan, I'm going to ask you to slide my way a little bit because I see Queen of TDN, Paige DeMacos, and she has her franchise quarterback along with her here to say thank you to everybody who tuned in throughout the course of the weekend. So, Paige, hello, welcome.
Hello.
It's good to see you.
Jay, I'm going to steal this mic from you. If you guys thought that this stream was ending without me coming out with this Justin Fields card, you had another thing coming, okay? This is obviously the way we're going to end the stream. First and foremost, gentlemen, well done today. Today is a very long day. The third day is very, very difficult. You get to the prospects that not everybody knows, but that's why these guys are here. This is the scouting staff, almost all of the scouting staff that is able to deliver to all of our TDN family all they need to know about the prospects, some gems still on day 3. I will end you guys with this. I want you guys to each give me your favorite moment of the draft. It's been a long couple of days for the team here, so I'll let you guys give me your favorite moment, and then I'll sign us off. Kyle, you first.
I think it was the moment which you came over expecting to get Mac Jones.
Yeah.
And then actually got Justin Fields because you came over and set the expectations with my team totally just traded up for Mac Jones. And then the card got turned in, and it was our consensus QB2, Justin Fields. So that was a really fun moment. And obviously for a team like Chicago, who quarterback has been a tough experience over the course of, I don't know, the past 200 years or so, to get Justin Fields and have the 20th pick coming in, and then to still come away with Justin Fields. I thought that was one of the highlights of this year's draft.
Jay?
For me, I always love instant reaction, so I'm going to go with Tutu Atwell and just getting everybody's reaction to that, him going to the second round to the Rams, just seeing everybody saying, oh, no, and then Josh saying Ben is bigger than Tutu. I thought that was really interesting. That was funny.
That was a good moment, Joe.
I'll say outside of having worked with this group all year long since May, over 220 Zoom meetings with these guys talking about these players so that we can deliver over these 3 days, right? All of this culminated here, right? It was so cool to be in person talking through this and really having a lot of fun. How about Josh Norris? I mean, the guy's here from Underdog Fantasy. He comes in, and he's throwing together his mock draft, and just hours before it's due, you're picking every person's brain he possibly can, and he crafts the most accurate mock draft in history. And we were able to have him here with us and to see him celebrate and, him being completely aware of it throughout the entire process.
And let's piggyback off of that, because you won
2017
4 years ago.
Yeah.
And
I
you
had no idea.
And you got off the stream because me and John Owning, formerly of FanRag Sports, got off that stream, and your phone just starts blowing up. And you threw every possession that you had in the air, ran out in the hallway, freaking out, and you compare and contrast that to Josh Norris.
Yeah, it's different.
Every pick, he's like, got another one.
Right.
It's over. Game's over. So
then it wasn't about winning. It was like, I think I can get the greatest score that's ever been delivered, and then he did. So, so very different experiences where I had no idea, and then Josh was fully aware. But, I mean, shout out to Josh. I mean, being able to share this experience with him and see the emotion, we were all rooting for him. I think it showed a lot of camaraderie and just how much fun we have doing this work.
Yeah, we do have a lot of fun. Joe, I'm going to steal that mic from you. I think obviously the team coming together was great to all be here for these past couple of days, and we wouldn't be here without our rated rookie, our Panini family. So shout out to them. We have a bunch of prospect interviews that are going to come up after this. You're going to see being able to talk to Kyle Pitts and Jalen Waddle, Kadarius Toney, a lot of these guys. They showed out. They were flat. Some of the best outfits. I got all of them to show us the bow ties, their chains. They were looking fresh. You guys are going to be able to see all those interviews. So thanks to our friends over at Panini. Underdog Fantasy, thank you guys. As Joe mentioned, Josh Norris was here with us for quite some time. We had a lot of fun. Had no idea it was going to turn into the Josh Norris show on Thursday, but congrats to him. We sure enjoyed having him here. And Odyssey, Mighty Swell, all of our other sponsors, we really appreciate you guys. It's been a hell of a 2021 season so far. Really looking forward to a more normal football season, hopefully, for everybody. A healthy football season for everybody. But most importantly, thanks to our TDN family. We wouldn't be here without everybody that reads, watches, listens to our podcast, supports all these guys up here, myself included. So thank you to everyone. Happy draft season. And you bet Trevor Sikkema has a 2022 mock, because this is what we do. So you better get up to the draftnetwork.com and go check out that mock draft.
Right now.
Because it's out. It's out right now. We don't sleep, people. This is our season, 24/7, 365. We're already ready for the next season. Thank you guys so much. The next season. Thank you guys so much. Kick things off with, I would love for you to tell me what it felt like getting drafted tonight. Obviously, such a big moment going to San Francisco 49ers. They have had so many great quarterbacks, right? And you're going to play with Kyle Shanahan. Doesn't get much better than that. So how you feeling right now?
Yeah, it was pretty emotional getting the phone call. I was just super excited. And obviously, just this situation, as you said, I don't think there's a better one out there for me and I kind of knew that going in. but wouldn't have said it out loud. In the back of my mind, kind of knew this is where I wanted to be. So just feel super blessed and fortunate. That's how it worked out.
Well, I think, as I said, I think you're going to a pretty good place for a young quarterback. I think everybody would like to be playing with Kyle Shanahan as their head coach. So tell me, you're here with Panini. They have these trading cards. You got your first look. What does it look like to see yourself on a trading card, knowing that you're now officially a San Francisco 49er?
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. A little bit of a surreal feeling, just seeing it and everything like that. And super thankful for Panini for giving me this opportunity.
So what's this draft process been like for you? Obviously, you have been, I mentioned and joked with you that your quarterback coach, Quincy Avery, and I are pretty close. And you've obviously had this time where you've been working out, but not getting the opportunity to play college football, only having one game. So what's that been like for you? Because it's obviously so different than a regular draft process.
Yeah, I mean, it was a blessing though. I think, it was different, but at the same time, I didn't really know any different. This is my only draft process. So it was a huge blessing. I got to travel and get to know so many people, whether it's guys I was training with or just great football minds, guys, coaches, former coaches, and guys who are playing the position right now at a really high level. So it was a blessing for me to be able to have this time and spend some time with Quincy, with Don Beck, and all those guys. And just, yeah, like I said, just feel super blessed to be able to be where I'm at right now.
What are you most looking forward to about getting to play football? Because I'm sure as a competitor, as a kid like you, it had to be tough only getting to play one football game. So what are you most excited about for this upcoming year as potentially a starting quarterback in the NFL?
Yeah, just getting to know my teammates, I think is the number one thing right now. I'm really looking forward to being able to get to know, not only the guys in the quarterback room, but everyone on the whole offense and within the whole organization. Just looking forward to getting there, getting out in the community and getting to know, a little bit what it's all about.
Well, listen, I've had every prospect that I've interviewed show out what they were wearing, right? You got to show off the hat. So let's get up close and personal. Show me that San Francisco 49ers
Of course,
hat.
you know what the hat is.
Yeah, it's looking pretty fresh. And we chose a bow tie tonight. That was the move.
Nothing crazy, just a little bow tie.
Just some light.
Something clean, yeah, just something clean, but nothing too crazy.
Nothing too crazy. Well, listen, I'm excited for you. Congratulations. This is a big night. I hope you enjoy it, right? You're never going to get this night again. So congrats, enjoy it, and good luck in San Francisco.
Thank you so much. It was awesome meeting you.
It was nice to meet you too, Trey.
Brinks TV, loving on you with lots of cash and prizes.
Show off the hat for me for a second. I love the draft hat. Get real close for the camera here, right? That's a pretty swaggy Miami Dolphins hat you got going on over there. So we got to see it up close and personal. So tell me about what it means to be reunited with Tua Tagovailoa.
Special is great. He's a great player, great teammate. I know a lot about him. I know a lot about how much he loved the game, playing with him in college. So, I mean, it's special.
And obviously it's draft night and it's a little different this year than it would be in a normal year, but just walk us through how it's feeling. It's a big moment for you. Obviously, everybody wishes they were Jalen Waddle tonight. Everybody wishes they were hanging out in a swaggy Miami Dolphins hat. So tell me, how are you feeling over there?
I feel good. Feel great. Family's here, friends here. Great. Got to experience a great moment with me. Just ready to get to work.
You're ready to get to work. So obviously this was Miami Dolphins are a team that had a lot of promise last year. They're a team that's on the rise. So how excited are you to join this offense and already very stacked team? Because they were really close to the playoffs. So obviously you may be able to set them over the edge this upcoming year.
I'm just going to, try to go out there and compete. Try to, elevate, make the position room better. Try to make plays for the team and try to put us in position to win. Over there, just to, try to, be something, good to the team and not cancel or anything bad, and just try to make plays when They want me to make plays, ask me to make plays.
Well, I see you're wearing some pretty cool outfits here. So I got to see this. I got to see. It looks like you got a nice chain. So listen,
Yeah.
I'm all about the swag, right? So you got to get up close, show it off,
Oh,
show
yeah,
the
for
people
sure.
what you got. What does it say? Does it say?
It say
There
Waddle.
it is. There it is.
And then I'm from A-Leaf, and our
Waddle. And
city
you
is
got to.
Napa City.
And I was gonna say you're showing off the grill too. You
Oh,
showing off
yeah,
the
for
grill
sure.
too. Let me see up close. We got to
Oh,
show the
wow.
camera. That's what I'm talking about, dude. That is exactly what I'm talking about. So tell me about your time with Panini, because obviously we have had some good stuff going over here with Panini, and Panini put this together. Have you had some time to like walk through any of the photography? Are you doing anything cool with them while you're out there? But you know, I know there's a lot of obligations for you with this night.
Yeah, Panini, we do a lot of things together. A little video shoot. Got some camera time, so it's been great.
What are you most looking forward to about being on the Miami Dolphins?
Just going there and competing with my teammates, just building the bond with those guys, and ready to get in the locker room and meet my teammates and ready to get to work with them.
If you had to choose one cornerback that you did not want to face in your division, right? You're going into a pretty stout division, right? You got the Buffalo Bills, you got the New England Patriots, you got the New York Jets, who are obviously now with a new quarterback. If you're facing up against a corner, who's the toughest guy in that division?
No, Stephon Gilmore from New England. I know he's a player.
He's pretty good.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes,
he's
ma'am.
pretty
Sorry.
good.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, it's okay. I was gonna say he's pretty good. He's a pretty damn good player, that's for sure. Well, I want you to tell all the people that are watching the interview why they should be excited to watch Jalen Waddle play football next season.
It's just gonna be. I'm gonna go out there and try to compete. Try to make plays when they ask me to. Gonna try to be the best player every play. Try to get better every day. And hopefully, you know, I'll be able to perform and do special things for organization.
Well, listen, I think you're going to do some pretty special things. I think there's a lot of people that are looking forward to seeing you in Miami. I think Tua might be the most excited person to see you in Miami. Is there going to be a bro hug? Is there going to be a bro hug when you guys see each other? Because it's got to be a pretty big moment for you guys.
Yeah, most definitely. It's gonna be lots of love being shared for sure.
Well, I like to hear that. You got to keep it between the guys, between the Bama bros, and hopefully you guys have a lot of success next year. Congratulations, dude. This is a big moment for you. I'm jealous of you that you're hanging out in Cleveland, so I hope you have a good night. I hope you enjoy it with your family. And it was really nice talking to you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Burrings TV. Play, win, repeat. Oh my. Play, win, repeat. Oh my. Play, win, repeat. Oh my.
What's going on, man? Yes,
What up, what up, what up? How you doing? How you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. You know what I'm saying? Feel lucky right now.
Dude, you got to feel good, man. Show me that chain. Show off. Everybody is showing off the swag tonight. I got to see what's going on. Show it to me. Wow,
Yeah, little Joker chain, not too serious.
I think you might be winning so far for the swag game. I think you might be showing out the most.
Appreciate you.
I don't know. I don't know.
Appreciate
I've already talked to Kyle Pitts and Jalen Waddle, but I think you might be winning in that battle. So I don't know if they're gonna be mad at me or
You
not.
know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
You know. Yeah, got all like.
Oh, we're looking real fresh. You got to talk to your boy Kyle Pitts at Florida. You got to let him know. You got to suit him up the same way you are. You got to. He's got to come correct. Yeah, he's got to come correct. That's for sure. Well, tell me about seeing your first look at your Panini card, because I'll tell you this: the guys at Panini sent me a trading card of myself. Okay, You're a way better athlete. We know that, but it's still, I saw it. I looked at it and I was like, oh my God, I have a trading card. So it's still, it freaked me out, right? I was like, this is so cool. So how does it feel to have your own trading card?
Man, that shit really, not my bad. It's really, my bad. It's really amazing though. You know what I'm saying? Just to really like get recognized for the, you know what I'm saying, work and, you know what I'm saying, hard, like the time that I put in, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Of course. And you get to be a rated rookie. So I asked everybody, I said, what do you think it means to be a rated rookie? Because obviously everybody's trying to be the top dog, right? Everybody is trying to be the top dog. So what does it mean to you to be a rated rookie?
Honestly, it just goes to show that, you know what I'm saying, anything is really pretty much possible out here. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just like the dedication that you know what I'm saying, the dedication, the motivation that I had like over the years, it's just all showing, you know what I'm saying, it's all coming to light now. So, you know what I'm saying, it feels special, I ain't gonna lie.
Show me the hat. Show me the draft hat. Get up close and personal.
Yeah.
I gotta see
it.
Yeah,
you know, New York.
The New York Giants.
Yeah. I'm a
that's
giant.
that's a pretty nice hat, dude. That's a pretty nice New York Giants hat. And you're going to play for that's a storied franchise. It's New York City. What does it mean to be a New York Giant?
Ain't gonna lie, I mean everything to me right now, because I mean they was able to take a risk on me, you know what I'm saying? Like in return, I just want to give them my all, you know what I'm saying? Like it mean a lot for me to, you know what I'm saying, be a part of something special, you know what I'm saying? Like I just hope New York got open arms for me, you know what I'm saying?
Listen, there is no way that a kid with that smile is not going to be loved in New York. You got an infectious personality. You got to bring that to the field. And everybody's got to know what in New York, what they're going to get in you. So you're talking to New York Giants fans. They're a crazy, loving bunch. What do you want New York Giants fans to know about you?
I want them to know through thick and thin, I'm always giving my all, like 100%. You know what I'm saying? Like nothing less. So, you know what I'm saying? I expect nothing more than 100% of y'all support, you know what I'm saying? Like,
absolutely. Well, you better show out in New York. You better be a top dog.
Oh yeah, for sure.
There's a lot of guys that work for me. Okay, I told Kyle Pitts, I said, there's a lot of dudes that work for me that are Gators, right? A lot of them. So you got to give them a chomp. You got to give it to them because they're gonna lose their minds. There it is. Show us. There it is. Give them the chomp. That was. Oh man, that's top tier. This is my guy, Kadarius Toney. Thank you so much for joining us. You're gonna be a rock star. Good luck in New York.
Appreciate you. No problem.
Brinks TV, the intergalactic home of winning.
Panini, I gotta know, what did you think when you saw your first card? Because they just sent me a card of myself and I freaked out. Okay, I'm not as cool as you, and I'm definitely not as good of an athlete. But what did you think when you saw your first card?
I was like, was this really me? I was just so confused. I'm like, wow, I'm really on the card. Like someone's gonna say this one day and hopefully give it to my kids and keep passing it down. But it was crazy seeing it and just realizing really what's going on. It's a dream come true, and I'm very excited.
It's pretty crazy to look at yourself on a card and think that could be worth $300,000, $400,000 in 10 years. Like, isn't that crazy to think about how the value of a card could be worth something so much more down the line? I think you obviously said it's just a kind of a weird feeling to look at yourself on a card and go, oh, is that me?
Yeah, it is a little. It's crazy thinking that in the next decade or 2 decades that my car will be, worth something significant. So, I mean, I'm gonna have one for myself, but I'm not gonna sell mine. But it's pretty exciting.
You better hold on to a special one for yourself. You better hold on to a special rated rookie card for yourself. But tell me about Atlanta. Dude. You were number one pick for me in the class. I was like, this is my guy. I number one guy, best athlete. I'm all in. You're going to Atlanta. This is a high-powered offense. So tell me about it. Are you excited?
I'm very excited. I'm excited to get in the building, get working. Now I'm back to freshman, so I got to work my way up, learn everything, start everything over, and I'm just excited for this new endeavor I'm about to step into.
So tell me about walking into a room with guys that obviously like a Julio Jones and a Matt Ryan and guys that are, probably future Hall of Famers, right? I think that probably lends itself well for you as a rookie to walk in and learn from guys like that.
It means a lot to me because I'm a guy that loves to learn. I like to sit around people who have already been successful and learn and just let them talk, let them speak wisdom into me. So I'll be excited for some of those conversations, and I can't wait to be in the room with all those people.
You are the highest drafted tight end in history. That's a pretty big deal. How does that feel? Like, take it in for a moment. I know it's kind of an unconventional draft cycle. Obviously, no combine. It was, you're still in Cleveland, but in a normal sense, I'd be standing right next to you. I'd be like, all right, dude, show me the sneakers. I don't get to do that this year, right? There's no sneaker game. It's definitely different, but it's such a big moment. So how are you feeling right now?
I'm just happy to be here because, like you said, we're all kind of going through a different type of lifestyle in this world. So for us to even get here and be able to have this in person is pretty exciting. To be able to walk across the stage, something that I'm glad I got to experience that.
Okay, I'm going to leave you with this one. What does it mean to be a rated rookie? What does that mean? What are you going to bring to the NFL this year? Because you're going to go up against some pretty stiff competition in the NFC South.
It means a lot. Rated rookie. That's something that I've been working towards being in the NFL and to go against some of these Pro Bowler DBs and people who are going to be in the Hall of Fame one day. I can't wait to put my talents up against theirs.
All right, well, in the interview, you got to show off the draft cap. I got to see it up close and personal. There it is. There it is. There's the Atlanta Falcons hat. It's looking pretty good. It's looking pretty good. Well, listen, I got about 15 guys that work for me that are all Gators, and they're losing their minds. They're losing their minds, Kyle. They're all like, oh, my God, chomp, chomp. They just want to – they're so excited for you. So congratulations. Good luck with your future, and thanks for joining us and hanging out with us. And listen, hold on to that card. Don't do anything with the card. You want that card forever.
I got you.
It's the Gilcliff $1 Million Mega Stimmy Sweepstakes on Brinks.tv. First, register on Brinks.tv and automatically get your first entry. Next, get bonus entries when you buy Gilcliff at retail. Confirm your entry by uploading your receipt at Gilcliff.com. Then, repeat. The more you buy, the more chances to win. To find the retailer that sells Gilcliff nearest you, check out the store locator at Gilcliff.com. Brinks TV.
Loving on you.
With lots of cash and prizes.
How you doing, Travis?
I'm doing great.
Oh, that's a nice hat. Hang on, show me the swoop there again. Show me the swoop there again.
Hey.
There it is.
This is a great hat. Ooh, hey, this gonna be the extra large because oh, that's the other one. That was a little too big. That's a little too big. This the one. This the one.
That's the one? I think that's the one, man. You got to tell my boy Zach over there. He better be getting me a Jacksonville hat too, so we can rock for the squad.
Nah, I got you. You're gonna send Jacksonville hats to everybody.
Well, tell me how you're feeling, man. It's got to be a special night for you.
I'm just very excited, ready to work, honestly. Just very ecstatic and happy just to be part of Jacksonville Jaguars now. I mean, I feel like it's a dream come true. Been able to play in the NFL. You dream of that as a kid, and just to have it just happen is just kind of crazy, and I really just can't wait to just get out there and just take my first snap.
Well, I love seeing the smile. I know that you're very excited over there. So tell me about the first time you got to see the first look Panini card, because man, I got like 6 giant Panini cards of you hanging out outside on our TDN set. I was like, all right, we got a lot of Travis CTN out here. So what was it like seeing your card for the first time?
It was just very exciting for me just to finally have my own trading card. Just growing up as a kid, seeing trading cards and your favorite NFL players on the trading cards and NBA players. I grew up a huge NBA fan, so just to collect trading cards as a kid and like to finally be on there for myself is just kind of crazy and humbling. And I just hope all the kids around America is trying to get Travis Etienne trading cards.
I'm going to open up some packs tonight, and hopefully I get an early release rated rookie Travis Etienne card. That's what I'm looking for. So I'm gonna...
definitely. If you get that card, you got to hold on to it tight. Hold on to it tight.
You got to hold on to it tight. That's exactly right. So tell me, what are you most looking forward to about being a Jacksonville Jaguar? Because, man, you guys got to be the most talked about team coming into this with Trevor Lawrence and all the draft picks and the draft capital. There's a lot of excitement for you.
Really just ready and excited to get to work, honestly. Just ready to get there and just show the world what me and Trevor's about. And we're just two hardworking guys and just can't wait to show the world who we are.
I was going to say, you got to be excited about playing with your boy, right?
Nah, definitely. It makes the transition just much easier. Just knowing Trev and just knowing I can trust him, and me just seeing his work over the past 2 years, so it made that transition just much smoother. Playing with Trevor is just I feel like it just very, I don't even know how to explain it. It just brings you a sense of peace that I don't think anyone can understand if you play with him. He's just so cool, calm, and collected, and we just have complete trust in him. And I just feel like that's going to help us a long way. Jacksonville, just building that team chemistry and just getting together and just doing great things down there. It's going to really help us a lot.
Well, I think every quarterback would like to be described as cool, calm, and collected. So that's a really nice compliment that you're giving your boy, Trevor Lawrence. So I'm pretty sure he's going to be excited about teaming up with you. Again, tell everybody in Jacksonville, what do they have to look forward to with you, Travis Etienne, going into the year? Because I know as a fantasy football player, I think everybody's going to be looking forward to having you on the roster. So tell everybody in Jacksonville what they can most look forward to for you playing next season.
I just definitely look up someone just ready to give their all each and every week, just going out there and just making plays for the team, whatever I do to win the games. And just hopefully we're going to turn it around and just win a bunch of games and just be contenders. That's all we can hope for it. And just go out there each and every week and give it our all.
Well, listen, Travis, I want you to enjoy your night. This is a special night. You should celebrate, have fun with your family. Be sure to give my boys, Zach and Dusty, a big hug. Those are my guys. So be sure to give them a hug and tell them I said hello and enjoy your draft night.
Thank you. Definitely. Nice talking to you.
Thanks, Travis.
Brinks TV, loving on you with lots of cash and prizes.
Not quite as exciting of a night for me as it is for you, but that's okay. That's okay. So tell me how you're feeling. You're a New York Jet officially.
I don't know how to feel. If I could play a game right now, I'd go get dressed.
I can imagine that you're looking forward to playing football for sure, but you're playing in New York, Elijah. That just means more, right? It's just you play in New York City, big city, bright lights. Like this is the cream of the crop. So you got to tell me, like, what's the most excited thing you are looking forward to about going to New York City?
I think just playing with that team and then just connecting with the fans. I want to be the type of person that gives back. So just I'm a Jet. I like
I love the reaction because it's so authentic. Like you're just taking it all in. The fact that you are officially, obviously in the NFL, but obviously playing for such a big organization like the New York Jets. So we're here with Panini. Another thing that I'm gonna make you put you on the spot for is looking at your first look card, right? Seeing yourself on a trading card. What was that like? Because I imagine it was kind of a similar experience to you're like freaking out about being in the NFL.
Nah, it was. As soon as I opened it, I'm sorry. As soon as I opened it, like I didn't realize that like it was gonna be that like nice and big. I didn't know what it was because you know on the beginning of it says like, all right, somebody record you doing this. So man, it's just a blessing to have that because I'm gonna hang it everywhere. I'm gonna put it everywhere in my room. I don't know where I'm gonna put it yet, but it's gonna be everywhere in the house.
Yeah, you definitely got to hang on to your rated rookie card, right? Like you
Oh,
got to
yeah.
make sure you got to make sure you have those. You got to make sure you hold on to them for your family because those are definitely special. And you've got a couple other guys on your team, guy like Zach Wilson, these guys. So tell me about playing with the new rookie quarterback because there's been a lot of excitement about Zach Wilson. So I imagine you're thinking ahead and thinking about playing with him.
Oh man, I just can't wait. Someone who has an arm like that, I watched him work throughout this process, and I got a chance to talk to him when we went to Indy, and I'm just ready to go, man. That's really all I can say. And having a quarterback like that, young, and we can build. That's what any kid could ask for, especially a receiver. So it's just a blessing.
All right, you got to showcase. I've been doing this with all the prospects that I talk to. You got to showcase the swag. So you got a really nice chain. I think you might be in the running for my mock draft that I've done for best fashion. So you're really doing it. You've got the best chain so far. So show the camera. You're showing out. All the people need to see what you're rocking today.
That's that 8 ball. It's me. That's that drip.
I love that. I love the New York Jets hat. I think you're obviously going to be well received in New York. So I'll end with this. Tell New York Jets fans what they need to know about Elijah Moore.
Just get ready because I'm coming.
Get ready. He's coming. He's putting you on notice. Get ready to that's a cornerback shot. You're taking shots at the cornerbacks, and I love that. So Elijah, good luck this upcoming season playing with the New York Jets. The Jets are having themselves a good few days. So enjoy the rest of the NFL draft. Enjoy this night with your family, and we'll talk soon.
Thank you so much.
Tonight was obviously a big night for you. So tell me, how's it feel? You're officially a New England Patriot.
Honestly, it feels amazing. Just the whole experience from finishing the national championship game to all the way through. So I'm just really blessed to be a part of a great organization with great coaches and great players. So honestly, couldn't ask for a better situation, and I'm just really fired up to get up there and kind of learn the new system.
It's one of the more storied systems and a good system for quarterbacks to go into. So when you get the initial reaction, right, when you hear that you're going to New England, you're going to be playing for Coach Belichick, what's the first thing that's running through your mind? Because I think Nick Saban and Bill Belichick, there's a lot that goes in there that are very similar.
Yeah, there are a lot of similarities. I mean, the two programs are, our program at Alabama was awesome, and there's a lot of similarities with the culture and doing your job correctly and being a good teammate and, caring a lot about the team. So I'm looking forward to kind of seeing the differences and learning how to adjust because that's all part of it. You're coming from one system, but it's going to be a little bit different. And then just buy into the principles and values of what they're trying to get us to do. And then from there, like I said, just be a really good teammate like I was at Alabama. And then it'll all work out in my favor, hopefully.
I think it'll work out in your favor because Nick Saban's about the best testament or best way you could get set up to get ready to go play in the NFL. So tell me about your first look with your card, right? So we're here with Panini. They send you got this trading card, you look at it and you're on there, right? So what was it like to see the first look?
Yeah, it's pretty wild. I mean, I'm familiar with the trading card business growing up and stuff, and didn't trade cards crazy, but I always remember my friends and classmates and stuff had them. And, once you kind of look at it and you're like, okay, that's me. It really is pretty cool. And, a lot of my teammates probably say the same thing at Alabama when they saw their first card. You're kind of like, whoa, that's pretty cool. But it's really cool that, to be able to be a part of what you guys do and how it enhances the fan experience. It just makes it a lot more cool. I mean, when you can get a card of your favorite player, or even if it's not your favorite player, just to have it. I know it means a lot to the fans and a lot to people who enjoy trading cards.
It was a big night for your teammates, right? Big night for Alabama. So how excited are you for your other guys? Because I talked to
Yeah.
Jalen Waddle earlier. He showed off his chain. He was really swagged out. So how are you feeling for your boys?
I feel great. I mean, just sitting there with them and seeing their families for kind of like the last time as an Alabama team or group. It was awesome just to see them around the hotel and stuff like that. And then, people start getting picked and then they're on their way. So you kind of have to, I'm asking questions. I'm like, hey, did this guy get picked yet? Or did he get picked? In regards to my teammates, just checking in. And I was all out there running around doing media stuff. So at the end of the day, I think, the guys that didn't get picked tonight, I don't think they should feel, ashamed or anything like that. I mean, it's no big deal. That's what I told them. I mean, you got to keep your head up, and tomorrow's a new day, and hopefully a team takes a chance on those guys, and we'll have a lot of guys drafted. So I'm really looking forward to seeing the other guys tomorrow as well.
Yeah, you guys are what we'd call an NFL pipeline, right?
Yeah.
I think there's going to be quite a few more Alabama prospects that make their way to the NFL tomorrow. I'll leave you with this. And the NFL has a lot of rabid fan bases, but there are very few that are as rabid as Boston sports fans and the New England Patriots fan base. So what do you want them to know about you? Because man, if you show out for them, they will love you forever. Even if you're Tom Brady and you leave, they still love him, right? Yeah. So it's like, how do you go into this situation knowing that Boston sports fans, man, that's a crazy bunch.
Yeah, Boston is one of the best sports cities in the whole world. So to be able to go there, I mean, there's pressure, but it's good. I mean, pressure, makes it more fun, and they want you to win. And if you don't win, they're not going to like you as much. But that's just kind of how it was at Alabama, and that's how it will be at the Patriots. And I'm just looking forward to kind of learning from the guys that are already on the team and learn how to win in the NFL and do whatever I can do to help Cam and Jarrett Stidham kind of progress as quarterbacks as well.
Well, I think you're going to be set up for success. As I said, Nick Saban's about the best opportunity you could have to set yourself up for the NFL. So we're over at Panini and Draft Network. We wish you well. Good luck with your first season, and thanks for joining us.
Awesome. Thank you.
Brings.tv, where winning is like a wiener. The bigger, the better. Brings TV. Play, win, repeat.
Oh my.
Play, win, repeat.
Oh my.
Play, win, repeat.
Oh my.
Just show off the swag, man. You're rocking some serious chain, and I have seen some epic outfits for this NFL draft, but I got to see what you're rocking.
Right now?
Yeah, we got to see the chains, man. Show them off.
Okay, I'm gonna turn the camera around right quick.
Yeah, turn the camera around, show the whole thing. Oh yeah. Oh, the shoes are epic, dude. We love the shoes. Oh, yep. Got to see the whole thing. Got to see the whole fit. We got 1 and 2 chains. Okay. Yep, we're doing it. And a nice drippy watch.
Cartier.
Cartier. Yes, that's Cartier for everybody that's watching. It's definitely, he swagged out. I was going to show you the swag that I brought, but now that I saw your outfit, I feel embarrassed to just show this rated rookie. This is dope, though. I got this like nice rated rookie chain. Panini hooked me up. We got a nice rated rookie chain going, but you're pretty swagged out. So tell me about tonight. Tell me about getting drafted. How you feeling?
Man, it's been a dream come true, to just finally be able to say, I made it to the NFL. It's been a lifelong dream of mine. So, all glory to God, man. I wouldn't be in this position without him.
Okay, I got something to show you. It's this very big Terrence Marshall Jr. Panini card, okay?
Oh, yeah.
So this is a pretty cool card, man. So tell me about when you saw your card for the first time, because I have to tell you, I'm pretty sure that everybody that works for me wishes that they had a card like this, like you have.
Man, when I saw the card, I immediately I was saying that we gotta hang this up. So my mama, she put it up in the Airbnb. She put it on top of like the fireplace so everybody can see it when they walk in. I mean, I love the picture. It's a great picture, great love for me.
I love that it is up on your family's mantle. You just basically took over what should be like a painting, and they chose to put your rookie card up there. So that's a pretty good spot to put that. So tell me about being reunited with Joe Brady, man. This has got to be pretty exciting for you.
Yeah, man, it's really exciting. I just got off FaceTime with him actually, and he talking good stuff. I mean, I'm glad. I asked him. I was like, why it took so long? But I mean, I'm just happy, to be reunited with him, and we about to get to work, man. I'm really excited.
Did he have a good answer for why it took so long? I wish I would have been privy to that conversation.
I mean, basically, he was just like, man, I mean, you know how the draft go. We was trying. I've been pushing for you the whole time, so I mean, I'm just grateful, to be selected by him.
What are you most excited about this upcoming season now that you're officially in the NFL?
And I'm just excited to go ball, just go and show the world. I want to go make every team that passed up on me regret their decision.
Well, you can always pull a Tom Brady, right? And you can name off all the players that went ahead of you, right? That's the ultimate petty move. So I'm all about it. I think if you want to rock that, we're cool with it. But the last question I have for you, you got to tell the fans, what can they look forward to while watching you play in Carolina?
Man, you can look forward to touchdowns. We're gonna put points on the board. We definitely gonna run the score up, so get ready.
We're going to run the score up. You can look forward to touchdowns. You're going to be seeing a whole lot of touchdown celebrations in the end zone. I got to throw this one your way because you set me up for it. Touchdown celebration dance. What are you going to do? First one.
I don't dance, but I got to hit up my meant to be. That's my trademark. So my meant to be, you'll see it. You can go look at my college film. It'll pop up. We'll be throwing up the MTV, but I'm ready to bring it to the NFL.
Love it. I love it. I can't wait to see it in the NFL. We're very excited that you're going to be a Carolina Panther, and congrats on this night, and go enjoy it with your family.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Terrence.